Chapter 451, Three Forms Combined. Flame Giant Levi. 3. An unparalleled power that could break all techniques. The protective force field around the red flame witch was activated. Light flashed as she stubbornly resisted Levi's attack. The next moment, the power of the golden revolving slash was transferred from the 9 golden swords to her protective force field. Her protective force field began to distort and rotate in the revolving force. The stable structure of the force field was destroyed. Slash! Levi shouted. Crack! The force field shattered, but the moment it shattered, the red flame witch sneered, turned into a ball of flames, and exploded into nothingness. In a flash, she had already disappeared from her original spot. In its place was the fire elemental spirit. This was the spell-like ability that the fire elemental spirit had mastered. Flame transfer. It could switch positions with the red flame witch within a short distance and take the fatal blow on behalf of the witch. That was why Levi's attack was so terrifying. All of them struck the fire elemental spirit. The Azura's flames soared into the sky, and the 9 swords spun, instantly shattering the fire elemental spirit. Stars of flames gathered around the red flame witch. The weak figure of the fire elemental spirit, which was much smaller, appeared with a look of deep fear on its face. Although it had fire elements, the 9 swords Azura was formed from black gas. All its attacks could cause damage to elementalization. The 9 swords just now had already weakened the fire elemental spirit. If it attacked a few more times, it would be destroyed. As expected of a second circle wizard, Giant Levi stood on the island, his expression unchanged as he sighed. What an interesting little fellow. You can actually force me into such a state. I still have something to do. I won't play with you today. The red flame witch sneered and turned into a beam of light, about to escape. If you can't win, just say that you don't want to play with me anymore. Horman, go. Giant Levi ran across the island. The entire island seemed to be trembling. Horman followed closely behind and used his head to lift Levi up. Levi stood tall on the snake's head with his scales closed. In Horman's mouth, a terrifying energy fluctuation was brewing, and an ice blue light was flickering. This was Horman's most powerful spell-like ability. Frost Breath. Boom! Layers upon layers of thick and heavy black gold scales protected Levi. Levi's entire body was shot out like a cannonball by the force of the breath. Although he had reached the peak of strength in his giant form and could destroy the defensive field of a second circle, his speed was not as fast as before. Therefore, Levi directly used his black gold scales to resist Horman's breath ability. With the help of this force, he instantly closed the distance between him and the red flame witch. Lunatic! The red flame witch cursed and ran away frantically. What kind of lunatic was this? He actually used the breath of a second circle transcendent creature as a driving force. This was too suicidal. An ice giant appeared behind the red flame witch. Under the thick layer of ice, flames were burning fiercely. The scales moved and rubbed against each other, making the sound of metal colliding. In an instant, the ice layer splashed. A blood-red tentacle shot out instantly, but it was blocked by the red flame witch's protective force field. The aberration-like mouth bit the force field, and then wrapped around the red flame witch's force field like a long whip, trapping her and tying her up. The scorching flames burned Levi's vampire touch, but Levi did not let go at all. He had already put away the Poseidon trident and grabbed the vampire touch with his bare hands, pulling the red flame witch, who was desperately resisting, along with her protective force field, over. The veins on his face bulged, and his scales protruded like a black gold horned dragon. The 9 swords Azura behind Levi also held the red flame witch in his arms with 9 long swords. You're not a wizard. What kind of monster are you? The red flame witch looked at the scaled monster that was holding her in its arms. Unknowingly, golden scorpions had crawled all over her force field and were crazily biting it. Rings of terrifying flame flow burned around the red flame witch, and the high temperature swept across. Golden scorpions fell to the ground one after another. Some were directly charred and died, but more and more scorpions rushed forward and bit desperately. Levi was exerting all his strength as if he wanted to hug the woman hiding in the protective force field in front of him. He protected himself with the black gold scales and allowed the weak fire elemental spirit to bombard him with spells. He smiled cruelly. Crack! Above Levi's undying fire claw, the power of the golden revolving slash gathered again. In his arms, the force field of the red flame witch began to distort again, as if it would be torn apart by Levi's claws in the next moment. The red flame witch struggled with all her might. She directly began to chant spells in front of Levi, and the terrifying 5 fireballs technique was brewing. "Come on, blow it up!" Levi stuck out his tongue and smiled. "Lunatic! Pervert! Monster! You're not human!" The red flame witch's 5 fireballs exploded in her arms. As a spellcaster, she was naturally not too affected. Otherwise, the wizards of the burning faction would have blown her up long ago. Terrifying flames soared into the sky. Horman also looked at the terrifying Levi in midair in a daze. Was this Levi? It was a real monster. He, Horman, was a little brother. The fire illuminated the sea, and the night was as bright as day. After the explosion, the red flame witch looked at the charred black gold giant in front of her. The black gold scale on his body had been blown apart, and his flesh was badly mutilated. There were burnt marks everywhere. On the monster's flesh and blood, green spell runes were flashing rapidly. The next moment, as pieces of blood ember fell around Levi, the burnt areas fell off in an instant. New flesh sprouts grew out of the wounds densely, like thousands of earthworms crawling out of the soil. The witch saw with her own eyes that the monster's body instantly recovered to its original state. As for the monster's hideous head that was protected by the thickest scales, it was completely fine. Levi opened his eyes and looked at the witch in his arms. At this moment, the red flame witch's protective force field had been shattered. Her soft and delicate body was tightly hugged by Levi's thick and hard body. Her breathing was rapid, and the veins on her face were bulging. She was about to be suffocated by Levi's passionate hug. She looked at Levi in disbelief, her eyes filled with fear. She had turned from a high and mighty witch into a pitiful and weak woman. She was at her wit's end when facing this monster with 5 fireballs on its face. She gave up struggling and panted heavily. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her robe had also been torn during the battle. Her tight inner shirt revealed her beautiful figure and some rare scenery. What a beautiful body! I don't think I've hugged a woman since I came to the other world. Hearing this, the red flame witch came up with a plan. A honey trap. Back then, she had successfully taken Clore down with a honey trap and some bed skills. She might as well use it again this time. However, before she could speak, Levi sighed and suddenly exerted strength in his arm. The red flame witch's body in his broad chest shattered with cracking sounds. Her bones exploded and her flesh and blood flew everywhere. Finally, the corpse of the second circle witch fell to the ground, and her head rolled to the side. "Humph, you stole my house. You deserve to die." Chapter 452, Spirit Binding Ring, Subduing the Fire Elemental Spirit. 1. On the Black Fire Island. Horman opened his mouth, and his snake jaw almost fell to the ground. Levi's figure fell to the ground. Rumble. Dust flew everywhere. His body began to deflate. At the same time, the familiar hunger overwhelmed him. Levi directly poured the food he had prepared into his mouth. Levi only sat up in satisfaction when he finished a storage bag. He was still in a weak state after using the red lotus blood. The saint scorpions had already swarmed forward and feasted on the witch's soul and flesh. The soul and flesh of a second circle wizard. Levi felt that it would not be long before these little fellows underwent another transformation. If it weren't for the fact that the seal of hell couldn't turn the existence of the second circle into a living dead, Levi would definitely leave this woman's corpse intact. He wouldn't have been so cruel. "Horman, stay here for a few days. You can go back in a few days. I need you." Levi patted Horman's head. He needed Horman to protect him during these few days when he was weak. Horman nodded and used the cold air in his body to freeze a large piece of ice. Then, he coiled it on the ice. It was a frost-type transcendent creature and did not like the heat of Black Fire Island. With Horman's protection, Levi felt much more at ease. Only then did Levi look at the fire elemental spirit that was drifting erratically. At this moment, the fire elemental spirit was the same as the evil spirit whose spirit body had been scattered. It was clearly in a weak state. Its worldview had collapsed. The monster in front of him actually ignored the fire-type spell ability that he was so proud of. "Why aren't you running? Do you want to fight?" Levi said calmly. The level 1 fire elemental spirit already had the intelligence of a human child. It was also a witch's pet, so it should be able to understand what he meant. However, this guy clearly stayed where he was and did not know what to do. He did not dare to run or fight. It wanted to run, but the red flame which had its spirit binding ring, which was a special wizard tool that could forcefully enslave transcendent creatures. Seeing that the fire elemental spirit did not run away, Levi also had some doubts in his heart. He asked Horman to keep an eye on this guy while he went to the place where the red flame witch died and took out a silver bracelet from a pile of flesh. It's actually this. I thought this woman used a school of spiritualism spell like nature's secret language to control this fire elemental spirit. I didn't expect her to use spirit binding ring. If Levi did not have some knowledge of the school of spiritualism in order to learn the spell nature's secret language, he would not have known about this unorthodox wizard tool. This wizard tool only had one use. After defeating the transcendent creature, it could forcefully contract a transcendent creature whose realm did not exceed its own. A spirit binding ring could only contract one transcendent creature, and the price of this thing, even if it was the lowest first circle, was as high as 7 to 8,000 ether stones, 10 times that of a conventional first circle. Wizard tool. The price of this wizard tool was not inferior to a second circle wizard tool at all. Moreover, in the realm of Azure Cloud, there was basically nothing for sale, and one could not buy it even if one wanted to. Because the materials needed for this wizard tool were especially precious, it resulted in a high cost. Generally speaking, only the elders of the wizard families of the school of spiritualism would prepare this for the juniors they valued the most. After all, having a spirit binding ring was equivalent to having a first circle transcendent creature helper out of thin air. I wonder where this woman found these precious things. He didn't know the identity of the red flame witch at all. He only knew that she was Doug's accomplice and Clor's subordinate. She should be a fugitive dark wizard. He didn't know that the red flame witch used to be Clor's mistress. Many of her good things were given to her by Clor. He put away the spirit binding ring, erased the spiritual mark of the red flame witch, and replaced it with his own spiritual mark. Then, he looked at the ignorant and frightened fire elemental spirit and said, "In the future, you can live if you acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The fire elemental spirit nodded frantically. When Levi saw this, he nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and made himself look as kind as possible. "I don't know if you have a name. I'll give you a nice one. You'll be Ace." Ace nodded like a chick pecking at rice. From now on, Levi was his master. Very good. The Blackfire Island's transcendent creature garden has gained another general. Now, our members are the poison fire bone snake Igor from Hell and the dragon king whale Leviathan from the endless sea. We're all from all over the world. It's fate that we're gathered together. From now on, Leviathan will be your big brother. Igor, you're the second brother. Ace, you're the third brother. You have to get along well and don't cause trouble for me," Levi said. Now that Levi had more and more pets under him, it was necessary to rank them according to their seniority. In terms of seniority, although Leviathan was not as powerful as Ace, Leviathan had made a lot of contributions to Levi. Naturally, he was the big brother. Leviathan was quite pleased to hear that he seemed to be the big brother. He seemed to be thinking in his heart, "I've contributed to Levi. I've shed blood for him." The fire bead in Igor's eye sockets spun. He was thinking about how to please Levi again. This bone snake from hell was extremely smart and cunning. Chapter 453, Spirit Binding Ring, Subduing the Fire Elemental Spirit. 2. The arrival of Ace gave it a great sense of crisis. It felt that its important position, second only to Leviathan, had been greatly affected. Although it was the second brother, it was obvious that Ace, the third brother, was far more talented and powerful than it. It was purely because it had come early to be the second brother. Levi did not care about Igor's thoughts. He let Ace go to the underground magma to recover from his injuries. The fire elemental spirit was a complete elemental spirit creature, so it would not be fatally injured. As long as he had the rich power of fire elements, Ace would be able to recover quickly. Moreover, his Blackfire Island was obviously suitable for Ace's growth. There might even be a chance for him to advance to a level 2 fire elemental spirit in the future. In that case, Ace would have the combat power to rival a level 2 wizard. Of course, the advancement of the fire elemental spirit would take a long time. If Levi's realm stopped at the first circle wizard realm, it might have died of old age and not advanced successfully. It's a pity that I don't have the weapon-making blueprint and materials for the spirit-binding ring. Otherwise, I can refine more of these things. I can use them when I subdue transcendent creatures in the future. After settling Ace down, Levi checked the condition of his island and found that everything was normal. Whether it was the medicinal field or the nursery, everything was safe and sound. This made him feel relieved. It seemed that this witch wanted to take over his island, so she did not touch the things on it. Otherwise, Levi would have suffered a great loss. After cleaning up the battlefield, he put away the witch's storage bag and cleaned up the traces of the battle. Under the protection of Horman and Ace, he slept happily for a day and a night. After a big battle with that damned witch, he felt a little weak. He had used almost all of his strength and trump cards to kill a second circle wizard. Although the other party seemed to be in an unstable state now, he was still a genuine second circle. Of course, without Horman, Levi would not do such a dangerous thing. He knew that there was a reliable snake like Horman behind him, so he rushed forward without hesitation. The black gold scale is indeed powerful. It can actually withstand the attack of the 5 fireball technique. Under the superposition of the 5 fireballs, its power is much stronger than the big fireball technique. This is a genuine second ring spell attack. Of course, it was not completely blocked. The explosion of the 5 fireballs was too powerful. A layer of Levi's scales was blown away, and Levi's rock body was forced out. With the rock body, Levi's vital internal organs were not injured at all. Only a layer of the surface of his body was burned. To other wizards, this was a fatal injury. To Levi, this was merely a fatal injury. With the blood ember's powerful regeneration and self-healing ability, these superficial wounds could be healed almost instantly. Hence, the 5 fireball techniques that were thrown at Levi's face did not kill him. This was undoubtedly a fatal psychological blow to the Red Flame Witch. She couldn't imagine what kind of monster could withstand the explosive power of the core area of the 5 fireball technique. Except for those second circle transcendent creatures known for their defense, such as the damn sea dragon crocodile, ordinary transcendent creatures would be seriously injured if they were not killed by the 5 fireball technique. In the end, this second circle wizard, Chlor's lover, died on her way to escape. I can't be arrogant. It's still a little difficult for me to deal with a second circle wizard now. In 2 years, when Golden Snake advances to level 12, I should have the strength to fight ordinary second circle wizards without Horman's help. After Levi rested, he took out the storage bag from the woman and began to count the gains inside. After reading it, his face darkened. Why is he so poor? Only 3,000 ether stones? Is he a second circle wizard? Damn it, she doesn't even have a second circle wizard tool. To think that I spent so much effort. What the hell is this? This woman doesn't even have the consciousness to save money. In the end, Levi tragically discovered that the most valuable things on this woman seemed to be the spirit binding ring and the level 1 fire elemental spirit. Over the years, the Red Flame Witch had almost used up all the items in her storage bag in order to heal her injuries and avoid the enemy. Even her second circle wizard tool was completely damaged in a battle with the enforcers. She detonated it and was able to escape. Therefore, although the current Red Flame Witch was a second circle wizard, she was not as rich as many first circle wizards. She was in dire straits. Her glory as Chlor's mistress was gone, and now she had died under Levi's hands. A beautiful woman's life was just so-so. Forget it, I can't be too greedy. 1 fire elemental spirit is enough. Apart from being used for combat, the fire elemental spirit could also be used as a mobile refining furnace. This was because it was equivalent to a mobile spiritual flame. Therefore, some ancient weapon craftsmen, pharmacists, alchemy wizards, and those from other professions would aim to have a fire elemental spirit that belonged to them. This could save a lot of trouble. Moreover, the fire elemental spirit could also possess the bodies of powerful alchemical creatures as its power source. By providing sufficient fire elemental power, it could save a lot of ether stones. With that thought, Levi felt much better. His gloominess was swept away. When he returned from the Yellow Earth continent, he would refine the first circle alchemical creature, Corpse Digger. Chapter 454, Spirit Binding Ring, Subduing the Fire Elemental Spirit. 3. This would be Levi's ultimate weapon against the second circle wizards before he advanced to the second circle. If he worked with Levi, the two giant killing monsters would be enough to resist the second circle wizards. The corpse digger's strength was naturally exchanged for its high cost of manufacturing and fuel. The energy consumed by this huge creature that weighed dozens of tons fighting with all its might was far from what a lightweight alchemical creature like the swordsman Mantis could compare to. It might consume hundreds of ether stones in a battle. This was undoubtedly burning money. But now, there was Ace. As long as Levi let Ace fill the underground fire under the Black Fire Island with fire elemental power in advance, he could use Ace as a mobile power source. When Ace was fighting, he could integrate into the undead digger's activation furnace and replace the burning of the ether stone to produce energy. The ether stones that could be saved for Levi would definitely be a huge sum of money in the long run. After Levi had rested, he did not waste any more time. He let Horman return to the Grey Tower by himself. The Tower Master was about to enter Hell. The Grey Tower needed Horman to guard it so that some people with ulterior motives would not take advantage of it. On the Blackfire Island, Levi only left the rock troll couple and bone snake Igor to take care of the house. He brought Ace and the other 5 generals of the Living Dead family with him. This trip to Area 7's Yellow Earth continent was different from the past. It was a place that was more powerful than Area 8 and Area 9 combined. It also meant that more powerful enemies might appear. Therefore, he had to bring more living dead with him. After all, protecting his life was the most important thing. If the house was gone, they could still buy it. If the person was gone, it was really gone. After everything was ready, Levi left the house on Leviathan. The main purpose of this trip to the Yellow Earth continent was to subdue as many transcendent creatures as possible that could provide him with secret medicine. This way, after returning, Levi could cultivate the night-breathing technique in peace and strive to cultivate to level 12 as soon as possible. When he passed by the sea dragon crocodile, Levi used perception again from afar. The sea dragon crocodile was indeed still in the same place, which made Levi feel relieved. He did not alarm it and took a detour to leave quickly. Area 9 and Area 7 were separated by an entire Area 8. Levi traveled day and night, relying on advanced vibrosensing, spider sensing, and the black snake's message to avoid those possible dangers. In the end, it took him less than a month to pass through Area 8 and enter Area 9. Yellow Earth continent was at the border between Area 9 in the outer region and Area 6 in the inner sea region. His idea was to go to Lion King City first, find Dinos, and visit the city of the Jostar family. Of course, the most important thing was that Levi wanted Dinos to use his family's power to help him find the whereabouts of the Colin family. He did not forget the Tower Master's mission. In 2 months, the secret realm would open. He had to find the Colin family before he could enter the secret realm. The secret realm was similar to the Shadow Realm. In essence, it was a part of the realm of the unbelievers. It was the sub-dimensional portal plane of this world. However, the reason why secret realms was that they were fixed. Moreover, they had all been modified by wizards and turned into the backyard of powerful wizards. Wizards regularly obtained resources in the secret realm for cultivation. There would also be conflicts because of the secret realms. In history, a large portion of wizard wars were to fight for the ownership of the secret realms. As far as Levi knew, the intermediate wizards and high-level wizard organizations in the inner circle usually had more than one entrance to the secret realm. However, what he did not expect was that the declining Colin family also secretly controlled the entrance to a secret realm. He thought that if this family was not very powerful, he would think of a way to snatch this secret realm. If he could have a secret realm, even if it was a small secret realm, Levi would not have to worry about many resources. It was equivalent to having his own logistics reserve base. The Tower Master was too kind. He did not want to hurt his wife's family, but Levi was different. He did not care who the other party was. The Tower Master had said that Levi could threaten or bribe him. It was equivalent to telling Levi that as long as he achieved his goal, he would do anything. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1034, Month of Flowers. Levi finally saw the Yellow Earth continent. From afar, the border of the continent could be vaguely seen. Leviathan was waiting for him nearby, so Levi went to the mainland alone. As soon as Levi stepped into this place, he felt a heavy aura coming at him. It was the power of the earth element. If he cultivated the meditation arts and spells of the earth faction here, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Because Dinos had given Levi a map of the Yellow Earth continent, Levi quickly headed to Lion King City after asking the local mortals about his location. He had the blood wings and could fly like a bird. His traveling speed was extraordinarily fast. Although the Yellow Earth continent was called a continent, it was only a slightly larger island after all. The distance between it and Area 7 was far inferior to the distance between Area 9 and Area 7 for Levi. When Levi was tired, he found a safe place for Ace and the others to protect him. He took the opportunity to cultivate the earth meditation art. After resting, he continued on his way. Levi's earth meditation art was only one step away from level 5, so he made a breakthrough the next day. Levi. Earth meditation art, level 5, 1/30,000. Now, only the deep sea, night crow, and the furnace meditation art were still at level 4. Levi was not in a hurry. In any case, he only needed to ensure that at least one meditation art could be cultivated quickly. It would not be a problem to increase his wizard realm first and then slowly cultivate other meditation arts. 3 days later, Levi saw the port city on the distant coastline, the Lion King City, which lay dormant like a lion. Who would have thought that such a huge city would start from an insignificant legendary knight in the wizard world? Chapter 455, Heavenly Eagle Breathing Technique. 1. Yellow Earth Continent, Lion King City. This was a large city facing the sea. Lion King City was also a city controlled by wizard organizations, but it was much larger than Hot Wind City. Outside Lion King City, a tall and mighty golden lion statue stood there. From time to time, some tourists would come to watch. Levi's figure slowly approached. He sized up the city. Even with his top-tier vibrosensing, it was not enough to cover this city. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a place with the smell of mortals. Levi could not help but recall the past. The mortal Icewind City, the Snow Capital City, the Holy City, Lantis, and so on all had his footprints. Levi approached the city gate and said to a guard, "Hello, I'm looking for Dinos Jostar." The guard was a first circle wizard. Since he was known as one of the 3 grand wizard families in the Yellow Earth continent, the Jostar family naturally had to maintain their reputation. The one guarding the city was actually a first circle wizard with a high status in other places. However, the Jostar family did have the capital to do so. The guard was not too surprised when he sensed the spiritual power fluctuation of Levi's senior first circle wizard. Including the nomadic wizards who lived in Lion King City, there were nearly 70 to 80 first circle wizards who lived in Lion King City. Therefore, first circle wizards were not that rare here. However, no matter what, as long as they were first circle wizards, they could not be negligent. This would affect the image of Lion King City. "May I know your name?" the guard asked with a smile. "Levi Schneider," Levi said. He did not know if his name was useful. "So it's Sir Levi. You're finally here. Wait a moment, I'll inform young Master Dinos." A voice transmission conch appeared in the guard's hand. Then, he said, "Quick, call young Master. Sir Levi is here. Prepare for the ceremony." Livy was dumbfounded. "Do we still need a welcome? I can go in myself." "That won't do. The young master said that we must welcome you with the etiquette of Lion King City welcoming second circle wizards into the city." The guard chuckled. Levi was speechless. Levi wanted to say that there was no need, but the sound of fireworks had already sounded in Lion King City. The high-altitude fireworks soared into the sky and exploded, scattering into golden light spots that filled the sky. Then, these golden light spots gathered into a golden lion phantom that was 1,000 feet tall. The golden lion was extremely majestic. It stretched out a furry cat claw and gestured for Levi to enter. At the city gate, teams of honor guards riding the great horned horses were dressed in aristocratic clothes similar to mortals. They wore tall top hats and played tacky music. Levi broke out in a cold sweat. He really did not expect the Golden Lion Jostar family to be so rich and creative. That's right, this was not vulgar at all. A handsome golden-haired nobleman rode on a golden horse. After dismounting elegantly, he came to Levi under the escort of guards. It was Dinos Jostar. "Sir Levi! You're finally here." Dinos held Levi's hand tightly. "Young Master Dinos, this is too grand. You don't have to do this." Levi looked at the sea of people welcoming him, and his social phobia began to act up. The Jostar family always pays their debts. I once said that if you come to Lion King City, we will definitely welcome you. How can we go back on our word? Jostar said solemnly. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Please follow me back to the Golden Lion Castle. My father also wants to see you. Helpless, Levi smiled and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble you. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a grand scene. He was completely unaccustomed to it. They arrived at the Golden Lion Castle. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a wizard tower. There were 3 wizard towers standing in the castle, and the one in the center was 1,000 feet tall, as if it reached into the clouds. In terms of the construction style of the wizard tower, there were many decoration styles of mortal noble knights. Obviously, the Jostar family had the intention to preserve these noble temperaments. All of this could not be separated from the influence of the first family head, the legendary knight Rhine. Young master, the old master has already prepared a banquet. It's in the banquet hall. Young master. Servants in gorgeous clothes lined up on both sides. In a trance, Levi thought that he had returned to the mansion of a noble in the secular world. There were many experts in the Golden Lion Castle. Levi could vaguely sense several auras that were at least at the second circle with his perception. From the information he received, the Jostar family had 2 third circle wizards and 5 second circle wizards. As for the first circle wizards, there were more than 30 of them. Of course, many organizations liked to hide their trump cards. Therefore, Levi did not know how many experts there were. In short, they crushed the Grey Tower, which was also an organization of third circle wizards. After all, there was a third circle wizard who was also a third ring organization, and 5 third ring organizations were also third ring organizations. The difference was obvious. After coming to the Yellow Earth continent, Levi had to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. However, he could not be too afraid of trouble. After all, with his current strength, he was almost at the level of a second circle cultivator. In the Yellow Earth continent, he was definitely an expert. In the banquet hall that was like a small square, opposite the huge long table, a golden-robed aristocrat with golden hair and a resolute face sat upright. However, one could tell that he was handsome when he was young. He stared at Levi, who was sitting 0D beside him. Tostar and his siblings sat beside the old aristocrat. Chapter 456, Heavenly Eagle Breathing Technique. 2. I've long heard from my son that you're a legendary knight. Now that I've seen you, your aura is indeed extraordinary, just like the portrait of your ancestor as a legendary knight, Golden Lion Leon Jostar said with a smile. Senior, you must be joking. Even if a junior like me enters the legendary realm, how can I be compared to the Lionheart Knight? Levi hurriedly said humbly. Ha 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 ha, indeed, my ancestor is also a top-notch existence among legendary knights, but you don't have to be so humble. You're not old, and you're still a first circle wizard. Your future achievements will definitely not be low. Leon laughed. In the eyes of the Jostar family, no matter how many great wizards there were in the younger generation, they could not compare to the contribution of the Lionheart Knight to the family. These people were proud from the bottom of their hearts that they were the descendants of the Lionheart Knight. This was a form of family cohesion. The Lionheart Knight was their heroic ancestor who was comparable to a god. It was also a form of faith. During the dinner, Leon and Levi talked about many things, but they basically talked about knights. Levi could tell that although Leon was already a powerful third circle wizard, he was still thinking about becoming a legendary knight. Therefore, he was also trying to ask Levi for the secret to becoming a legendary knight. Levi naturally had nothing to hide. He told Leon and the others what he knew, which benefited them greatly. In fact, Levi also hoped that Leon and his son could become legendary knights so that they could join his Twilight Knights. With a powerful family head of a third circle wizard family, the Twilight Knights would have a good backing and starting point in the wizard world, and their future development would be much smoother. In the end, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Leon said directly, Sir Levi, I wonder if you're willing to join our Jostar family as an external guardian. You can enjoy a salary of 300 ether stones every year. This is just an empty position. You don't have to do anything. Levi said in embarrassment, Senior, I really can't afford this. Moreover, I'm a member of the Grey Tower, so I'm not suited to accept other positions outside. There was no free lunch in the sky. The Jostar family was powerful and Levi was willing to build a good relationship with them. However, it was different if he was a guardian. After receiving the money, even if the Jostar family did not let Levi do anything on the surface, how could Levi be at ease? This was the logic of eating someone else's food. Moreover, 300 ether stones a year was a lot for other first circle wizards. Most first circle wizards could not earn so many years of salary. However, Levi was different. He had his own business and could hunt dark wizards from time to time to earn some extra money. Therefore, he would not completely tie himself to the Jostar family for this ether stone. Leon, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this. He smiled helplessly and said, "Then I wonder if you want to take in a disciple? I want Dinos to be your disciple. Dinos is a very talented knight. He's already a top grand knight and is not far from becoming a legendary knight. If he follows you, he might be able to break through to a legendary knight as soon as possible." "Father, I don't need to trouble Sir Levi. It's not like I can't become a legendary knight myself," Dinos said hurriedly. He naturally had his own pride. "Don't force yourself. Without the guidance of a master, you can only explore blindly. When will you become a legendary knight?" "Give me a number," Leon said coldly, his tone unquestionable. Dinos was speechless. "Yes, Dinos. When did you become a legendary knight?" He could only look at Levi for help. Levi coughed and said, "If Dinos is willing, I can give him some pointers. There's no need to be a teacher. I'm just crossing the river by feeling my way. I'm afraid that I'll lead Dinos astray." Leon thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Our family can pay for the guidance. It just so happens that Dinos needs to go to Area 9 often. When he goes, he can go to you. I'll have to trouble you to guide him." "You're too kind, Senior," Levi said. If it was just a simple collaboration, Levi would naturally be willing. This way, he could earn some extra money and build a good relationship with the Jostar family. It would also be much more convenient for him to cultivate in the future. After all, he might be able to buy many resources from the Jostar family. He could directly sell them to the manufacturer without any middlemen to earn the difference. After finalizing the terms of the collaboration, the banquet ended. After leaving, Levi stopped Dinos. "Dinos, I have something here. I accidentally found it in the human world. I was in a hurry the last time we met, so I didn't take it. This time, I came to the Yellow Earth continent and brought it with me." Levi took out a hammer. "This is our ancestors' weapon." Jostar was shocked and said, "That's right. I obtained this from a duke of a kingdom in the human world. It helped me overcome many difficulties. It's time to return it to its rightful owner." "Thank you, Sir Levi. I'll accept it. I'll explain it to my father later and get someone to send you a thank you gift. This thing is indeed important to our family. It was through the maker of this hammer that our ancestors accidentally opened the door to the wizard world and the Jostar family of the wizard world," Dinos said excitedly. Chapter 457, Heavenly Eagle Breathing Technique. 3. "There's no need to thank me. I do have some things that I need to trouble your family with," Levi said. "Please go ahead." Levi thought for a moment and said, "I might need to trouble you with a lot of things. If you need me to pay extra, you can tell me. I don't like to trouble others. Don't worry. As long as it's within the power of the Jostar family, how can we ask for your money? My life is still worth some money, ha ha ha," Dinos said jokingly. "I need the Jostar family to help me find clues about the Colin family. This family was a second circle wizard family 200 years ago. Now, it has declined. Now that 200 years have passed, I don't know where it is in the lowest continent." "Colin family, right? I understand. Is there anything else?" Jostar asked. "In addition, I need to collect some potion materials to refine potions. I might need these transcendent creatures. I want to trouble you to help me take a look. Are these transcendent creatures distributed on the Yellow Earth continent?" Levi took out a list that he had prepared for Dinos. Dinos knew that Levi was a first circle pharmacist, so he did not think too much about it. "All right, leave these to me. Give me a week. I'll give you an answer. During this period of time, you can stroll around Lion King City. Many of the businesses in Lion King City belong to our family. If you need to buy materials, tell them my name and get them to give you a discount. It's getting late. Rest early, Dinos said. Levi nodded. After bidding farewell to Dinos, he left the Golden Lion Castle. Although the Jostar family warmly invited him to stay in the castle, Levi was not used to living under the eaves, so he found a small hotel in the city and stayed there temporarily. Levi spent the rest of his time strolling aimlessly in Lion King City. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there seemed to be many knights from non-Golden Lion clans living in this city. This made him overjoyed. He might be able to obtain many night breathing techniques here. As for the Golden Lion family's ancestral breathing technique, Levi did not dare to think about it for the time being. He could only think about it slowly in the future and let nature take its course. The market in Lion King City was huge. Levi spent 5,000 ether stones after staying here for 3 days. A large part of it was to buy a large amount of rare mithril and luminant gold, which he bought through Dino's name. He wanted to take this opportunity to prepare for the refinement of the corpse digger. He had to prepare all the materials first and could start the refinement when he returned to the Black Fire Island. At the same time, Levi would cultivate the earth meditation art whenever he was free. He would not waste anything. Just like that, 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Levi entrusted some intermediaries to help him collect some breathing techniques. Apart from strength or speed, Levi had unexpectedly obtained another perception-type breathing technique. Moreover, it was an excellent quality that Levi had never seen before and could be cultivated to the maximum level 7. Heavenly Eagle Breathing Technique. It was a third-rate excellent perception breathing technique. Unlike the night owl and man-faced spider breathing techniques hearing and vibration perception, the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique's perception was an extraordinary vision. Legend had it that the Heavenly Eagle was a powerful god bird. Its gaze was sharp, reaching the 9 heavens and reaching the netherworld. It was a true clairvoyant. Now, Levi had already obtained the night owl breathing technique and the Heavenly Eagle's eyesight. It was simply perfect. This allowed Levi's perception dimension to continuously deepen. From sight, hearing, vibration, perception, and many other aspects, it enhanced Levi's perception dimension. The Heavenly Eagle breathing technique did not need those transcendent creature-level secret medicines. The main ingredient was the eagle's eye. If it's just an ordinary bird, it's easy to find it. However, it'll be troublesome if I need a transcendent eagle after I break through to legendary. However, the perception breathing technique is still far from breaking through to legendary. I'm not in a hurry. With Levi's current realm, it was easy for him to cultivate such a second-rate breathing technique. After quickly preparing the secret medicine, Levi immediately mastered the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique after practicing it once. 3 days later, the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique reached level 2. At this rate, Levi estimated that before he left the Yellow Earth continent, the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique would be at the maximum level 7. At that time, he would directly fuse the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique and the Human-Faced Owl breathing technique to see what breathing technique could be born. Levi's Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique had also reached level 5. During TN1's per 10 DOT cultivation, it was estimated FNAT TNE legendary endurance would be born within 2 years. As for the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, it could be integrated with other endurance-type breathing techniques, allowing the Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique to break through to legendary and advance to level 12. In addition to the breathing technique, Levi had also bought most of the materials he planned to refine into corpse diggers in Lion King City. Just the cost of these materials alone cost Levi 7,000 ether stones. It could be said to be extremely expensive. It had to be said that the School of Alchemy was a school that burned money. However, considering that the corpse digger was powerful enough to take on a second circle wizard, Levi felt that it was worth it. That night, Levi came to the Jostar family. Dinos looked a little embarrassed when he saw Levi. "Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't find all the lists you gave me, but I found clues about the Colin family." Some of the things Levi had asked him to find, such as the creature with the undying bird bloodline, he had asked his family, but there were no useful clues. "It's all right, as many as you have. These things are rare to begin with. I've long been mentally prepared. You can give me the current clues first." Levi heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that there were no clues at all. Chapter 458, Flame Prince. Top-notch vision. 1. The Jostar family. Dinos and Levi sat opposite each other in the room. The Colin family was once a second circle family. After our investigation, they're now living in seclusion in the Rogue Rift region in the west of the Yellow Earth continent. That place is very close to the Al-Hid family. Because our Jostar family doesn't have a good relationship with the Al-Hid family, we can't investigate in detail. Thank you. It's good that you know where it is. The Rogue Rift, right? Levi said. That's right. Strong winds of unknown origin are blowing in the Rogue Rift all year round. If you go there, it's best to prepare a wizard tool to avoid the wind. Although the wind can't compare to the great hurricane in the endless sea, it doesn't feel good to be blown on your body. However, with your legendary Imite body, it shouldn't be a problem. In the Rogue Rift Valley, the wind element is very strong. The Colin family is dominated by the Storm faction. This should be the reason why they settled down here, Dinos said. Thank you for your reminder. Levi thanked him sincerely. Do you need me to send someone with you? Dinos asked. Levi thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. I'm just meeting an old friend. I won't trouble you. Alright, be careful. If you need anything, just let me know, Dinos said. After leaving Dinos' place, Levi returned to the hotel. He took the clues that the Jostar family had found and examined them carefully. Other than the clues of the Colin family, Levi was most concerned about the clues of those transcendent creatures. Red Sand Ape, Earth Machinery Heart, First Circle Transcendent Creature, Spell-like Ability Mastered, Earth Lightning Spell, Sandstorm Spell. Red Sand Apes usually gather in the form of a tribe. After adulthood, they have the strength or a first circle, angle there, intelligence is not IOW. Elnerary, you don't form a team, try not to provoke the Red Sand Ape. In addition, there is a chance that this transcendent creature will give birth to a mutated individual. After adulthood, it has the strength close to a second circle. Red Sand Apes often appear in the Quicksand Sea. The Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard has an affinity with fire elements and lives alone. It has the strength of a first circle when it grows up. Moreover, because it's a mixed blood dragon clan, it's generally stronger. It has spell-like abilities, the Crimson Fire Breath, the Fire Arrow spell. The Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard is elusive and difficult to find. The few eyewitness records show that it's in the Black Flame Mountain range. That's the Al-Hid family's territory. If you search for it, you have to be careful. Three-Horned Dragon King, a second circle creature. It once appeared in the ancient forest. It's a mixed blood dragon clan and is powerful. Only second circle wizards can defeat it. Moreover, there's suspected to be a third circle transcendent creature in the ancient forest. It's a forbidden area of the Yellow Earth continent. Other than the Red Sand Ape, the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard, and the Three-Horned Dragon King, the other transcendent creatures could not be found even with the ability of the Jostar family. However, Levi was already very satisfied. The Red Sand Apes could cultivate the Saint Ape breathing technique, while the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizards could cultivate the Red Lotus breathing technique. The Three-Horned Dragon King was naturally used by the Golden Snake breathing technique to stimulate the growth and evolution of the horn on Levi's forehead. Levi did not think about it for the time being. This thing was too powerful. Even if he could defeat it, he could not subdue it and capture it alive. If he killed it directly, it would not be in line with his concept of sustainable development. It was not easy to find a second one on this Yellow Earth continent. Then let's deal with the Red Sand Ape and the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard first. I will contract the Red Sand Ape with a spiritual connection spell, while IL can only subdue the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard first and find a way to capture it alive. I'll imprison it first and slowly tame it with the dragon affinity and nature's heart, just like how I tamed Leviathan back then. It's just that this method will take a little more time. The contract slots of Levi's spiritual connection spell were limited, so he needed to have a good plan. He should try not to waste his contract slots on mixed blood dragon clan creatures. There was no time to lose. The Quicksand Sea and the Black Flame Mountain Range were in the west of the Yellow Earth continent, which was still far from Lion King City. After saying goodbye to Dinos, Levi left Lion King City. In the Golden Lion Castle, Leon said to Dinos, "Dinos, seize this opportunity. This person is definitely not simple. Although I don't want to admit it, from the knight's aura and the knight's characteristics you described, This person has already exceeded your great-grandfather's description of his ancestors. He is not an ordinary legendary knight. Ever since the death of our ancestor, the Golden Lion family had not produced a legendary knight for hundreds of years. This is not a good sign. The Golden Lion bloodline in our bodies is constantly thinning. If this continues, one day, the Golden Lion bloodline in our bodies will slowly dissipate. Although I'm a third circle wizard, I'm already old. Even if a third circle wizard has nearly 500 years of lifespan, the peak of my knight's vitality has long passed. It's almost impossible for me to step into legendary. Besides, I have to worry about the development of my family. But you're different, my child. Our ancestors have used generations of hard work to pave the way for you. You have the talent of a double affinity. In the future, you will definitely shine on the path of a wizard. It's a certainty that you will advance to the intermediate level. Moreover, your talent as a knight is also extraordinary. As long as you have the guidance of a legendary knight like Levi, you might become the second legendary knight in our family, allowing the Golden Lion bloodline of our family to continue for hundreds of years. In the future, you must remain humble and cultivate as fast as possible. Become a legendary knight and a second circle wizard as soon as possible, and then marry more wives and concubines to help the family continue the Golden Lion bloodline. Chapter 459, Flame Prince. Top-notch vision. 2. Leon said affectionately. The Golden Lion Jostar family had a deep obsession with legendary knights. Don't worry, father. With Sir Levi's guidance, I will definitely reach legendary within 10 years. Dinos was confident. He had seen how powerful Levi was. 5 days later, Levi had already arrived at his first stop, which was the Rogue Rift. He had to find the Colin family first. After all, the Tower Master's mission had a time limit and could not be delayed. The Rogue Rift was about 2,000 miles from east to west. Strong winds blew here all year round, sending sand and rocks flying like a sandstorm. Therefore, visibility was very low in this valley. Fortunately, Levi relied on his snake tongue and top perception to investigate. Although the wind affected him, it did not affect him much. The high-speed wind hit the sand on Levi's body, making crackling sounds. If it was an ordinary wizard, without a wind avoidance wizard tool or a protective force field, such a strong wind was enough to injure their bodies. Levi searched the other end of the rift with his perception. In this violent wind, his flight was greatly affected, so he simply landed on the ground. Fortunately, he was not slow. From time to time, unknown creatures would appear on Levi's biological radar. He would avoid them whenever he could. If he really could not avoid them, Levi could only kill them. Half a day later, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Levi was probably at the level of a level 3 great hurricane. Although he could withstand it, it was too much of a waste of stamina because it was against the wind. He simply hid in a cave in the mountains to rest. There was a pattern to the wind. Every once in a while it would weaken and then intensify. It went on and on. This place is really not for humans to stay in. That Colin family is really ruthless to settle down here. Levi could not help but complain. However, to be honest, the wind elemental power here was indeed much denser, almost at level 2. It was a pity that Levi did not cultivate the Storm faction's meditation art at the moment. He had too many meditation arts now. It would not be too late to cultivate them when he obtained the wind element affinity talent in the future. When the gale subsided a little, Levi was about to go out when he sensed 2 auras fighting not far away. One of them was from a wizard, and the other was from a transcendent creature. It's probably someone from the Colin family. I'll go take a look. Levi walked out of the cave. Not long after, a figure was swept up by the strong wind and blown towards Levi. He waved his hand and grabbed this person. It was an apprentice wizard. This person was already unconscious. Levi looked ahead and saw a transcendent snake-like creature swimming in the wind. Wind snake, the strength of a high-level apprentice wizard. Levi had previously investigated the information of the transcendent creatures in the Rogue Rift. This ungrateful fellow charged straight at Levi, but Levi did not move at all. The wind snake slammed into Levi's body, causing the black gold scale to buzz. The wind snake was in so much pain that it saw stars. Levi grabbed the snake's tail with his other hand. Smack! 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 3 times. Levi smashed the wind snake into a pile of mud. Levi took some useful materials and burned the corpse. Then, he came to the cave. The mid-level apprentice wizard woke up after a while and looked at the strange man who was looking at him. "Wasn't I being chased by the wind snake?" He clearly didn't understand the situation. "I saved you," Levi said with a smile. When the apprentice wizard heard that and sensed Levi's powerful mental fluctuation, he knew that he was an official wizard who was as powerful as the current family head of the Colin family. He quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Wizard. My name is Mackin, an apprentice wizard of the Colin family. I don't have anything valuable on me. I don't know how to thank you." At this, Mackin blushed, embarrassed. "Are you from the Colin family? What a coincidence. I'm going to the Colin family. There's no need to thank me. You're just an apprentice. You don't have anything that I'm interested in," Levi said with a smile. Through this conversation, he slowly made this apprentice wizard, who seemed to be ignorant of the world, lower his guard. Then, he also learned some information about the Colin family from the other party. As for the secret realm, Levi did not mention it. This must be something that only the upper echelons of the Colin family knew. A rookie like him would definitely not know. If he mentioned it, he might alert the enemy. The family head is a senior first circle wizard, and there are also 2 first circle official wizards. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Or rather, with a resource point like a secret realm, even if the Colin family has declined, it's still slightly stronger than I imagined. However, it's still within my control. Levi muttered to himself. The young wizard who was saved by Levi seemed to be ostracized by his family. Therefore, he had to try to hunt some transcendent creatures in the Rogue Rift and go to the nearby wizard market to exchange for some cultivation resources. Because his late great-grandmother, Stella Colin, was the sister of a controversial figure in the family. Stella was the Tower Master's deceased wife. The Colin family used to be a large family. As a second circle wizard organization, they naturally had their own pride. However, Stella ignored the objections of her family and ran away with Herman, who was traveling to the Yellow Earth continent. Chapter 460, Flame Prince. Top-notch vision. 3. At that time, the family had already promised to betroth Stella to a genius wizard of the Flame King's Al-Hid family. That genius wizard was the current head of the Al-Hid family, the third circle wizard Lehman, nicknamed the Flame Prince. At that time, the Colin family was a reputable force in the Yellow Earth continent. Although they could not compare to the 3 giants, Wham, Al-Hid, and Jostar, there were several second circle wizards in the family who were also very glorious. Stella's actions caused the Colin family to lose all face. At that time, the Tower Master was just an apprentice of the second circle wizard organization's Grey Tower. He did not have money, strength, or status. Even his wizard talent was very ordinary. Later on, the Colin family repeatedly requested Stella to return to the family but was rejected. They personally sent people to the Grey Tower, but they were chased back by the first Tower Master, Salmon. The Colin family could not just let Stella start a second circle wizard war. Helpless, the Colin family expelled Stella from the family and listed her as a taboo. No one was allowed to mention her in the family. Later on, she gradually declined because of the suppression of the Al-Hid family. After all, although the Colin family had a small secret realm entrance, this secret realm only opened once every 200 years. It was not something they could open just because they wanted to. The resources they had collected during the last time they opened it had almost been exhausted in the past 200 years. After understanding the situation of the Colin family, Levi easily arrived at the location of the Colin family under the lead of Mackin. This place was located in an extremely hidden valley. The wind inside was relatively weaker, and there seemed to be an array shelter and concealment outside. If it wasn't for this kid leading the way, Levi would have had a hard time finding it. Mackin came to the array at the entrance of the valley. There were several apprentice wizards guarding it. "Please let me in. This is my savior, Sir Levi," Mackin said. When the guard saw Levi and felt the pressure of a first circle wizard, his face turned cold. He glared at Mackin as if he was blaming him for bringing a stranger back to his family. "Take out your membership card. I need to verify your identity," the guard said to Levi. He was probably afraid that Levi was a dark wizard and would lead the wolf into the house without any objections. After Levi showed his membership card, the guard's expression immediately changed. Even Mackin could not help but be stunned. Someone from the Grey Tower. Levi smiled and said, yes, what's wrong? He had actually expected that if the other party checked his identity, he might mind his identity as Grey Tower, but he still had a glimmer of hope. Sir, please leave. The Collin family does not welcome people from the Grey Tower, the guard said. Sir Levi is my savior. He's only here as a guest. Why won't you let him in? Levi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. If it could be resolved peacefully, it was better to use emotion and reason. It was not Levi's style to touch people. He was a law-abiding citizen, not some lawless dark wizard. I'm just looking for the head of the Collins family to discuss some cooperation. There's no need to be in such a hurry to reject me, right? Levi said. The aura of a senior first circle wizard spread out, and a powerful spiritual wave swept past the guard. Go back. Although our Collin family has declined, it's not something a first circle wizard like you can shake. The guard was fearless and sneered. So there's no room for negotiation. Levi's voice turned cold and his face darkened like a venomous snake ready to strike. The guard was so frightened by Levi's aura that he didn't dare to make a sound. Then, he remembered that he had the backing of the Collin family and said with a trembling voice, wait. I'll call the family head and let him decide. He was really afraid that the person in front of him would kill him in a fit of anger. He was just a gatekeeper, so it was better not to risk his life like this. Not long after, a blue-robed wizard arrived at the door on a first circle wizard tool that was similar to a kite. He was the current head of the Collin family. After seeing Levi, he narrowed his eyes and said, I'm Dwayne Collin. May I know why you've come to the Collin family? Levi smiled and said, I want to talk about cooperation with you guys. Dwayne thought for a moment and calmly said, then please come in and talk. Would he be afraid of a first circle wizard in his family's base camp? Moreover, the Collin family was a legal wizard organization and was protected by the Pan Plane Wizard Council. In the guest hall of the Collin family, Levi also saw the other two first circle wizards of the Collin family, a man and a woman. They looked at Levi with an unfriendly expression. Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want to talk about? Dwayne asked. I heard that the Collin family has the entrance to a small secret realm. It will open in less than 2 months. I want you to name a price for me to go into, Levi said. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dwayne and the others changed slightly, but they concealed it very well. However, Levi still noticed it. It seemed that the secret realm was real. Sir, please go back. We don't have a secret realm here, Dwayne said. Sir Dwayne, what do you think the 3 aristocratic families on the Yellow Earth continent will do if they find out that a small family like Collin has a secret realm entrance? Levi asked calmly. Chapter 461, Flame Prince. Top-notch vision. 4. None of the 3 aristocratic families were kind people. Levi did not believe that they did not have blood on their hands, even for a family like the Golden Lion Jostar family which was able to start from scratch and develop so quickly. It was just that he had done them a favor, so they treated him well. Although the Pan Plane Wizard Council's law had a certain deterrent effect, with the methods of the 3 aristocratic families as the local tyrants of the Yellow Earth continent, it was definitely not difficult to exploit the legal loopholes and snatch the secret realm openly and secretly. This was especially true for the Al-Hid family. They had long coveted the Collin family. The reason why the Collin family had declined so quickly was because of the Al-Hid family's secret obstruction. As long as Levi leaked this news, even if the Collin family did not have a secret realm, the other factions would definitely not believe it. Hearing this, Dwayne panicked. 8,000 ether stones for a ticket and a confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, I won't let you succeed even if I have to sacrifice the secret realm to the Wham family, Dwayne said firmly. At this moment, the first circle female wizard suddenly said, Sir, you can't. The secret realm is an heirloom of our Collin family. How can we let outsiders enter? Dwayne looked at her and said coldly, then what do you think we should do, Linda? The witch didn't know how to respond. She could only stare at Levi fiercely. Levi sneered in his heart. It seemed that the Collin family was not united internally. No problem. Let's sign the contract. Clan leader Dwayne is someone who knows the big picture. Levi smiled and praised. Money was not a problem. Anyway, he would get the Tower Master to reimburse him when he returned. As long as he could resolve this peacefully and enter the secret realm, that would be enough. Although he had the strength to deal with the Colin family, the Pan Plane Wizard Council was not easy to deal with. When Dwayne saw Levi's fearlessness, he knew that Levi must have come on behalf of Herman from the Great Tower. Otherwise, Levi, a mere first circle wizard, would not be so rich. It had to be known that 8,000 ether stones was not a small sum for the Colin family. That was why he gave such a figure. That way, even if Levi had obtained many benefits from the secret realm, it would definitely not exceed 8,000 ether stones. The Colin family would definitely make a profit. The Colin family did control the entrance to the secret realm. However, with their family's strength, they could not really explore the secret realm. Every time, they would collect some resources at the safety of the periphery and return. Basically, they would not step into the core area of the inner area that was rich in resources. The secret realm would only open for 7 days. How many valuable things could Levi, a first circle wizard, find in 7 days? In ancient times, even a small secret realm needed an intermediate wizard organization to have the ability to truly explore it. In the secret realm, there were some unique transcendent creatures. All of them were ancient mutants and were powerful. Even when the Colin family was at its peak, they did not completely eliminate these dangerous factors. Therefore, with this thought in mind, Dwayne suddenly felt that it was not a loss, so he drafted a contract with Levi. "Remember to come on time when the time comes." "I won't wait until it expires," Dwayne said as he put away the ether stone in satisfaction. After signing the contract slate, Levi was not worried that Dwayne would go back on his word. He left the Colin family and found a secluded place in the Rogue Rift to set up a set of defensive arrays. He had to seize the time to cultivate. Like the Shadow Realm, there might be danger in the secret realm. It had not been opened for 200 years. Who knew what would be born inside? Therefore, the more powerful it was, the more it would be. Levi also had a plan for his cultivation. He planned to focus on cultivating the new Heavenly Eagle breathing technique. This was because 2 months was not enough for other breathing techniques or meditation arts to break through. However, if he specialized in the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique, he might be able to cultivate it to the limit before entering the secret realm. A few days later. Western Yellow Earth Continent. Skyfire City. This was a city established by the Al-Hid family. Together with Lion King City and Wind City, it was known as one of the 3 major cities in the Yellow Earth Continent. Inside the wizard tower of the Al-Hid family's clan leader. Clan leader Lehman narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. A first circle wizard in a special black robe was prostrating in front of him. Lehman was also calculating in his heart. The woman in front of him rushed to the Al-Hid family overnight and told Lehman something important. The Colin family had a secret realm. Your family really hid it well, but you're still tactful. Since you're sincere in joining our Al-Hid family, I naturally won't treat you badly. Here are 10 spirit accumulation potions. Take them. As long as you help me take down the secret realm and the Colin family, you don't have to worry about such supplementary meditation potions in the future. It's only a matter of time before you advance to a senior first circle. Lehman narrowed his eyes and smiled. Thank you, Lord Lehman. The Colin family is already at the end of its rope, and Dwayne is extremely weak. He was threatened by an outsider. That Levi from the Grey Tower must have been sent by Herman. He must have ulterior motives, Linda said. When Lehman heard this, he seemed to recall 200 years ago when Stella refused to marry into his family and eloped with that wild kid, Herman. He heard that Herman had also advanced to the 3rd circle some time ago, which made Lehman unhappy for a long time. However, the 2 parties were too far apart, so it was not appropriate for him to do anything. However, since Herman's disciple came knocking on his door, he could not blame Lehman for being ruthless. In this Yellow Earth continent, he, the Flame Prince, could do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, he asked Linda to leave and return to the Colin family to continue playing her role. He stood on the wizard steeple and looked in the direction of Lion King City in the east of the continent. There was a confidence in his face that seemed to control everything. He could not help but mutter to himself. With my Al-Hid family's strength, we can definitely gain a lot from exploring the secret realm. With the support of the secret realm resources, what can a golden lion like you use to fight me? Nearly 2 months later. Somewhere in the Rogue Rift. Levi finished cultivating the heavenly eagle breathing technique for the last time and opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. He walked out of the cave abode and looked at the sandstorm. In the past, he had to use his perception to investigate the distance. Now, in his eyes, he was suddenly enlightened. In the yellow sand that filled the sky, he could clearly see a wind snake 20 miles away. His world was clearer than before. This was a sublimation of absolute vision because Levi had already cultivated the heavenly eagle breathing technique to the limit today, giving birth to top-notch vision. He spread his wings and flew high into the sky. Only at such a high place could the eagle eye be more useful. Levi's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, able to see through everything. Levi could see everything within a radius of dozens of miles, including the ants on the ground. He could see clearly how many bodies and legs there were. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Heavenly Eagle Breathing Technique, Level 7, Maximum, Special Effect. Top-Notch Vision. Chapter 462, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 1. Top-notch vision, you have the sharp eyes of a heavenly eagle. Nothing in the world can escape your gaze. Even a small obstacle can't block your vision. This was the special effect created by the heavenly eagle breathing technique. Other than that, there was no other special effect. Levi was quite surprised. After all, according to his previous experience, the perception-type breathing technique was the easiest to give birth to a second special effect. I'm still short of a shallow breathing technique to allow the heavenly eagle and human-faced owl breathing techniques to fuse and break through the limit. I wonder what kind of changes will happen. Levi descended from the sky and made some adjustments. It was almost time for the secret realm to open. His figure quickly rushed towards the Colin family. At the entrance of the Colin family, there were already 10 wizards standing there. 2 of them were official wizards, and the rest were apprentice wizards of the Colin family. Apart from Dwayne guarding the family, the male and female wizards had to enter the secret realm to collect resources. Your Excellency Levi, you came at the right time. You must have been waiting for a long time, the male wizard said in a strange tone. Yuko, stop it, Linda said quickly, afraid of what would happen. Don't worry. Since both parties have signed the contract, I still have the spirit of the contract. I hope that Sir Levi can recover his 8,000 ether stones. Don't blame our Colin family when you don't find anything good, Wizard Yuko said with a cold smile. It was obvious that even if Levi entered the secret realm, it would be difficult for him to gain anything. On the other hand, Yuko and the others were different. They had the map of the previous few clans exploring the small secret realms. The map marked a fixed resource point, so it was impossible for them to return empty-handed. Levi smiled and did not say anything. There was no point in arguing with them now. As long as he could find the 7 days soul-returning grass, not to mention 8,000 ether stones, even 80,000 or 800,000 ether stones would be worth it. This was a truly priceless treasure that could not be measured by the value of ordinary 7-circle herbs. Of course, if he could get some other benefits in the secret realm, it would be extremely good. After the family members were all gathered, Yuko and Linda led the team and advanced along the rogue rift. He followed behind silently, paying attention to his surroundings at all times. He was also worried that the Colin family would do something else. They successfully reached the source of the rogue rift. Here, there were many wind tunnels. Boundless gales blew out from these densely packed wind caves. These gales were like the breathing of humans. They were rhythmic, sometimes big, sometimes small. Yuko arrived in front of one of the wind caves. A crystal ball suddenly appeared in his hand. In the crystal ball, there was a spinning white mini-tornado that emitted dense wind elemental power. It seemed that this was the key to entering this secret realm. Not long after, the gale in the wind cave suddenly stopped. A spatial rift similar to Levi's last exploration appeared there. Yuko looked excited. It had been 200 years. He could finally step into it again. As long as he could obtain more resources, the Colin family might be able to rise and regain its glory in the next 200 years. Linda looked at everything expressionlessly and said, "Go in, Sir Levi. If you're worried, you can follow us in. Everyone has signed the contract." "I believe in the character of the Colin family," Levi said with a smile. His heart did not waver at all. On his arm, the spider sensing was acting up. He had a feeling that this Linda, who seemed to have a good attitude, seemed to be hostile to him. On the other hand, although Yuko was eccentric, he did not have any strong hostility. This was intriguing. Levi thought about it and was always on guard. Just like that, Yuk quickly entered with the apprentice wizards, and Linda also stepped inside and disappeared. In the end, only Levi was left outside. Under his robe, layers of black gold scales appeared and protected him. His rock body shone with a green luster. He was still worried, so he cast water shield and golden protection on himself. After stacking 4 layers of armor, Levi stepped into the spatial rift. As soon as he stepped into the crack, he entered a chaotic moment where he had no perception and no direction. Then, Levi stepped onto the ground and looked at the Collin family's team in front of him. Yuko and Linda looked at him but did not attack. They had previously signed a contract that prohibited both parties from fighting. This was also because they were worried that Levi would snatch their resources or secret realm keys. Levi could also protect himself through the contract. "Sir Levi, are you going to join us next?" Yuko sneered. "Forget it then." Levi looked at the entrance and quickly left. "Without a map, you'll be like a headless fly. Perhaps you'll be eaten by the transcendent creatures in the secret realm in a few days," Yuko mocked. "Hurry up, don't waste time. We only have 7 days to collect resources," Linda said. Before long, 3 figures descended from the sky at the entrance of the secret realm. A second circle wizard in a black robe looked at the entrance of the secret realm and said hoarsely, "This secret realm's entrance is really hidden. If not for that woman's location, we really wouldn't have been able to find this place. Remember, the first thing is to seize the secret realm key. The second thing is to eliminate everyone else in the secret realm and collect more resources. Also, don't expose our relationship with the Al-Hid family in case the Pan Plane Wizard Council investigates the family." Chapter 463, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 2. "Alright, Boss Black Flame. We're Black Sun Flame's Dark Wizards. We understand." The 2 subordinates nodded. The black-robed second circle wizard nodded and led his subordinates into the secret realm. He was the leader of an underground dark wizard organization on the Yellow Earth continent, the Black Sun Flame. He had been a second circle wizard for 50 years and was very powerful. Although he was not a second circle senior, he was not to be underestimated. However, this was only his identity on the surface. In reality, Lelin was the younger brother of the Al-Hid family's Lehman. However, he had become a dark wizard a long time ago because of some misdeeds and was expelled from the Al-Hid family. Everyone thought that he was forced to become a dark wizard, but in fact, he was voluntary. On the surface, Lelin was a lawless dark wizard who did some illegal things and got away with it. His infamy made many wizards on the Yellow Earth continent angry but not dare to say anything. Behind his back, he was actually still loyal to the Al-Hid family and had become Lehman's right-hand man. Some of the evil deeds and dirty work that the Al-Hid family was inconvenient to do were left to the Black Sun Flame organization. Lelin was also the villain. Of course, due to the secret shelter of the Al-Hid family, Lelin was doing well as a dark wizard in this area. Every time he finished a job and the enforcers arrived, Lelin had already fled without a trace. In fact, this was the usual method used by some large families. A pair of white gloves was in the light, and a pair of black gloves was in the dark. For this mission, Lelin was the first person Lehman thought of. Lelin was a second circle wizard and a dark wizard. Be it his fighting style or combat experience, he was extremely experienced. With Lelin making a move, be it the Collin family or that brat from the Grey Tower, they would be able to capture them easily. There was no way they would fail. Of course, Lelin's most important mission was to explore the secret realm within these 7 days and collect more resources. After all, the next time it opened would be 200 years later. On the Al-Hid family's wizard steeple, Lehman's eyes were sharp. He liked the feeling of being high and mighty and in control of the overall situation. One day, I, the Flame Prince, will become the only king of this mainland. Then, I will use the Yellow Earth continent as a fulcrum and set foot in the Inner Sea region. I will gain a foothold in the Inner Sea region where experts are as numerous as the clouds. I will stir up the entire Endless Sea and become the Flame Emperor of that sea. Lehman was very ambitious. He was a dual-element machinery heart, to begin with, and he was only 200 years old. He still had nearly 300 years of lifespan. In these 300 years, he would definitely be able to step into the 4th circle, 5th circle, and even, if he was lucky, advance to the 6th circle and become a high-level primordial soul wizard who played an important role in the entire Endless Sea. The Outer Sea region was just a sea area where rookies pecked at each other. Lehman was completely uninterested in these opponents. In Lehman's eyes, Levi was just an ant that had intruded into his boring life. The secret realm was the same as the Rogue Rift. There were strong winds every year, sweeping up sandstorms. From time to time, sandstorms would sweep over. The plants and animals that could grow here were extraordinary. Levi estimated that the violent winds in the Rogue Rift Valley might be related to this secret realm. The wind elemental power in the secret realm was very rich, but the wind here was too strong. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the wind speed became. It was unknown where these boundless winds came from. Levi, who had top-notch vision, top perception, and snake tongue, was searching for the cold pool in the valley that the Tower Master had mentioned. Generally speaking, a small secret realm was not very big. Levi estimated that it was less than 1% of the Yellow Earth continent. Theoretically speaking, with Levi's current perception range, he should be able to find the cold pool in the valley within 7 days even if he searched thoroughly. Along the way, Levi's snake tongue perception picked up some information about the herbs that he was familiar with. One herb after another was found by Levi, and he found it funny. That Colin family thought that I would suffer a loss. Little did they know that with the perception of a snake's tongue, as long as it's a herb stored in my database, I can find it according to the aura factor it emits. After this trip to the secret realm, the herbs I've harvested will far exceed 8,000 ether stones. Your Colin family might make a profit, but I, Levi, will definitely not suffer a loss. This secret realm had not been developed for 200 years, so the resources inside were still very abundant, far exceeding Levi's expectations. All kinds of herbs, including first circle herbs, were collected by Levi without hesitation. If he could not grasp a stable way to enter this secret realm, it would be 200 years before he could enter again. Therefore, other than those herbs that had yet to mature, Levi took all the other herbs directly. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave them here. On the 3rd day, Levi's storage bag was already piled with a lot of herbs. These herbs were worth 8,000 ether stones just by selling the raw materials. A large portion of them were herbs that were difficult to find in the Endless Sea. Cool. On a steep cliff, Levi landed and had top-notch vision. He found another precious wind-chasing grass. This was a very precious 3rd circle herb. It was one of the main ingredients to refine the 2nd circle potion, Eye Devil's Gaze. Just this herb alone was worth 1,000 ether stones. Levi entered the information of the wind-chasing grass into the database and began to search on a large scale. He was now a senior 1st circle wizard, so he had to consider advancing to the 2nd circle next. Therefore, it was indeed time to prepare the materials to refine the Eye Devil's Gaze. Chapter 464, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the 2nd Circle. 3. Just like that, Levi found another 3 stalks of wind-chasing grass in this area. There were a total of 4 stalks, enough to refine the Eye Devil's Gaze potion 4 times. I've made a killing. If the Colin family finds out that I've taken away such precious herbs in this inner area, they'll probably die of anger. Levi was proud of himself. With his top perception and Black Snake's message, he could easily avoid most transcendent creatures and avoid meaningless battles. But on the other side, the wizards of the Colin family were still carefully walking along the map in the periphery, going to their family's ancestral gathering point to find herbs. Not bad. I found a 1st circle herb that can be marked on the map in the future. Yuko carefully bent down to pick the herbs. Linda, on the other hand, was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curled up. "They're finally here," she muttered to herself. Not long after, a black light flashed in the wind. Yuko sensed that someone else had arrived, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly became alert and panicked. How is this possible? It's impossible for anyone else to know about this secret realm's entrance. Ever since Stella betrayed the family, all the apprentice wizards in the family who know about the secret realm must sign a confidentiality contract and not let it leak out. Only a few core wizards who can be trusted 100% don't need to sign a confidentiality contract. Could it be? Impossible. Dwayne can't do such a thing. Thinking of this, Yuko looked at Linda. Linda's expression was calm at this moment. She sighed and said, Yuko, times have changed. The Colin family is hopeless. Join the great Al-Hid family with me. Don't make a move later. Listen to those people and take out the secret realm key. Then you can live. Does Dwayne know? Yuko resisted the urge to attack and asked coldly. If he doesn't know, he'll never know, Linda said expressionlessly. The hand holding the magic wand was trembling. Dwayne was in danger. In order not to destroy everyone's trust and unity and cause unnecessary estrangement, Dwayne chose to believe in Yuko and Linda and did not sign a confidentiality agreement. He and Dwayne never expected that Linda, whom they trusted the most, would betray the family. It was too late now. Soon, 3 figures descended in front of them. It was the wizard of the Black Sun Flame Wizard Organization. Yuko asked coldly, are you from the Al-Hid family? What Al-Hid family? Are they even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as our Black Flame boss? If you don't even know the famous Black Flame boss in the underground world, how did you manage to survive in the Yellow Earth continent? A first circle wizard sneered. What? Yuko's expression was ugly. He had already waved the magic wand in his hand, and a first ring spell wind blade attacked Boss Black Flame. Boss Black Flame did not dodge. He allowed the wind blades to attack him, but they were blocked by the black flames in front of him. You're courting death. Boss Black Flame waved his magic wand and cast a second circle black flame spell. Billowing black demonic flames blasted out for dozens of meters and engulfed Yuko. Ah! Yuko screamed. Yuko, I'm sorry. Linda sighed. A wind blade ended Yuko's life, reducing the pain of being burned by the black flames. The first circle wizard who was burned by the black flames had no chance of surviving. You're very sensible. The 2 of you, kill these apprentices too. Boss Black Flame said to his subordinates. The one-sided slaughter began. Boss Black Flame calmly picked up the storage bag from Yuko's body and found a crystal ball inside. It was the key to opening this secret realm. Do you have any incantations? Boss Black Flame asked. Linda shook her head. This key doesn't have an incantation. It will only give you a hint when the secret realm opens and lead you to the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is random, but generally speaking, it's concentrated in this rogue rift region. I see. Then you can die too. After Boss Black Flame finished speaking, another second ring spell swept out and swallowed Linda. Suddenly, flames exploded, and one of Linda's defensive wizard tools shattered and fell to the ground. It was this wizard tool that saved her life. She rode the wind and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Did Lehman ask you to kill me? You went back on your word. Linda scolded. Leland sneered, you're quite vigilant. Stop struggling. He shot out another terrifying black flame, drowning Linda in it. Not long after, Linda's corpse also turned into a pile of charcoal. Those who betray their own families deserve to be killed the most. Leland muttered to himself. He, Leland, could become a dark wizard who was hated by everyone for the sake of his family. For the sake of his family, he could walk alone in the dark alley and risk his life to live a precarious life. And this woman had actually betrayed her family. Such a person could not be kept alive. Otherwise, if she revealed the relationship between the Black Sun Flame and the Al-Hid family, his brother Lehman's arrangements over the years would also turn into bubbles. As for the remaining apprentice wizards, they had long been dealt with by the other 2 dark wizards. Let's go. There are still 4 days. It's enough to find that Levi. This kid is quite fast. He might have already entered the core area. The wind there is comparable to a level 3 or even level 4 great hurricane. He won't be able to go far. With that, Leland led his subordinates towards the inner area. With his second circle wizard spiritual force perception, he would be able to discover that brat sooner or later. Chapter 465, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 4. In the Rogue Rift, the Colin family was now a living hell. Dwayne's head was held in the hand of a black-robed wizard, and he died with remaining grievances. From today onwards, the Colin family will become history. Let's retreat to and hide at sea. In a few days, the enforcers of Area 7 will be here. Don't cause trouble during this period of time. When the storm passes and the enforcers retreat, we'll come back. The other 2 black-robed wizards nodded. I wonder how Boss Black Flame is doing. Don't worry, that's the boss of Black Flame, the king of the underground world in the western region of this mainland. He even has the lives of second circle wizards in his hands. How can he fail to deal with a few first circle wizards? On the 5th day, in the secret realm, Levi, who had made a lot of money, revealed a happy expression. These 8,000 ether stones are worth it. After completing the mission, I can ask the Tower Master to reimburse me. Levi could not help but sigh at the abundance of resources in the secret realm. The deeper he went into the inner area, the more precious herbs there were. Levi had already found several types of third circle herbs, and there were many of them. Levi used snake tongue to check the scent of the herbs that he had stored in the database. With his top-notch vision, he could see the herbs that he had seen in the illustrations. When these two were combined, no herbs were spared wherever Levi swept past. However, I've been feeling uneasy these past few days, and the spider sensing has been acting up continuously. Could it be that those people from the Colin family want to harm me? But with the contract, logically speaking, they can't attack. Or is there some dangerous creature hidden in this secret realm? However, this sense of danger was not that strong. Hence, Levi felt that he should continue searching. Once he found the 7 days soul returning grass, he would immediately leave the secret realm. In the end, Levi arrived at a canyon. Cold air pervaded the canyon, and the temperature seemed to be much lower than usual. Moreover, Levi could vaguely sense the aura of a second circle creature in the canyon. It seemed that there was a ferocious beast lying dormant there. It seems that this is the cold pond where the 7 days soul returning grass grows. This is troublesome. There are second circle creatures. Levi frowned. Judging from the aura, there's only one. I'll go take a look first. Maybe I can let Ace lure that guy away first. Then I'll snatch the 7 days soul returning grass and slip away after getting it. Levi made a plan. Since he was already here, he naturally could not give up. After the battle with the Red Flame Witch, Levi knew that he actually had the ability to fight against the existence of the second circle. Although the Red Flame Witch was weaker than an ordinary second circle wizard due to her injuries, her strength should not be much weaker than this second circle creature. Taking a deep breath, Levi flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He did not dare to fly too high. The higher the wind in this secret realm, the stronger it would be. In the high altitude of this core area, the wind might be at the level of a level 4 or even level 5 great hurricane. Even official wizards would not be able to last long. Finally, in the depths of the valley, Levi saw a small lake that emitted nether cold chi. There were few people, as if no one had ever stepped foot there. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. On the island, there was an ice blue ape that was 3 stories tall. When Levi saw this ape, he almost thought that it was Hapes, the great ice ape king in the human world. However, Hapes was still living well in the human world, so this should not be Hapes. However, it was an ape-type transcendent creature that was very similar to the ice apes. He suddenly remembered his giant breathing technique. The secret medicine after the legendary giant breathing technique required creatures with frost blood. Among them, there were frost giants or extraordinary apes with frost element affinity. Wasn't the one in front of him meeting the requirements? However, how should he take away a second circle creature? Levi shook his head. This was unrealistic. Even if he could barely defeat the other party, it was impossible for him to capture it alive and tame it. It was also impossible for a first circle nature's secret language to be used on transcendent creatures above the first circle realm. Forget it, I can only kill him. With such a huge body, the blood should be enough for my giant breathing technique to cultivate to level 12. The secret realm would close in a few days. Levi could not wait until he advanced to the second circle before coming back to subdue the other party. By then, 200 years would have passed and it would be too late. Therefore, the final thought was to kill this guy and bring him out of the secret realm. In the center of the island, where the cold aura was the densest, a black grass with 7 leaves stood quietly. This is the legendary 7 days soul returning grass. It's exactly what the Tower Master needs. Phew, I can leave after getting this. I keep feeling like someone is trying to harm me. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he perked up. He summoned Ace from the bug house. Because Ace was a living creature, he could not put it in his storage bag, so he could only put it in the bug house. Ace, lure that big guy away. The further the better. We'll meet at the exit of this valley in 3 minutes, Levi said softly. Ace nodded, indicating that he was in charge. It had just joined Levi and urgently needed something to prove itself. This was undoubtedly a chance to make a contribution. Ace was a fire elemental spirit and could elementalize. This super large ice ape king should mainly focus on physical attacks with frost spell attacks as support. Chapter 466, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 5. Levi felt that Ace should be able to hold on for a while. In addition, Ace's fire escape speed was not much slower than his, so it should not be a problem. Soon, Ace flew above the big guy. The giant ape, who was sleeping soundly on the island, opened its eyes. Then, Ace unceremoniously blasted a fireball technique on the big guy's furry belly, roasting a large area of his belly. However, it was obvious that this was just a superficial wound for this big guy. However, Ace's provocative actions had already angered it. It beat its chest and stomped its feet. It stood up directly and suddenly jumped 100 meters into the air, smashing towards Ace. Ace's soul almost left his body. He hurriedly slipped away, and the big guy chased after him. After sensing that they had disappeared from his perception range, Levi infiltrated the island without hesitation and stored the 7 days soul-returning grass in a special container that he had prepared beforehand. It was very smooth. Levi even felt like he was dreaming. The legendary priceless treasure was actually obtained by him just like that. It was too smooth. There were no obstacles. This was not normal. Although he was curious about why such a strange thing would grow in this cold pool, now was not the time to explore and study it. He flapped his blood wings and flew into the sky, heading towards the valley. Before they could reach the valley, a huge creature approached them with a bang. At the same time, monkey fur shot out like ice needles. At this moment, Ace was held in the big guy's hand and looked like he was on the verge of death. Damn it, Ace, you're too much. I thought you could run away. To think that I had such high expectations of you. Levi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger with the spider sensing. Most of the ice needles were dodged by Levi. A few of them did not manage to dodge and directly broke through the golden protection around Levi's body. They used water shield and finally pierced into the black gold scale, piercing through Levi's flesh. Levi endured the pain. Flame body. Red flames burned around his body, melting the ice needles. Blood ember fell, and his wound quickly healed. What a powerful attack! Levi's expression changed. It was not that Ace was too strong, but this giant ape was too strong. He was definitely much stronger than that witch. Levi opened his mouth and spat out an ice arrow. Caught off guard, it shot towards the giant ape's large eyeball. The giant ape subconsciously blocked with its hand. Ace took this opportunity to finally break free from the giant ape's claws. Even with its elementalization body, it was still caught by the other party. This showed how powerful the giant ape was. After breaking free from the giant ape, Ace turned into a flame and appeared behind Levi. A furtive flaming head poked out to look. The giant ape could not fly. After jumping up, it landed on the ground with a bang. The earth trembled, and Levi flapped his wings hurriedly. Levi was relieved to see that the giant ape could not fly. Of course, he did not dare to let his guard down. Even if such a terrifying second circle creature could not fly, it could still bring him down from the sky. He suddenly sped up as the giant ape chased after him. From time to time, he would jump up and punch Levi. Levi had top perception and could avert danger every time. The blood beast breathing technique is awesome. It's simply the nemesis of most terrestrial transcendent creatures. In fact, one of the main reasons why transcendent creatures were generally not as strong as wizards was that even first circle wizards could generally master flying spells and achieve short-distance flight. After reaching the second circle, their flying ability had further improved. Levi also had the blood wings. However, the giant ape was not slow. It followed closely below. From time to time, ice needles would pierce through the air. Levi would be pierced if he was not careful. Although the ice needles did not cause much damage, their penetrative power was extremely strong. It could be said that they were concentrated. Even Levi's level 11 black gold scale could not completely block them. However, with the powerful recovery abilities of the rock body and the blood ember, Levi could recover quickly. Fortunately, there was no poison on the giant ape's ice needles. Otherwise, the situation might not be good. At the same time, while Levi was running for his life, the 3 wizards of the Black Sun Flame were also rushing towards the core area. Until Boss Black Flame's expression changed. He sensed through his mind that there were 2 transcendent creatures chasing in front of him. No, they're not all transcendent creatures. One of them seems to be a wizard. Because Levi's knight characteristics were too monstrous, most wizards who did not know much about legendary knights would always think of him as a wizard from the life school of thought. Isn't that Levi from the Ocean faction? Could there be someone else in this secret realm besides Levi? The leader of the Black Flames thought. No matter what, this person must be killed. The secret realm belongs to our Al-Hid family. No one can take away what's inside. With that thought in mind, Boss Black Flame led the 2 wizards to ambush Levi's escape route. Before Boss Black Flame sensed him, Levi, who was flying high in the sky, had already sensed the aura of an unfamiliar wizard in front of him through the golden snake's letter. He even saw with his top-notch vision that it was 3 black-robed wizards. Although he did not know them, Levi could tell from the spider sensing that the ones who had been giving him a sense of danger these past few days were not the giant ape he had just offended, nor the Colin family, but these 3 fellows with ill intentions. Chapter 467, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 6. 1 second circle wizard, 2 first circle wizards, ambush me in front, right? Levi thought to himself, since you like ambushes, I'll beat you at your own game. I've got a big surprise for you. He did not dodge and flew directly to where the second circle wizard was. At the same time, Black Gold Scale, Wind Spirit Shelter, Rock Body, Water Shield, Giant Demon Bind, and other defensive spells appeared one after another. In a valley more than 10 miles ahead, Boss Black Flame, who had restrained his aura and was lying in ambush, revealed a happy expression. Looks like this kid really didn't notice me. I was overthinking. With his first circle perception, how could he have sensed my existence? Boss Black Flame had already begun to cast a spell. Terrifying black flames began to burn at the end of the magic wand. In the end, they were getting closer and closer. Levi plunged into the valley below. The giant ape leaped high into the air and chased after Levi. The giant ape struck out with its palm, and an ice palm with a diameter of 30 feet formed in the air. It pressed down on Levi with a frost aura. Meanwhile, the boss's black flames, which were filled with high temperatures, also swept towards Levi. Both sides were filled with terrifying second ring spells. The black flames and ice palm attacked Levi from both sides. It was unavoidable. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion swept out, and a loud bang echoed in the valley. A stream of green smoke rushed out. After throwing a sealed box containing herbs beside Boss Black Flame, it fled into the distance. It was Levi, who had used the green smoke escape. This escape technique of the School of Death could reduce a portion of the damage. After all, it was an attack from 2 second ring spells. Levi felt that he had to do his best to resist it, or his life might be in danger. Just now, the terrifying black flames instantly destroyed the defense of Levi's first ring spells. Only the black gold scale could resist it. After the green smoke escape ended, Levi appeared. Circles of black flames were burning on the outer layer of his scales like maggots. Levi frowned slightly. This kind of burning faction spell did not seem like the authentic burning faction. It felt like the style of a dark wizard. The impact of this black flame was not strong, but it was especially long-lasting and vicious. Fortunately, Levi had the flame body, so his fire resistance was limited. In the end, after Levi shed his scales a few times and used the blood ember to heal himself a few times, the flames finally subsided. He escaped from the second circle attack unscathed. He looked back. Boss Black Flame did not chase after him because he was fighting the giant ape. Boss, the box contains the treasures I took from that big guy's island. It's yours now. I'll leave first, Levi suddenly shouted at Boss Black Flame from afar. He guessed that another reason why this giant ape was chasing him relentlessly was because he had taken the 7 days soul returning grass. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could use this method to attract the hatred of the black-robed wizard. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. After the giant ape landed on the ground, it successfully fought with the black-robed wizard. This damned human actually snatched the treasure I'm protecting. Who's your boss? Damn it, not good. This kid framed me. You actually discovered me long ago. This is impossible. The boss of Black Flame looked at Levi, who was quickly fleeing in the distance, and came to a realization. You're dead, kid. When I get rid of this beast, it'll be your death. Boss Black Flame cursed angrily. You two, chase after that brat. Don't let him escape. Boss Black Flame suddenly shouted. The two first circle wizards immediately chased after Levi. After flying for about 100 miles, Levi landed on the ground and looked at the two first circle wizards who were chasing after him. He stopped for a moment and asked, I have no enmity with you, why are you chasing after me? Levi's expression was calm at this moment. He did not look flustered at all. We, the Black Sun Flames, do not need to explain ourselves to you. Kill us if you want to, one of the dark wizards said with a sneer. He had already used a first ring spell to attack Levi. Black Sun Flame? Never heard of it. Forget it, I'll just kill it and be done with. Levi grinned and flicked his snake tongue. One of them was an ordinary first circle, while the other was a senior first circle. Even if they worked together, they would not be his match. Ace, it won't be a problem to deal with that weak one, right? Don't disappoint me. He looked at Ace, who had just come out of the bug house. Ace nodded. His body began to expand, and a 5-meter-tall flame giant took shape. Fire elemental spirit? You actually have such a good thing? Then I can't keep you. This good thing should belong to Boss Black Flame. One of the dark wizards had a ferocious expression as he fought with Ace. On the other side, Levi revealed his original form. Frost arm, flame body, ostrich feet, sharp claws, whale back. All kinds of inhuman forms were released. Then, he shot out and attacked another senior first circle wizard. It's so ugly. What kind of stupid thing is that? The dark wizard couldn't help but curse. This monster in front of him was too damn ugly. He used a first circle defensive spell to protect his body. Then, he moved his body and waved his magic wand. A big fireball technique suddenly appeared and smashed towards Levi. With a bang, Levi's figure crashed into the big fireball technique. Then, he bared his teeth and shot out from the explosion. What did you just say? Die. Levi's expression was ferocious. He felt that his appearance was very handsome and tough, but he did not expect this damn fellow to have such poor aesthetics. Chapter 468, Unbridled Snatching and Killing of the Second Circle. 7. Impossible? This is the big fireball technique? It's the strongest attack that a first circle body of flesh and blood can't withstand. The big fireball technique was publicly acknowledged as the upper limit of the first ring spell's attack power. This dark wizard was now doubting his life. This was his trump card. Once it hit, he would either die or be injured. The god of death had arrived. Levi flashed in front of him and grabbed the dark wizard's magic wand with his undying fire claw, breaking it. Then, the golden revolving divine palm shattered his protective spell. Its claws pierced through his heart and crushed it. After the saint scorpions devoured the soul, Levi put the corpse into his storage bag and used it as a spare tire for the living dead. Levi was already familiar with the process of killing and releasing the saint scorpions and then storing their corpses. It's a little troublesome to deal with the second circle wizard's defensive field, but it's not a problem to deal with you. After killing a first circle wizard, he muttered in his heart. The strength of a second circle wizard was that they could choose a second circle defensive spell as their second circle defensive force field. This kind of force field was different from the first circle defensive field. The second circle defensive field was continuously effective and was similar to passive protective spells. After being shattered, it could also be quickly recovered through spell power. This was equivalent to a second circle wizard wearing a second circle defensive field at any time. As long as this defensive field was not broken, the second circle wizard would be invincible. This greatly restricted Levi's knight's means. However, the first circle wizards in front of him were different. Once their defensive spells were on cooldown or unprepared, they were very likely to be ambushed and killed by knights. Moreover, with Levi's current attack power, these first circle defensive spells could be easily shattered. After Levi dealt with this wizard, he put away the spoils of war and realized that Ace had also finished the battle. Not bad. It's still useful. Levi let Ace enter the bug house and put away the storage bag of another first circle ordinary wizard. The corpse was directly swallowed by the saint scorpions. He looked in the direction of the battle between the black-robed wizard and the giant ape. On the other side, the Black Flame boss became more and more apprehensive as he fought, because the strength of this giant ape was much more powerful than he had imagined. With his strength, it was actually a little difficult for him to deal with a second circle transcendent creature. This should be some ancient mutant that contained a powerful bloodline power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Let's retreat first. We can't delay any longer. Let's deal with that damn brat first before we eliminate this big guy. If they wanted to continue collecting resources, this big guy had to be dealt with. However, it was more important to kill Levi. At the thought of this, after the leader of the Black Flames used a second ring spell to force the giant ape back, he quickly used a flying spell to rise from the ground and fly through the air, far away from this place. Not long after, he saw Levi fleeing in front of him. This brat had some skills. He actually killed his two subordinates. Boss Black Flame had a cold expression and was filled with killing intent. "Boss, hurry up! You're about to be caught!" Levi shouted as he flew. "Still acting? You deserve to die!" Boss Black Flame was so angry that smoke was coming out of his mouth. The giant ape chased relentlessly and attacked Boss Black Flame from time to time with long-range spells. Although he could not fly, his movements were extremely fast, and Boss Black Flame could not shake him off for a moment. Boom! A huge ice ball collided with the defensive field behind Boss Black Flame. The defensive field flickered continuously before dimming. "Hang in there!" Boss Black Flame swallowed an extremely precious defensive potion that could quickly recover his spell power and propped up his defensive field. "Don't run!" Boss Black Flame shot a black flame at Levi. Levi had long predicted his attack with top perception, so he directly dodged it. "I don't believe that you can keep flying." The wings modified by a bloodline modification wizard also consume stamina and spell power. "You're just a first circle wizard. How long can you last?" Boss Black Flame sneered. This kid, with a pair of blood-red wings, could fly as fast as his second circle wizard's escape techniques. This made him unable to catch up to Levi. The giant ape behind him was still attacking Boss Black Flame. He was about to die of grievance. Levi looked at the exit in front of him and was overjoyed. Seeing that Levi was about to leave the exit, Boss Black Flame began to chant a long-distance second ring spell, Black Flame Spear. A long spear made of black flames appeared in the hands of Boss Black Flame. It quickly condensed and shot out. Levi felt a strong sense of danger. The black fire spear arrived almost instantly and directly crossed a long distance to attack. Moreover, it actually had a tracking function. There was no way to dodge. He could only shift his important organs and circulate the black gold scale and rock body with all his might. At the same time, the vampire touch collided with the black fire spear. The vampire touch was sent flying. An intense pain came because it was Levi's organ. Ouch! This black flame is really difficult to deal with. At the end of the vampire touch, the small aberration's head was burning with black flames. It was clearly not in a good state. The cold air from Frost Arm temporarily suppressed the flames. Then, he made a prompt decision and directly cut off the front half of the burning flames of the vampire touch. Then, the broken blood intestine burned into nothingness in midair. However, the remaining half quickly retracted into the blood sac. Under Levi's powerful healing ability, a miracle happened. The aberration's head, which was filled with sharp teeth, grew out again. Not long after, the smaller vampire touch appeared again. With the help of the vampire touch, Levi successfully dodged the black fire spear and left the exit in a flash. After he left, he released all the living dead that he brought with him. He also released Ace and hid around the exit. He grew taller, and the 5-meter-tall giant Levi appeared again. The 7-meter-tall 9-swords Azura evil spirit appeared behind him, and its 3 heads emitted monstrous demonic flames. The long black silk of the 6 arms fluttered even though there was no wind. It was like an ink brush scribbling in the air. The red lotus blood filled Levi's entire body, and the lava heart burned with all its might. A large amount of white smoke rushed out of Levi's body like a pillar of smoke, soaring into the sky. From afar, it looked like a rising smoke. Levi's expression was ferocious as he stuck out his snake tongue. His scales overlapped and his muscles bulged. He held the Poseidon trident and waited quietly at the exit. The paralysis spell of the trembling ring was also ready. If it could paralyze him, it would be even better. If it couldn't, Levi would be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Boss Black Flame sped up. Damn it, that kid slipped away so quickly. But where can you escape to? He cursed inwardly. He charged out of the secret realm. Due to the secret realm's ability to block perception, he had no idea that Levi was lying in ambush at the exit. As soon as he appeared, a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms held 9 swords and attacked with an unstoppable might. The second circle defensive field around Boss Black Flame lit up to the extreme. Slash! The 9 golden swords used the revolving force to stir the force field, twisting it and tearing it apart. Die! Levi was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. His 9 swords danced wildly as the Poseidon trident swept across, catching Boss Black Flame off guard. At the same time, flames poured out of Levi's mouth and drowned the black-robed wizard in front of him. Ace and the others also swarmed forward and poured out all the attacks they had prepared. Plop! The corpse of Boss Black Flame fell to the ground and was already shattered. Levi panted heavily, his face grim. The paralysis spell is indeed unreliable. Chapter 469, The Black Knight. 1. Levi picked up his storage bag, put away the Saint Scorpions and the Living Dead, and used a big fireball technique to blow up the crime scene. Then, he quickly left. Not long after Levi left, a pair of furry hands reached out from the spatial rift and hesitated for a moment. The giant ape crawled out of the secret realm. It breathed in the fresh air and felt a different atmosphere. It revealed an excited expression. Then, he chased after Levi without looking back. I'm not staying in this secret realm anymore. Levi, who was flying in front, suddenly had a change in expression. Damn it, I forgot about this giant ape. It's really persistent. Levi flapped his wings with all his might. He could not defeat the giant ape to begin with, and now that he was in the weakened state of Red Lotus blood, it was even more impossible for him to defeat it. Just like that, the man and the ape ran wildly in the wilderness. The next day. In the end, Levi, who could fly, was better. When he was tired, he would use his spells and the escape techniques that came with the wizard tool to fly or let Ace fly with him. Then, he would rest and continue to use the blood wings. In the end, he completely got rid of that big guy. Levi flew for another day. After finding a quiet place and setting up an array, he collapsed on the ground. I'm so tired. What's going on with the Colin family? Logically speaking, it's impossible for other factions to know about the secret realm. If that was the case, the Colin family would have been long gone. Levi lay on the ground, puzzled. He couldn't be killed for no reason. At the very least, he had to know who wanted to mess with him so that he could deal with it better. However, it was time to rest, so Levi did not think about anything else. 3 days and 3 nights later, under the protection of Ace and the others, Levi had a good sleep and replenished a lot of energy and potions. His wound had healed long ago and he was fine now. This was the effect of the legendary physique. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it would recover in no time. Levi hid in the temporary shelter and took out the things in the storage bags of the 3 wizards to see what spoils of war there were. At the same time, he wanted to find some clues about the mastermind. Levi was overjoyed when he was done counting. The 3 wizards added up to nearly 20,000 ether stones. That second circle wizard alone had 15,000 ether stones. Levi silently put it away. After expending so much of his ether stone reserves in Lion King City and the Colin family, he had returned to 30,000. This feeling of not being able to spend all the money was really good. Pharmacy is just for fun. If I really want to earn money, it has to be from a dark wizard. Levi could not help but complain. In addition to the ether stones, there was also a meditation art of the burning faction that Levi had never seen before. Black Sun Meditation Art. Black Sun Meditation Art. Why do I feel that this meditation art is related to the Black Sun Steeple or Black Sun Atom? Levi suddenly thought of something when he saw the meditation art. This was because most of the burning faction wizards used the sun meditation. It was easier to find the content of the subsequent advancement for this meditation art. The sun meditation art was divided into 11 chapters, corresponding to the apprentice stage, the first circle to the 9th circle, and the legendary chapter. As long as one had money, one could buy these things from the burning faction. Besides, the sun meditation art had been tested and proved that one could indeed reach the legendary realm. After all, the blazing sun god wizard Edmund was practicing the sun meditation art. Levi had never heard of the black sun meditation art before. In any case, I don't want to learn this thing. The sun breathing technique is enough. Levi put away the black sun meditation art. This meditation art also had corresponding spells. For example, the second ring spells used by the boss of the Black Flames, such as the Black Flame Spear, were all very powerful. One had to cultivate the Black Sun meditation art to use these spells. However, Levi had already made up his mind to practice the fireball technique to the end, so he did not want to learn other spells. He did not want to specially cultivate a meditation art that was suspected to be related to a big-shot dark wizard just to learn these unorthodox spells. In addition, Levi also found 3 wizard tools. The 2 first circle wizards each had a one-ring wizard tool. Levi was not interested in them, so he kept them for the black market to sell in the future. The only thing that made him slightly excited was the black longsword-shaped wizard tool he found on the second circle wizard's body. The spell runes on it were dense and extremely profound. Levi couldn't tell what this wizard tool was, nor did he know how to use it. He planned to find a specialized wizard tool appraiser in the future and let the appraiser help him see how to use this thing. In the end, in addition to a large pile of various materials, Levi also found something familiar. The key to the secret realm. There was a transparent crystal ball in Levi's hand. The white tornado inside had disappeared. This meant that the entrance to the secret realm had been closed. It seems that this secret realm key doesn't need an incantation. No matter what, I'll put it away first and study it in the future. If that secret realm can only be opened once every 200 years, this secret realm key won't be of much use to me, but I'll still have something to think about. However, since the key to the secret realm is here, it seems that Yuko and Linda have most likely died at the hands of these black-robed wizards of unknown origins. I have to ask Dinos if he has heard of the Black Sun Flame. In the end, Levi concluded that he had gained a lot from his trip to the secret realm. The value of the 7 days soul returning grass was immeasurable. It cost him 8,000 ether stones for his ticket, but his returns were at least 30,000 ether stones worth of potion materials. Chapter 470, The Black Knight. 2. The spoils of war were 15,000 ether stones and a second circle wizard tool that he did not know how to use. Even the worst second circle wizard tool was at least 5,000 ether stones. There were also other miscellaneous items that were worth a lot of money. In addition, there was also the head of this black-robed wizard suspected to be a dark wizard. However, Levi did not plan to take it to collect the bounty for the time being. Firstly, as a first circle wizard, he could deal with a second circle wizard. This did not make sense. It was easy for others to covet him. Secondly, the matter was still unclear, and Levi did not want to be exposed. No matter what, we've made a killing this time. I wonder where that giant ape went. I hope it doesn't die. Wait for me to reach the second circle and I'll come to Yellow Earth continent to take you down. Levi was thinking about the giant ape that looked like Hapes. He suspected that Hapes might be the descendant of the giant ape's clansmen who had wandered in the human world. Otherwise, they looked too similar, and they were both frost type. In the future, Levi would have to rely on this giant ape to cultivate the giant breathing technique. For safety reasons, Levi stayed in the shelter for a few more days. Until the weakened state passed and his strength returned to its peak state. He headed in the direction of the Quicksand Sea. After subduing the Red Sand Ape and the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard, Levi would be able to complete his trip to the Yellow Earth continent and return to his safe Black Fire Island as soon as possible. Area 7 was too dangerous. A few days later, the news that a first circle wizard family with a second circle powerhouse had been destroyed by a dark wizard spread in the western region. The Black Sun Flame was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. When the Star Tower enforcers arrived, only the burning black flames proved everything that had happened there. A young first circle law enforcer looked furious. He's too arrogant and lawless. An old second circle enforcer beside him took a puff of his pipe, coughed, and said, "You're still too young. It'll be fine if you see more of them." The two of them were enforcers sent here to investigate. The old enforcer was a teacher, and the young one was a disciple. This is already the 8th time the Black Sun Flame has committed a crime in the past 10 years. It's getting worse and worse. I think it's necessary to invite those high-level enforcers to investigate and bring these villains to justice, the young enforcer said, his anger burning. What are you thinking about? A high-level enforcer is busy every day? You want to alarm him with a small matter in the outer ring? The old wizard said helplessly. But is no one going to take care of it? The young wizard asked, discouraged. Be content. Barry Tne Yan Y1 on a Wizara Council was Estadi 11 Snia, AO you know how chaotic the wizard world was? It's already much better now. Humans are selfish by nature, and many wizards are a group of evil thugs. You've just joined the army. Just wait until you see more of them in the future. Does this Black Sun Flame organization really have nothing to rely on to be able to roam free in the Yellow Earth continent for so long? Hehe, I caught small shrimps and big fish. There are even bigger fish behind the big fish. When the fish is big to a certain extent, the magic net won't be enough. Is the Al-Hid family behind this? The young man suddenly asked. What? I didn't say that. Don't make wild guesses. Report the case here in a few days and see if you can invite the higher-ups. Meanwhile, in Skyfire City. The Al-Hid family. The Wizard Tower of the Flame Prince. Lehman's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with flames, and golden flames rose in the void. Between his brows, the phantom of a flaming demon with wings on its back could be vaguely seen. Lelan is dead. Lelan's soul jade was in Lehman's hands. Hence, when Lelan died, he had already sensed it. However, Lehman did not dare to go over. He was afraid that his enemies or enforcers would use Lelan's death as bait to lure him out. The Colin family has already been destroyed. It's impossible to kill Lelan. There are only 3 possibilities for Lelan's death. One is that he died among the second circle creatures in the secret realm. The other is that he died at the hands of the Star Tower enforcers. Lastly, there's a small chance that he died at Levi's hands, although it's unrealistic. Just you wait. I'll definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I don't care about other places. I won't let the person who dared to kill me or my younger brother on the Yellow Earth continent off. Although Lelan wasn't the only black glove under him, Lelan was his younger brother, and his strength wasn't bad either. Naturally, he preferred using him the most. Lelan had never failed before, which was why Lehman had entrusted this matter to Lelan. Who would have thought that this would actually cost Lelan his life? Quicksand Sea. Levi, the culprit who had killed Lelan, was hovering in the air above the desert. Relying on his top-notch vision and perception, he had already found a small red sand ape tribe. There were about 5 red sand apes in this tribe, 4 of which were adults and 1 was a juvenile. Every red sand ape tribe had a leader who was the strongest. Levi looked at them and was a little disappointed. There was no mutant that he had expected. I'll just grab the strongest to contract. He swooped down and accelerated, landing directly in the tribe. The earth trembled as dust filled the air. The members of the Red Sand Ape tribe were originally lazily catching lice for their companions until the dust dissipated. They realized that the leader in the middle had already disappeared. In the sky, Levi grabbed the leader of the Red Sand Apes, who had fainted from his kick and flew with a relaxed expression. Chapter 471, The Black Knight. 3. With his current strength, he could barely kill a second circle transcendent creature, let alone these first circle transcendent creatures. The red sand ape was not big. It was only about 4 meters tall, a little bigger than the great ice ape king. Compared to the giant ape in the secret realm, it was a tiny dot. Levi estimated that the giant ape in the secret realm had the strength of a second circle senior wizard. He found a deserted place. Levi used the chains that he had prepared earlier and tied up the red sand ape leader. While it was unconscious, Levi immediately cast nature's secret language. With his realm, it was not difficult for him to form a contract with this leader. Not long after, a green leaf pattern appeared on the forehead of the red sand ape leader. Levi knew that nature's tale had succeeded. He had successfully formed a contract with this leader. When the red sand ape leader woke up, at first, he was confused and lost in thought. It was basking in the sun and humming songs at home, enjoying the worship and service of the female apes. Why was he suddenly knocked out by a humongous object that fell from the sky? The power of the contract from nature's secret language made it feel as if its life was connected to the man in front of it. "I'll call you Red from now on," Levi smiled and said. The red sand ape quickly knelt down. "Woo woo woo," it barked in agreement. The red sand ape had high intelligence and good learning abilities. This was also the first time Levi had used nature's secret language. There was a tight connection between him and the red sand ape. Through this connection, he could order the red sand ape to do something. However, he could feel that this connection was not very close, as if he needed to maintain it frequently. Nature's secret language was completely different from his blood contract. The blood contract was a complete slavery and loyalty. A contract like nature's secret language required constant interaction to increase the number of affinity points, and this was undoubtedly an energy-consuming task. That was why the wizards of the School of Spiritualism would choose a life spirit beast to focus on nurturing relationships and training. After subduing the red sand ape, Levi went to the Black Flame Mountain range again. As it was the territory of the Al-Hid family, Levi was very careful when searching. He could not let go of it at all. In addition, the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard was unpredictable. In the first week, Levi did not find anything at all. However, Levi was patient. It was not easy for him to come to the Yellow Earth continent, so he had to bring this guy back. Therefore, he waited for another month. In the end, he successfully found a Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard. Then, Levi grabbed it and gave it a good beating, until it could no longer take care of itself. After tying him up, he carried the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard and left the Black Flame Mountain range overnight. The Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard was 7 to 8 meters long, and its entire body emitted a scorching aura. It could breathe out red flames, which was not as powerful as Levi's red lotus breath, but it was still very extraordinary. However, it was too big to fit into Bug House. Levi could only let the red sand ape and himself carry it. After half a month, they finally reached the seaside. However, both the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard and the red sand ape could not swim, and Bug House could not accommodate them. Leviathan could not carry so many big guys. Levi was helpless. After contacting Dinos, he found out that Dinos would be leaving for Area 9 in a few days. As such, Levi had just gotten a free ride. 3 days later, Moonship set sail from Lion King City and headed towards Area 9. In the cabin, the Red Sand Ape and Ace were guarding the dishonest Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard. Its mouth was covered with a metal cage. Otherwise, its breath could destroy Dino's ship, and Levi would not be able to afford it. Dinos looked at the magical animals on the boat in disbelief. "Sir Levi, you can't be a transcendent animal researcher, right?" Levi nodded, "Something like that. I like to study transcendent creatures." "I see. Amazing. I know the strength of the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard. You were able to capture it alive so easily. I'm impressed," praised Dinos from the bottom of his heart. Although Levi did not show his true colors, Dinos knew that the man in front of him was terrifying and unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, he was able to kill a senior first circle dark wizard. This kind of strength should be infinitely close to a second circle wizard. Levi was not much older than him. He, the so-called genius of the 3 aristocratic families, had really lived a dog's life. "By the way, Dinos, have you heard of the Black Sun Flames?" Levi suddenly asked. Dino's expression froze. "What's wrong? Did you meet the people from the Black Sun Flames?" Dino suddenly remembered that the Colin family had been destroyed by the Black Sun Flames a few days ago. A few months ago, Levi had also investigated the Colin family. Dinos did not know why Levi asked this. Was Levi also involved in this matter? However, he believed that Levi had nothing to do with the Black Sun Flames. Levi shook his head and said, "No, I didn't. I just happened to hear someone say it in a tavern a few days ago." "That's good. This organization is one of the famous Dark Wizard organizations in the Yellow Earth continent. They are often active in the western region. Although I suspect that this organization has something to do with the Al-Hid family, I don't dare to say anything without evidence," said Dinos. Chapter 472, The Black Knight. 4. Levi nodded. After all, the Jostar family and the Al-Hid family did not have a good relationship, so Dinos' words were inevitably a little subjective. "Oh right, a few days ago, the Colin family that you investigated was destroyed. The murderer is the Black Sun Flame that you just asked about," D-Nose looked at Levi and said. Levi's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It seemed that dark wizards entering the secret realm was not a coincidence, but rather premeditated. This organization is a little arrogant, Levi said. It was no small matter to slaughter a family in broad daylight. Yes, dark wizard organizations that can survive in the wizard world all have some power behind them, said D-Nose. If you know more about the Black Sun Flames, you must tell me in the future. After all, the Collin family is the family of the Tower Master's wife, Levi looked at the sea and said calmly. Understood, D-Nose nodded and said. Knowing that the Black Sun Flames might be related to the Al-Hid family, Levi did not continue asking. He remembered that the Tower Master's wife, Stella, had refused to marry the current family head of Al-Hid, Lehman. In that case, there was indeed some enmity between the Al-Hid family and Grey Tower. Therefore, after Levi, a wizard of the Grey Tower, went to the Collin family, there might have been spies of the Al-Hid family who made a report. Of course, these were all Levi's guesses. The real situation might not be what he imagined. At that time, the situation was so urgent that he could not capture them alive for questioning. Furthermore, with the Al-Hid family's methods, these people probably would not tell the truth. Forget it, I probably won't go to the Yellow Earth continent before I reach the second ring anyway. No matter how powerful the family is, they won't be able to reach Area 9. Along the way, Levi and D-Nose often chatted on the deck when they were not cultivating. Levi also learned a lot about the grudges and disputes of the three major families on the Yellow Earth continent from D-Nose. All in all, the Jostar family and the Al-Hid family were like fire and water. If not for the restrictions of the law, they might have already started the Third Circle Wizard War. On the surface, there was nothing going on between the two families, but in the dark, the conflict was very serious. As for the Wham family, the Storm faction was relatively neutral, but they still had some conflicts with the two major families from time to time. In short, the Yellow Earth continent was basically a three-legged situation that restricted each other. The other small forces were more or less dependent on these three magnates. After I find out who harmed me, I will settle this score one day, Levi muttered. Along the way, D-Nose was in a good mood, because he felt that the communication with Levi these days was better than training for a month. Therefore, in order to become a legend as soon as possible, D-Nose was determined to stay in Area 9 for a while longer. That way, he could spend more time with Mr. Levi and learn more about the experience and techniques of breaking through to a legendary knight. Levi had already found a more suitable teacher for D-Nose. That was Emperor Mew. Emperor Mew was so poor that he was dying. His talent as a wizard was average. After so many years, he had barely stepped into the realm of a high-level apprentice wizard. Compared to Levi, he was far inferior. In order to save up for the travel expenses and tuition fees for the Life School of Thought, Emperor Mew had been working himself to death every day. Therefore, Levi was determined to help his guild member by giving D-Nose, the silly son of the landlord, to Emperor Mew so that he could be D-Nose's tutor. Emperor Mew became a legendary knight through his own efforts, so he had more say than Levi in breaking through to the legendary level. With Emperor Mew teaching D-Nose, the outcome would not be bad. Also, he could let D-Nose participate in the establishment of the Twilight Knights in the month of flowers every year so that he could experience the battle of a legendary knight. Levi did not want to take in any disciples, but he wanted to turn D-Nose into a real legendary knight. That way, his Twilight Knights would have new blood and indirectly have the Jostar family as their backer. It was the year 1034 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of harvest. In the human world, it was a moonlit night. The streets of Flower City were quiet and peaceful. A patrolling soldier was dozing off against the city wall. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. A pair of bat wings seemed to cover the moon. A thin humanoid monster that was about 10 feet tall descended from the sky and gently crushed the head of the patrolling soldier before pouring the remains of the soldier into its deformed mouth. It's really not bad. Its juice is really delicious. The human-shaped monster spoke in a very substandard human language. Its language became more and more fluent, and its figure began to change. In the end, it turned into a thin and tall young noble who was about to leave. So it's you, dog, who's causing trouble. Unknowingly, Andrew had appeared here. His face was gloomy and his body was afraid, but he still stood up. Recently, there had been dozens of murder cases in Flower City. The heads of the dead were all forcefully pulled out cruelly. As a secondary Blood Clan member, Andrew knew that it was the Blood Clan's doing. During this period of high-intensity patrol, he had finally found the culprit. It was a primary Blood Clan member. Chapter 473, The Black Knight. 5. The original vampire sneered, You're too weak. It's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. If you didn't harm my city, I wouldn't care even if you destroyed it. But you shouldn't have come here. Andrew's figure changed as he walked. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true Blood Clan form. Die! Andrew roared and rushed forward. He suddenly launched an attack. The primary Blood Clan member did not expect that he would be pressed against the city wall by Andrew. The original Blood Clan member laughed involuntarily, ha 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 ha, interesting. You overestimate yourself. You actually dare to attack me, Anti-Luzenba. When Andrew heard the surname Luzenba, his expression changed instinctively. Who cares who you are? Die! Two terrifying Blood Clan monsters began to fight on the edge of the city wall. But Andrew was obviously not a match for the powerful original Blood Clan member. Other than the sneak attack that barely won, Andrew was completely crushed by this native Blood Clan called Anti in terms of speed, strength, and other attributes. Boom! There was a hole in the city wall. Andrew was thrown 100 meters away. On the ground, Andrew was badly mutilated. His body began to recover rapidly and was about to recover. However, the Blood Clan member in the air obviously wouldn't give Andrew the chance. His sharp claws suddenly extended like the claws of a wolf. Blood-colored flames emerged from its claws, making it look strange and bewitching. He wanted to crush Andrew's bones and burn him to ashes, making it impossible for him to revive. If a secondary Blood Clan member died, they were completely dead. Suddenly, a flash of cold light tore through the air. The Wolverine claw was forcefully broken. A blood-red greatsword was placed between Andrew and the Blood Clan member. On the other side of the greatsword, Anderson smiled, Andrew, your cultivation level is not high enough. Don't try to stand out in the future. Don't forget that your master doesn't want you dead. Elder. Andrew immediately turned around and left, hiding behind Anderson. Brad, you haunting fellow. It was obvious that the primary Blood Clan member knew the Blood Knight. Auntie, don't go too far with the Demonic Feast Alliance. The Luzenba clan and the Felmacity clan have gone overboard recently. This will bring trouble to the Blood Clan members who are used to cultivating in seclusion. The Church of the Seven Nations had already dispatched their true powerhouses to hunt down the Blood Clan members from all over the world. Just because of your unbridled behavior, we Blood Clan members who only want to live a peaceful life were forced to get involved in this meaningless dispute. Is it worth it? Blood Knight asked coldly. Blood Knight, you're just a second-class inferior race. You're not even a real Blood Clan member. What right do you have to talk about a noble Blood Clan member like me? Natural selection, survival of the fittest, and respect for the strong. This was the iron law of the transcendent world. What's wrong with eating weak humans as food? You are just a legendary knight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You've chased me for so long. It's time for me to teach you a lesson. Anti licked his bloody tongue. Then, he charged at the Blood Knight. Crack! The sound of the blood-red sword clashing with the Wolverine claw echoed in the dark night. The Blood Knight did not use his blood race abilities. He had been restraining himself all this time. After exchanging letters with Levi, the Blood Knight's understanding of legendary knights had become deeper and deeper. In addition, he had cultivated the blood beast breathing technique, so his strength had improved slightly compared to before. The Blood Knight was not afraid of primary Blood Clan members, and the battle ended in a draw. Blood Feast. Seeing that he could not take down the Blood Knight for a long time, Anti's body turned red, and his terrifying aura began to rise. The Blood Knight's expression changed slightly. Helplessly, he revealed his Blood Clan's true form. Seeing this, Andrew also went up to help. In the end, even if he used the Blood Feast ability of the Seed Explosion, Anti was shocked to discover that he was no match for these two lowly, inferior Blood Clan members. That Blood Knight was even more terrifying than before. When did legendary knights become so powerful? Anti was puzzled in his heart. He did not want to continue fighting. A wise man would not fight when the odds were against him. He turned into a blood-red hurricane and bounced away from the two. Then, he turned into the dense forest and was about to escape. Boom! The earth seemed to tremble with a loud bang. A small patch of trees fell, and dust flew everywhere, startling a few birds that were sleeping at night. Not long after, Auntie's miserable cry rang out from within the dense forest. The Blood Knight smiled as if he had expected this. He calmly led Andrew into the hall. In an open space in the dense forest, a knight wearing black armor, a black cloak, and a ghost mask was riding a handsome and extraordinary black-scaled warhorse. Behind this mysterious knight, a 5-meter-tall minotaur evil spirit with wings on its back and 2 horns on its head was panting heavily. The primary Blood Clan member was firmly held down by the minotaur evil spirit's large hand, and he could not move even with his strength. As the evil spirit exerted its strength, the primary Blood Clan was torn apart. Violent black gas swept out and poured down. In an instant, he turned into a blood mist. A faint blood light shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 474, The Black Knight. 6. The mysterious knight said helplessly, as expected, with the blood river will around, these primary blood breeds really can't be killed. He ignored the dumbstruck Andrew and said to the Blood Knight, "Long time no see, Blood Knight Brad." The Blood Knight laughed, "Black Knight Blake, you're finally here. Oh right, just call me Anderson from now on. Let bygones be bygones. In the name of the Vice Commander of the Twilight Knights, I represent the Guild Leader, Sir Levi, to welcome the Black Knight into our Twiling Knights. From now on, we are a family." At the same time, in the Azure Realm, Levi had already returned to Blackfire Island. Dinos, on the other hand, went to complete his trade mission first before meeting up with Levi at the Grey Tower. After returning to the island, Levi found a cave and placed the Vice Commander inside. He then tied it to a huge pillar with an iron chain. "Ace, Rhett, you two keep an eye on this guy." Taming the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard was not something that could be completed in a day or two. Levi needed time to slowly endure it. After settling down these extraordinary creatures, Levi checked his Blackfire Island and found that it was no different from before he left. It seemed that there were no intruders during this period of time. This made Levi heave a sigh of relief. If there was a stranger in the house every time he went home, how terrible would that be? During this trip to the Yellow Earth continent, Levi solved the problem of the secret medicine for the Saint Ape breathing technique and the Red Lotus breathing technique. Now, he could start to concoct the secret medicine. However, now was not the time. After Levi confirmed that there were no thieves in his house, he took the Leviathan and rushed to the Grey Tower. He had to hurry up and give the 7 days soul returning grass to the Tower Master, hoping that he did not delay his matters. Inside the tower, Levi saw that Ms. Marlene was going to class. "You're back? Did it go well?" Marlene asked with a smile. "Everything is going well, teacher. Is the Tower Master here?" "He hasn't come back yet." After saying this, Marlene stopped in her tracks and called Levi to her room. "You know that the Tower Master went to hell, right?" Marlene said. "Yes, teacher." "What's wrong?" "The Tower Master has been in hell for 3 months and has yet to come out," Marlene said solemnly. "Hell is very big. Perhaps he was delayed on the way," Levi said. "I hope so," Marlene sighed. "Did you succeed in your mission?" Levi nodded. Up until now, only he and Marlene knew what the Tower Master was doing. The other wizards were not aware of the situation. "It's a success. This is the 7 days soul returning grass. I'll have to trouble you to pass it to Tower Master when he returns." Levi solemnly took out a small box and handed it to Marlene. "All right, we don't know how to enter hell, and our strength is not enough. We can't help the Tower Master." "Sigh," Marlene sighed. "It's okay, teacher. I believe in the Tower Master. I believe that Stella will be resurrected," Levi smiled and said. Suddenly, a picture appeared in his mind. 2 spherical alchemical creatures were holding hands, and the scene was a little strange. Marlene carefully put away the 7 days soul returning grass and placed it in the safest place. While he was in the tower, Levi made up for the lessons he had missed in the past few days. He also went to Manla to collect some materials. His main goals in the short term were to level up the Golden Snake breathing technique to level 12 and to refine a corpse digger. No matter which of these 2 succeeded, it would bring about a huge increase in his strength. Apart from that, Levi also saw the package that Andrew had mailed to him in the mail room. After he opened it, he found a few breathing techniques and a letter. The letter was written by Anderson. After reading the letter, Levi was delighted. As expected of the Blood Knight. Only an old antique like him could dig out those legendary knights hidden in the human world. Black Knight Blake, another famous legendary knight, has joined the Dusk Knights. Levi was excited. He had already recruited 2 of the 7 glittering legends whom he had once admired. Apart from the Snowflake Knight and the Thousand-Faced Knight, Levi also knew the whereabouts of the other legendary knights. So, legendary knights might not be dead. They might just be living in seclusion, faking their death, or even entering the wizard world. This is also to avoid conflict with the church. Even old Anderson had high praise for Knight Blake's character, which made Levi feel more at ease. When Dinos becomes a legend and inherits the title of Lionheart Knight, there will be 5 legends. Levi happily put away the letter and returned to the Blackfire Island with satisfaction. In the following days, he began to prepare the Saint Ape potion and the Red Lotus potion. In the end, after 3 months of experimentation, both potions were successfully refined. After consuming the Saint Ape potion, Levi managed to cultivate the Saint Ape breathing technique to level 6 in just a month. It was not difficult for Levi to cultivate breathing techniques before level 11. Now that he had high-grade potions, his cultivation speed was like a rocket. As for the Red Lotus breathing technique, after consuming the Transcendent Grade Red Lotus potion, it had also stepped onto the fast track of cultivation and advanced relatively quickly towards level 12. At the same time, Levi also began to make preparations for refining Corpse Digger. In his spare time, he visited all the markets near Area 9 and finally collected all the materials. The 3 arts of array, weapon making, and pharmacy skills were also cultivated. After being busy for so long, Levi did not need to run around for a long time. His daily life returned to that simple and plain cultivation routine. During the month of winter, Levi returned to the Grey Tower for class. On the 7th floor of the White Tower, he saw the heavily injured Tower Master. A lot of his alchemy armor and nails had fallen off, and many parts were directly exposed. The only human-like face on him looked very tired, and the few white hairs on his body had all fallen off. "Tower Master, did you succeed?" Levi asked, his emotions complicated. The Tower Master did not say a word, which made Levi's heart skip a beat. Had he failed to find the Nirvana Soul Beckoning Wood? Ha 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 ha! I succeeded! The Tower Master suddenly could not hold back his laughter. He laughed until his stomach hurt and the parts inside scattered all over the ground. "I'm really happy, really, Stella can be resurrected soon." The Tower Master seemed to be a little delirious. He kissed the sealed amber that contained a piece of Stella's brain and said. Stella's brain trembled slightly as if she had sensed the Tower Master's call. "Thank you, Levi. I'll be going into seclusion for a long time. My 100 years of hard work will be put into seclusion this time. No matter what the final result is, thank you for your help." When Levi heard this, his expression relaxed. At this time, the Tower Master still did not forget to tease him. This was not fun at all. Levi bid farewell to the Tower Master and told him to focus on resurrecting his lover. He then returned to Blackfire Island. He also wanted to go into seclusion. This time, Golden Snake would not stop until it reached level 12. Chapter 475, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake. 1. After preparing everything to resurrect his wife, the Tower Master immediately set off for the Star Sea. He wanted to find his teacher, Salmon. Salmon was now a 4th Circle wizard. He was also a famous figure in the Star Sea area. The Tower Master's power alone was not enough to summon souls. He still needed Salmon's help. Salmon had always treated the Tower Master as his godson, and the Tower Master was his successor, so he naturally would not refuse this favor. On Blackfire Island, after Levi heard that the Tower Master had left Area 9, he could only silently pray for the Tower Master's success. This level of matter was not something that a mere 1st Circle wizard like him could participate in. The Tower Master was already extremely grateful that he was able to successfully obtain the 7 days soul returning grass that he needed. The Tower Master wanted to give Levi a reward of 10,000 ether stones, but Levi did not want to accept it. The Tower Master would definitely need a lot of money to revive Stella. Levi did not lack money for the time being. He only lacked time, so it was useless to ask for it. Moreover, the Tower Master himself was not the leader of a rich three-ringed organization like the three aristocratic families. He had only advanced to the third circle not long ago, so how much savings could he have? In fact, the Tower Master did not have much personal savings. A large portion of his money was spent on the development and construction of the Grey Tower other than refining his alchemical body. Both Marlene and Levi knew this. However, since the Tower Master insisted on giving it to him, Levi had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. In the following days, Levi's life was back to normal. He taught in the Grey Tower and cultivated on the Blackfire Island. As for Dinos, he had successfully handed him over to Emperor Mu. After discovering the new legendary Imite, Muti, Dinos opened the door to a new world. He had always thought that there were no more legendary knights in the wizard world. After getting to know Levi, he realized that he had been too narrow-minded. He had never stepped into the circle of legendary knights, so he could not come into contact with them. However, not only did Levi know many legendary knights, but he was also the leader of a legendary knight organization. This made Dinos admire Levi even more. The Twilight Knights sounded like an awesome organization. Since the entry requirement for the Twilight Knights was a legendary knight, Dinos could not join them for the time being. He could only be a trainee. If Dinos became a legendary knight one day, he would be able to join it. After getting his father's permission, Dinos became Emperor Mu's disciple. Emperor Mu had picked up a rich disciple like Dinos for free, and both parties were happy. It was a win-win situation. After solving Dinos' problem, Levi focused on his own matters. Apart from his cultivation, Levi began to refine corpse diggers. Although the corpse digger was a first circle alchemy blueprint, its difficulty. It took Levi half a year to study the blueprints and the alchemists. During this period, he did not start the refinement of the corpse digger but kept preparing. One after another, he made the parts. For the alchemy deck of the corpse digger, as well as the giant shield and giant axe used by the corpse digger, Levi used as much mithril as possible. However, the amount of mithril and obsidian gold was limited, so in the end, he still used brass as the main material. In the end, the ratio of brass, mithril, and bright gold was about 100:10:1. The body of the corpse digger was too big. Even with such a ratio, the cost price of these alchemical metals alone cost Levi almost 8,000 taels. As for the corpse digger's alchemical energy drive device, Levi had also refined it according to the strongest configuration under the first ring system, which was another 3,000 ether stones. In addition to other scattered expenses, after calculating, Levi realized that the raw material cost of the corpse digger was as high as 20,000 ether stones. Buying a small wizard ship was only 30,000 ether stones. However, considering how powerful the corpse digger was, Levi gritted his teeth and continued. In fact, even if an alchemical creature like the corpse digger could not keep up with its realm in the later stages, those metal materials could still be melted again. They would not be wasted. Levi had earned quite a bit in the Yellow Earth continent some time ago, which was enough for him to finish refining the corpse digger. He even asked a broker to sell all kinds of materials and magic tools that he could not use in the black market. In the end, he got more than 10,000 ether stones. As for the herbs he obtained from the secret realm, Levi kept them for himself to use in refining potions in the future. After half a year of preparation work, Levi would spend some time every day refining corpse diggers. Refining a corpse digger was a huge project that usually required the cooperation of several first circle alchemy wizards. Levi had to do it all by himself, so he had to take it step by step. This was bound to be a protracted battle. In the process of refining, Levi's alchemy skills broke through to level 4, reaching the level of a first circle alchemy wizard. He estimated that as long as he could complete the refinement of this corpse digger on his own, he could directly advance to a first circle senior alchemy wizard because the amount of work involved was too huge, including almost all the alchemists needed for the first circle alchemy stage. In Blackfire Cave, Levi's alchemy room, as time passed, the skeleton of an alchemical creature gradually formed. It was a 5-meter-tall metal monster. Levi busied himself, tapping and drumming, occasionally chanting incantations, and occasionally inscribing alchemy runes with his spiritual force. Chapter 476, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake. 2. The days were very fulfilling. In another cave, the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard was locked under a pillar in boredom. It had lost its dream. Levi named it Drogon. Drogon did not know how he had survived the past year. That damned human would come to collect his blood every once in a while and give him some food at the same time. At first, it refused and wanted to starve itself to death. However, for some reason, every time the man who kidnapped it approached, a sense of shame and intimacy would arise in its heart of hatred. Then, it would unconsciously eat very happily. This was simply abuse. Levi's nature's heart and dragon affinity had begun to take effect. Unknowingly, the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard's favorability towards Levi increased. However, he still needed some time to completely tame this big fellow. The current Black Fire Island was like the zoo of Area 9. Dragon King Whale, Red Sand Ape, Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard, Fire Elemental Spirit, Poison Fire Bone Snake, Black Flame Demonic Bird, Saint Scorpion, Red-Faced Sea Ghost Spider. As Levi tamed more transcendent creatures, if any enemy dared to invade Black Fire Island in the future, Levi would let them know what the world was like. It was the year 1036 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of grass. Levi had successfully completed the refinement of the main body of the corpse digger, and the war machine had entered the final stage of installation and refinement. Levi's furnace meditation technique had also broken through to level 5, reaching the rank of a senior first circle. His alchemy skills had also improved greatly. Levi. Alchemy, Level 4, 13678/20,000. Level 5 should be the alchemy standard of a second ring alchemy wizard. I'm very close to level 5 now. Although they were both level 4 alchemists, there was a difference between 1 proficiency point and more than 10,000 proficiency points. However, this difference had not reached the qualitative change of level 5. Levi stopped his cultivation and focused on the final sprint. He wanted to strive for success on the first try. Although he could still refine a second time if he failed, it would still waste a lot of time. The early preparation work was the most tiring part of the refinement of the corpse digger. There could not be any mistakes in the refinement of all kinds of components and the inscription of runes. On the other hand, Levi felt that the final installation and refinement were not that difficult. A month later, he had finished installing the corpse digger. Right now, in front of Levi, the 5-meter-tall mechanical alchemy creature stood like a standing hedgehog with a hunched back. Its entire body was covered with sharp barbs, and these barbs were engraved with runes. On top of them was a circle of attack-type alchemy lesser lightning splash. Through these barbs, it could release electric currents in the surroundings, paralyzing enemies and stunning them. Weak enemies would be electrocuted to death. The front of the monster was the hardest part of its body, and there was also a level 1 alchemy elementary magnetic field on it. The magnetic strength was a magical magnetic force that formed a protective barrier that repelled attacks. Basically, most first circle offensive spells could be blocked, and so could physical attacks. In addition, the corpse digger's body of steel had been tempered and solidified by Levi's runes, and it also had a huge shield that was also solidified with protective spells. There was no need to worry about the defense of this big guy. Apart from second circle wizards, first circle wizards would not be able to break through its defense in a short period of time. Once the corpse digger got close, it would be their end. The magnetic force field had another function. This alchemy method could be operated in reverse. In that case, the repulsive force could be turned into a powerful suction force. The suction range of the low-level magnetic force field was 50 meters. In other words, if an enemy was within 50 meters of the corpse digger, the magnetic force field could be pulled to the front of the body and directly use its close combat advantage to smash the enemy. The giant axe in the hands of the corpse digger was made of luminant gold and mithril. Some zero-circle alchemists were fixed on it, such as swirling swallow return and precise throw. This allowed the corpse digger to form effective long-range damage by throwing the giant axe. Moreover, the giant axe could be returned to the hand, which was equivalent to the giant axe flying sword in the other world. Apart from that, this big thing that Levi had spent nearly 2 years on had many other functions. For example, it could fight in all terrains. It had a floating spell installed under its feet, allowing it to move quickly and leap in the air for short distances. It could also dive into the deep sea and engage in underwater combat. Furthermore, Levi had even installed a ring of alchemy cannons on the head and chest of this big guy. Cannons and mechas were the true passion of men. Now, it's time to test my results, Levi took a deep breath and muttered. Even with his mental state, he could not help but feel nervous. He had already loaded the corpse digger with ether stones. He would first use ether stone to test if it could be activated and then let Ace try to blend in. Anda, Moke, Levi chanted. At the same time, a crimson light suddenly lit up in the dark eye sockets of the corpse digger. The sound of an engine starting echoed in the cave abode. The magic runes on the body of the corpse digger lit up one by one. The earth began to tremble slightly as if a terrifying demon king was about to be born. The corpse digger's head turned mechanically and looked directly at Levi. Chapter 477, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake, 3. Looking at the violent eyes of the corpse digger, Levi smiled. I succeeded. The corpse digger slowly moved. His movements went from unpracticed to skilled. In the control core of the corpse digger, there were the most basic combat techniques that Levi had recorded through memory spells. These techniques were not that fancy, and only had one function: killing. For wizards who were not good at close combat, these basic combat techniques were enough. In any case, as long as one had enough strength, any technique would be superfluous. Levi brought the corpse digger out of the cave. The bone snake and the red sand ape trembled as they looked at the 5-meter-tall, ferocious metal monster. With their biological instincts, they could feel the terrifying power coming from this big guy. It was an aura that could crush everything. Do you guys want to try out your new friends? Levi suddenly laughed. The bone snake and the red sand ape shook their heads like rattles and fled one after another to find the crimson fire dragon lizard. Even the strongest Ace left silently after hesitating for a while. Levi had no choice but to jump into the sea with the corpse digger. He had to test the corpse digger's ability to fight on water. After all, most of the endless sea was filled with water. As soon as the corpse digger jumped into the sea, it started swimming quickly. Levi followed behind it unhurriedly. At the same time, he was also observing the consumption of the ether stones. About 2 hours later, after swimming in the sea for so long, the corpse digger had consumed 5 pieces of ether stones. Although the consumption rate of the ether stone is much higher than that of the swordsman mantis and the others, it's still acceptable for this size. This normal form doesn't consume much energy, Levi analyzed in his heart. At this moment, they were already far away from the Blackfire Island. Unknowingly, they had entered a dangerous sea area. Suddenly, a huge 2-headed shark swam out of the deep sea. The 2-headed shark was about 10 meters long. Although it was shorter than Leviathan, this first circle sea beast was very strong. It was the descendant of the ancient creature overlord Megalodon that was comparable to the second circle existence. Its strength was not much weaker than a senior first circle wizard. Without needing Levi to say anything, the corpse digger crashed into the 2-headed shark. Boom! Under the water, a violent vibration came. Levi watched from afar. The 2-headed shark shook its head. Clearly, the collision just now was not good. From its 2 heads, it spat out a white frost spell ability, wanting to freeze the corpse digger. The corpse digger did not dodge. Its magnetic field was activated and directly reversed. A powerful suction force came over. Caught off guard, the 2-headed shark was sucked in front of the corpse digger. The 2-headed shark wanted to dodge, but blue electric currents shot out from the body of the corpse digger, and the 2-headed shark was temporarily paralyzed. The corpse digger did not hesitate to use its giant shield to slam against the 2-headed shark. Crash! A dull sound echoed underwater. One of the 2-headed shark's heads was smashed off. The corpse digger swung his axe and the other head was also chopped off. It seemed to be dissatisfied. It grabbed the 2-headed shark's body with its hands and tore it apart. Then, it nailed the corpse to its back. After doing all this, the big fellow stopped and remained motionless. This was because Levi had stored over 100 ether stones. After a battle, this guy had already used up all his energy. And this is without the use of alchemy cannons. This thing is indeed worthy of being a huge consumer of stones. If we didn't encounter a second circle enemy, there's no need to let it take action. The corpse digger has been successfully refined. Next, Ace can fuse with the corpse digger. Ace will be the mecha pilot in the future. Levi was satisfied. Since you're so cruel, I'll name you Tyrant. Levi returned with Tyrant and handed it to Ace. Ace, fuse with this guy's power core, and then infuse your fire elemental power into it, bit by bit, Levi said. Ace nodded and entered the body of the big guy that he feared uneasily. Let's begin. Then, Levi saw the tyrant's heart begin to burn with raging flames, just like his own furnace heart. Immediately after, layers of red flames appeared on tyrant's body, making him look mighty and extraordinary. Levi chanted. Then, the tyrant's eye sockets emitted a red flame. Because the energy of ether stones was chaotic and had all four elements, it was similar to chaos and had no attributes. There were no obvious elemental characteristics. However, Ace was a fire elemental. Once he entered, the entire tyrant turned into a flame tyrant. Levi willed it. The alchemy cannon on the tyrant's chest suddenly appeared and fired at him. A pillar of red flame shot out. Levi's black gold scales were layered. He wanted to test the power of the alchemy cannon. Boom! Levi was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. It landed in the sea hundreds of meters away. Ace hurriedly crawled out of tyrant's body. It was dumbfounded and said, "I didn't attack my master." Levi's laughter came from the sea. He came to the Black Fire Island and looked at his burnt scales, which were disappearing bit by bit. Not bad. It's not much weaker than the big fireball technique. This kind of power is enough for first circle alchemical creatures. Anyway, Tyrant's main focus is on melee physical attacks. These long-range attacks can only be said to be icing on the cake. When I have time to learn the language of runes, I'll give the Tyrant a probably be similar to a second circle existence. Chapter 478, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake, 4. Levi did not have the time to learn the rune language right now. He had to prioritize cultivating breathing techniques. When he was done with the Tyrant's matters, Levi looked at his current storage bag and saw that he still had nearly 20,000 ether stones. It was enough for Levi to cultivate quietly for a period of time. Before he went into seclusion, the seagull from the Star Tower landed on the island, left some newspapers, and left. That's strange. It's not the time to deliver newspapers now. Puzzled, Levi picked up the slate and checked the information inside with his spiritual force. Emergency notification. The Dark Wizard Army led by the Dark Wizard Emperor Asta and the Chaos Army led by the four evil gods under the Lord of Chaos split into 5 groups and invaded the 5 most distant plane consortia managed by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, and set off a rebellion in the 5 major consortia. The evil forces were menacing, and the Pan-Plane Wizard Council would not sit still and wait for death. Now, the entire wizard world had entered a state of war, preparing for a new round of plane expeditions. The Congress decided that 5 legendary wizards would lead the army to start a new round of dimensional expedition to quell the rebellion. Due to some objective reasons, the original expeditionary force was insufficient, so the 5 legendary wizards started the first wave of recruitment in the entire territory. The number of wizards recruited this time was 10,000. All the official members of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council could participate in the registration. A total of 10 new expeditionary forces would be formed, and they would definitely eliminate the 5 federal rebels and invaders. Anyone who participated in the expedition would be able to obtain a wizard tool that matched their level. They would also activate the War Legion merit system and complete their respective Legion missions to obtain the corresponding merit points. They could exchange for cultivation resources, wizard tools, knowledge inheritance, and so on in their respective Legion stores. Those with outstanding military achievements would be awarded the corresponding position in the Wizard Council after the war. Those who refused to participate in the recruitment had to pay a corresponding amount of military expenses according to their realm. We have been living in peace for too long, and the illustrious reputation of the wizard ancestor Sauron is gradually being forgotten. If this rebellion is not successfully suppressed, then the 50-plane confederation under the Pan-Plane Wizard Council will definitely set off an even greater rebellion. This operation is codenamed the 5-Sector Expedition. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council, First Year Announcement. After reading it, Levi could not calm down for a long time. All along, he had thought that such a large expedition was something very far away from him. It was the background of those history textbooks. He did not expect that in such a situation where he was completely caught off guard, without any warning, the sudden era of the Great Expedition had arrived. Sigh. That's true hell. At the same time, Levi's membership card beeped with a warning. He took out his membership card, and the contents began to appear on it. Number 9527 Levi, please choose expedition registration or military fee. If you want to register for an expedition, please go to the Star Tower's Battle Group Preparing Committee to register within a year. If you want to pay military fees, you will have to pay 2,000 ether stones in one go according to your current membership level. According to the Pan-Plane Wizard Congress Military Service Act, everyone has a responsibility to protect the wizard civilization. Refusing to enlist or pay the fees will result in the most severe punishment. Please make your choice in time. It's alright. I can still afford 2,000, but it's hard to say for those ordinary first circle wizards without any background. Levi thought of Winnie and the others. He did not know if they had the money to pay for the military expenses. He believed that Ms. Marlene would not let everyone go to the battlefield. There were only a few official wizards in the Grey Tower. If they went to the battlefield, it would be a problem for them to operate normally. The consequences of refusing to pay were very serious. Levi did not want to become a dark wizard who hid his head and tail just because of this little money. In fact, in the early days of the establishment of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, the sorcerer civilization was not as prosperous as it was now. The number of official sorcerers was not as high, and the power of the enemy was stronger than the previous one. At that time, if there was a large expedition like this, other than the necessary wizards who stayed behind to guard their homes, everyone had to join the army. There was no option to pay military expenses instead of joining the army. The current military service bill was already very humane. In general, according to the bill set by the ancestor of the wizards, Soren, within a certain range, the higher the level of the wizard, the higher the price of refusing to serve in the military. In a civilization war of this level, the main force would be those intermediate and even high-level wizards. A low-level wizard like Levi would be cannon fodder on the battlefield, or in other words, logistics personnel. Soren fully considered that some powerful but cowardly wizards might use their power to escape the call, so he set such a rule. No matter what, this recruitment was mainly voluntary. They would use military merits and cultivation resources to lure more wizards to participate in the war. If they did not want to go, they could pay. In short, under the management of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, except for those dark wizards who were not afraid of trouble, there was basically no way to escape military service. I wonder how the Tower Master is doing. Levi suddenly remembered the Tower Master who was still resurrecting his lover. In the following days, Levi cultivated while paying attention to the development of the situation. Levi did not care about the other wizard organizations. He only hoped that the wizards of the Grey Tower would try their best not to participate in the expedition. Chapter 479, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake, 5. Although this was a little selfish, Levi did not want to see these people die on the battlefield. Although the wizards had always been the final victor in the previous expeditions, the price they paid was not small. No one cared if these unknown low-level wizards died. Every expedition would take anywhere from 3 to 5 years to 100 years. During this period, countless resources and lives would be consumed. There were a total of 50 plane consortia of various sizes under the Wizard Council, which meant 50 colonies. According to the Wizard's geography course, if the entire universe was an unknown and dangerous endless dark land, the so-called dimensions were crypts that emitted the light of civilization. The levels and sizes of the crypts varied, and the dimensions were divided into different levels. Around these crypts were thick crystal walls that protected the crypts from the unknown darkness of the land of darkness. All kinds of civilizations were born in the crypts. Some of the crypts even had subspace lands, which was the realm of the non-believers. And outside of these planes, there were 2 special non-material planes that were detached from the material world. One of them was called the astral world. This was a world formed by the spiritual power projection of all planes. Only gods and some powerful existences could enter it. The other plane was the underworld. Legend had it that the souls of all living beings would eventually return there after death. Among the many planes, after a long period of exploration and many colonial expeditions, there were 50 planes directly managed by the Wizard Council. These 50 planes were called Federal Planes by the Wizard Congress. The place that Asta and the 4 evil gods of chaos had invaded was one of the larger planes. There was no need to say anything more about Asta. As a frequent visitor to the Pan-Plane Truth Journal, he was known as the #1 terrorist in the multidimensional plane. He was the city lord of Chaos City, and he called himself the Dark Wizard Emperor. He was the spiritual leader of many dark wizards. This was once a legendary wizard of the Dark Realm, the School of Dark Energy, and even the Grand Council chairman. He did not expect to be bewitched by the Lord of Chaos in the astral world and become his divine son. After that, he left the Wizard Council, seized a few planes, established Chaos City, and spread the faith of the Lord of Chaos. The Master of Chaos had another name in the Seven Kingdoms, the Lord of the Wilderness, the god that the Wilderness Brotherhood believed in. Although the Lord of Chaos was not one of the seven orthodox gods in the plane where the Seven Kingdoms continent was located, his influence was even greater than the seven orthodox gods in many other planes. This existence resided in the chaos wasteland of the astral world, and under his command were 4 lackeys active in the multidimensional plane. They were the so-called 4 evil gods of chaos. Father of Plague, Lord of Doomsday, Lady Famine, Duke of Death. Although these 4 were not gods and were not in the astral world, their true strength might not be any different from gods. They were considered demigods. The 4 evil gods had been stirring trouble in the multidimensional planes all year round, spreading plagues, famines, and various other disasters to realize their self-worth. According to Levi's research on the history of the wizard world, this kind of plane expedition involving legends could last decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 100 years, Levi felt that the world might not be as peaceful as it used to be. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. If the situation developed to a more chaotic level, Levi would return to the human world to hide for a while. He would only return after this expedition was over. However, there was also a problem with going to the human world. It was fine for a year and a half, but if he lived in the human world for decades or even centuries, it would delay the cultivation of a wizard too much. Moreover, the human world was not necessarily safe. There might be many wizards who had the same thoughts as him. When the time came, the world would inevitably be in chaos. It would depend on how the church would deal with it. The first year of the 5-sector expedition happened in the year 1036 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of the furnace. Recruiting activities were carried out in full swing throughout the entire territory. In this expedition, in addition to the established legions under the Wizard Council, 10 new legions were recruited. The wizards who were recruited this time would also be incorporated into the new battle group and undergo special training. What made Levi feel relieved was that it did not recruit any wizards from the Grey Tower. Everyone chose to pay military expenses and avoid disaster. As for Emperor Mu, he was only an apprentice wizard, so he had also escaped the disaster. In this kind of plain war, apprentices were not even considered cannon fodder. Therefore, every recruitment did not include them. Rather than letting them die in vain, it was better to leave a spark for the future of the wizard world. So far, the ones who had signed up the most were those who had no money or power, as well as some wizards from middle-rank and high-rank wizard organizations. Nomadic wizards did not have the money to pay military expenses, or they were attracted by the military rewards. As for the wizards from the middle and high-level wizard organizations, they were arranged to join the army. These middle and high-level wizard organizations did not lack money and lacked knowledge inheritance, they were more concerned about the possible position in the parliament after the war. What they wanted was more voice and status. In short, with the current large number of wizards in the wizard world, it was not difficult to recruit 10,000 wizards. However, it was unknown whether they could qualify. Chapter 480, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake, 6. No matter how chaotic and uneasy the outside world was, on Blackfire Island, Levi methodically absorbed his experience. His golden snake breathing technique was getting closer and closer to level 12. Right now, there was nothing more important than this. However, it was unknown whether the Tower Master had succeeded in resurrecting Stella. He had not heard from him for a long time. During the month of harvest, Levi's big fireball technique had also reached the limit of level 6, reaching the grade A rank attack limit of a first ring spell. As for the body of ghost fire, it was already at level 4. Basically, both of Levi's arms and legs had achieved elemental conversion. This made him speechless. The most important part was actually the last step to achieve elementalization. After this period of training, Levi's maximum spiritual force had reached 35 points. He had stabilized his rank as a senior first circle wizard. He was still 15 points away from the limit of a first circle wizard, 50 points. According to his current speed, he would only be able to break through the limit of the first circle and the second circle when he was around 50 years old. Although there was still some time before he could reach the second circle, Levi had already started to prepare the Eye Devil's Gaze potion. This second circle breakthrough potion, not to mention the materials needed for the auxiliary potions, the main ingredient required as many as 5 precious materials. After Levi had deliberately collected all 4 main ingredients over the years, including the wind-chasing grass, he had most of them. The only thing missing was the last and most important main ingredient, eyeball of the eye devil. It usually only existed in another plane that was as powerful as the wizard civilization. The abyssal plane. If the 9 hells were a paradise for the undead and devils, then the abyssal plane was the lair of the demons. In history, the wizard civilization and the abyss civilization fought more than once. Each had its own victories and losses, but in general, they were evenly matched. The abyss civilization had never given up on invading the wizard world. They would come and cause trouble every once in a while. However, the last time it invaded was 2,000 years ago. Levi felt that the abyssal plane might take advantage of the awakening of the dark wave at the plane intersection to make a comeback. At that time, both the human world and the wizard world would be even more chaotic. The wizard civilization had high-level and legendary wizards. The abyss civilization also had powerful demon lords. So far, the 666 levels of the abyss had been explored. Each level had a powerful demon lord. The weakest was a high-level primordial soul wizard. The further down, the stronger the demon lord was. Even the astral gods had suffered a lot from these demon lords. Eye devils were a type of level 2 demon. They were as powerful as second circle wizards and were considered inferior demons. Levi had asked Ms. Marlene about it. After a long period of hunting, there were not many eye devils left in the wizard world. Marlene had bought it from a wizard who was exploring ancient ruins at a high price. In this world, eye devil might only exist in some lost ancient ruins. This reminded Levi of the sea map he had previously obtained. On it was recorded an ancient ruin, the Lost Pan's Labyrinth. He planned to wait until he broke through the shackles of legend and reached the 12th level of the Golden Snake. Then, he would take some time to go around Lost Pan's Labyrinth and see if he could find anything. Apart from that, Levi had never stopped inquiring about the whereabouts of the transcendent creatures required for the secret medicine. While Levi was quietly cultivating, the dark tide of the wizard world was surging because of this sudden expedition. In the western region of the Yellow Earth continent was the Flame King's hid family. In Lehman's wizard tower, the Flame Prince, who was high and mighty in the family, was now bowing and scraping, holding an ancient black mirror with a respectful expression. On the surface of the black mirror, the shadow of a black sun slowly appeared. In front of the shadow, a middle-aged man in a black robe and a wizard hat was projected. Lehman greets teacher Adam. Lehman said excitedly. The person who had appeared in the Al-Hid Wizard Tower through a projection was the leader of the Black Sun Steeple, a high-level primordial soul wizard, Black Sun Adam. No need for formalities, Adam said calmly. Although it was only a projection of a communication wizard tool, Al-Hid still felt a suffocating pressure in front of this high-level primordial soul wizard. High-level wizards were the true powerhouses in the entire wizard civilization. After all, even with the 50 federal planes under the Congress, the number of legendary wizards and grand wizards added up would not exceed 100. And such existences rarely showed their faces in public. Therefore, to a certain extent, high-level primordial soul wizards were the peak of combat power in the wizard world in the conventional sense, almost invincible. Teacher Adam suddenly came looking for me. Lehman was terrified. I wonder if there's anything that I can do, Lehman asked. Lehman, do you know why I agreed to take you as my disciple? Adam asked. Because I have a 1 in a million dual element affinity with the earth and fire elements, Lehman said confidently. When Adam heard this, he laughed out loud. Lehman was puzzled, but he did not dare to express it. He thought, although I can't compare to a true genius like my teacher, I'm still 1 in a million. What's so funny about that? Dual element affinity. Haha, in my eyes, let alone dual element affinity, even the children of the elements are nothing. Not even 1 in 100 dual element affinity geniuses could become a high-level primordial soul wizard. The reason why I took you in as my disciple was because of the bloodline in your body, Adam said. Chapter 481, Great Expedition Era. Level 12 Golden Snake, 7. Bloodline. Is there anything special about our Al-Hid family's bloodline? Lehman asked. Adam shook his head. No, your Al-Hid family's bloodline is ordinary and not worth mentioning. However, your Alhid family's ancestor once formed a demon contract with a high-level demon of the abyss. The result of this contract is the trace of high-level abyss blood in your body. This high-level demon is the demon lord of the 6th level of the abyss, the Molten Mountain Demon Bat. This is a high-level demon lord comparable to a high-level primordial soul wizard. If you can activate this trace of bloodline, your talent will not be inferior to the child of the fire element at all. When Lehman heard this, he looked excited. Teacher, what should I do? As long as he could obtain strength, it didn't matter if he had demon blood or not. He just needed to be strong. Lehman had already seen through it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed the Parliament and secretly sided with Black Sun Adam. Kill. Just like the Abyss demons, kill, destroy, and end everything. Use your killing will to turn this world into an abyss. Only in this way can the high-level abyss blood in your body awaken, and you can obtain the power of the Molten Mountain Demon Bat. Adam said in an extremely bewitching voice. When Lehman heard this, a flame mark that looked like a bat appeared in his pupils. Endless killing desire seemed to have suddenly surged out of his body. However, he was a third circle wizard after all. He relied on his powerful spiritual force and willpower to calm down and asked solemnly, Teacher, is there any other way other than killing? Killing might activate and stimulate the bloodline, but it's easy to be targeted by the Star Tower's enforcers. Adam shook his head and stared at Lehman with a black hole-like gaze. Then, he sighed in the tone of an elder and said, Your killing intent is not firm enough, my disciple. There's no need to worry about the Star Tower because they won't be able to protect themselves very soon. The 5 federal rebellions planned by Lord Asta are only the first step in resisting the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Next, the Endless Sea Wizard Liberation Alliance led by me and the 100 Beast Berserk which would also rise. The other realm of the unbelievers would be the same. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council had ruled the world for a long time. A spark could set a prairie ablaze. If he could not do whatever he wanted, what kind of wizard was he? We're not dark wizards. We're just liberated wizards who yearn for freedom and freedom. What is truth? Power and freedom are the truth. A free world needed to be exchanged with slaughter. When the expeditionary army embarks on the path of an expedition, it will be time for us to resist. Abyss City would fall. The Star Tower would also fall. Next, you, Master of Flames Clore, and Morpheus from Whale Song Island will work together to take down Area 7, Area 8 and Area 9. By the way, the supervisor of Area 7, 5th Circle Wizard Tries, is also one of us. He was the one who saved Morpheus from Whale Song Island. However, don't trouble him unless necessary to prevent him from exposing his identity too early. I see. In that case, I'm confident. Thank you, teacher. Freedom and power are what I pursue. Lehman looked excited. He was overwhelmed with emotions and could not calm down for a long time. It turned out that his teacher's ambition was so great. There's no need to thank me. I'm just pointing out a path for you. If you want to strengthen your abyss blood, feed it with the blooming killing flower. After Black Sun Adam finished speaking, the projection disappeared, and the black mirror returned to normal. Lehman's face was gloomy as he suddenly revealed a strange smile. It won't be long before a new era begins. Let some people die and ignite the first fire of this new era. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1036, Month of Winter. The 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Expeditionary Army had already been prepared. Led by the legendary wizard of the Burning Faction, Dragon Flame God, Lager, they set off to support the garrisons of the 5 federations. After Levi cultivated crazily day and night. Levi's golden snake breathing technique was finally cultivated to level 12. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden snake breathing technique, level 12, 1/400,000. Special effect, newborn scales, dragon's intimidation. Chapter 482, I'll be the leader of the knights. 1. Levi noticed that this time, the golden snake breathing technique was not the maximum after level 12. After fusing with the golden horn breathing technique, the golden snake breathing technique could not only be upgraded to level 12, but Levi could also advance to level 13 in one go. After breaking through the shackles of legendary, many things seemed to be different from before. This also means that other than the few breathing techniques that haven't broken through the limit, I don't have to rush around for a long time to find the materials to break through the limit of the breathing technique. Of course, with Levi's personality, he would definitely let Andrew continue to collect them. It was better to be prepared. No matter what, Levi heaved a sigh of relief. There were only so many breathing techniques in this world. If he could only advance by one level every time he broke the limit, as the level of the breathing technique increased, the breathing technique used to break the limit would not be enough. From the looks of it, Levi was overthinking. He looked at the proficiency panel. Newborn scales, you have already passed the stage of black gas transforming into scales. The bloodline seed in your body has given you the scales of a real golden snake. Although this scale is like a newly hatched golden snake, it still has an extraordinary defense. This special effect can be continuously upgraded as the golden snake breathing technique improves. Levi looked at his heart. Outside the furnace heart, the winding golden snake was more real than before. Its eyes seemed to have real life and were even more lively. Therefore, the life seed of a knight is actually a seed of bloodline. When you step into the knight realm, you will condense the extremely weak bloodline of the original ancestor in your body into a life seed. The so-called breathing technique was to continuously refine the life seed by consuming secret medicine and using a specific breathing rhythm and posture to cultivate, causing the bloodline power in the body to become stronger and stronger. Knights, grand knights, legendary knights. The life seed evolved again and again. At my current realm, the life seed has even transformed into a bloodline seed. Levi carefully looked at the bloodline seed that looked like a golden snake. He could sense the mini golden snake's desire for the bloodline power. Only by constantly obtaining bloodlines could the golden snake grow. The breathing technique was the method, and the bloodline was the raw material. This yearning. Levi was enlightened. In that case, the new realm after legendary can be called the bloodthirst realm. If a legendary knight is a blood awakening knight, the beginning of the awakening of the bloodline and the beginning of becoming a transcendent, then the bloodthirst knight is the starting point of the growth of the bloodline. It's like how a newborn baby craves breast milk when it wakes up. The golden snake bloodline in my body has been awakened, and it's thirsty. It craves bloodline. Legend is an embryo in its infancy, and bloodthirst is the breastfeeding period after birth. In this way, Levi created the real realm after the legendary realm according to his own understanding. Bloodthirst Knight. After Levi had a better understanding of the bloodthirst realm, he might be able to come up with a feasible way for a legendary knight to become a bloodthirst knight. If there were no path forward for a knight, Levi would be the only guide from now on. Now, I need to test the defense of the newborn scales. Let's see how much defense the level 12 golden snake has brought me. Levi stretched his muscles and bones. He stood up and spat out his snake tongue, waving it in midair. The snake tongue in his mouth was even longer. If the snake tongue in the past was only a foot long, the snake tongue now could reach 3 feet long. This was also the change in the supernatural organ after the golden snake breathing technique reached level 12. The range of Levi's snake tongue perception had expanded by a notch compared to when he was at level 11. Moreover, the accuracy of his perception and the storage capacity of his database had also increased. Apart from that, after reaching the bloodthirst realm, no new legendary organs were born. Or rather, the newborn scales were actually new legendary organs. As for the horn on his forehead, it had also undergone a new change. The horn was even more solid, and there were circles of spiral patterns on it. However, there seemed to be something blocking the horn. Levi wanted to shoot something out, but he could not. Looks like this horn is some kind of organ that can release a big move, so the requirement for bloodline is very high. Levi touched his horn. It felt strange to touch it himself. Legend had it that the horn of the golden horn beast could shoot out terrifying rays of light that could annihilate an entire world. Levi believed that the horn would not disappoint him. As soon as Levi came out, he saw Ace bullying Drogon. After such a long time, Drogon was completely convinced by Levi's charisma. "Ace, come here," Levi said coldly. Ace slowly floated over. He looked at the tyrant corpse digger standing at the side. "Go in and spar with me," Levi said. Ace nodded, not daring to disobey. It burrowed into the corpse digger's body. Then, the corpse digger's entire body burned with red flames. It rumbled and moved, causing the ground to tremble. Ret, Drogon, Igor, Leviathan, and the others watched the battle curiously. Among Levi's pets, only Ace, who controlled the corpse digger, could almost fight him. Levi came to the surface of the sea. He waved at Ace. Let's begin. Don't hold back and attack me with all your might. Levi's expression was calm as he said confidently. Chapter 483, I'll be the leader of the knights. 2. The corpse digger nodded. Then, machinery rumbled and alchemy runes lit up. Swoosh! The corpse digger flew into the air and shot over, creating waves on the surface of the sea. Boom! The 50-ton object collided with Levi. In terms of strength, even Levi, who had legendary strength, was no match for the corpse digger. After an earth-shattering collision, countless splashes erupted on the surface of the sea. Levi kept retreating 100 meters on the surface of the sea. Not bad, Ace. You and the corpse digger are getting more and more familiar with each other, Levi praised. Levi could not help but praise Ace. He became excited when he was praised. Just like Captain America's shield, the tyrant giant shield flew toward Levi with a sonic boom. Good timing. Dark golden scales appeared on Levi's right fist, emitting an ancient and barbaric aura. It was as if these scales came from a long time ago. Bang! Levi punched the shield away. Levi also retreated a little. The dark golden scales buzzed and there seemed to be cracks on the surface. However, as the golden light flickered, these cracks quickly recovered. The golden light was essentially the golden snake black gas in Levi's body. However, after he advanced to legendary, the black gas of various breathing techniques was no longer black, but had different characteristics. The corpse digger's powerful shield attack could shatter the spell defense that almost all first circle wizards were proud of, but it did not break Levi's scales. Levi leaped across the sea, stepping on the waves and jumping dozens of meters high. Then, his fists collided fiercely with the corpse digger's axe. Crack! Under the tyrant's power that was comparable to a second circle transcendent creature, the giant axe barely tore through Levi's scale defense. Blood flowed and the bones in his hand shattered. The tyrant seemed to want to stop. Levi said, "Continue." Many harmless scales flew off his bloody palms, revealing the mangled flesh and ghastly white bones inside, as well as green runes. Under the tyrant's strongest axe attack, even Levi's scales could not completely block it. A first ring spell like the rock body could only weaken a portion of its strength. After all, someone had once used the corpse digger's powerful close combat ability to forcefully tear apart the second circle wizard's defensive field and kill him. Although Levi's newborn scales had the defense of an ordinary second ring spell, it had just been born after all. It still needed some time to grow. Under the Blood Ember's powerful recovery ability, Levi's mangled hands had already recovered to their original state, and scales covered them again. The tyrant's terrifying alchemy cannons poured out. Boom! This time, Levi was sent flying not far away. He walked out of the fire. Other than his scales being slightly charred black, he was safe and sound. The first circle alchemy cannon that could once blow up some of his scales could no longer break through Levi's defense. In the end, Levi, who had controlled the tyrant to fight him for 100 rounds, considered that Ace was about to die, so he ended the battle reluctantly. After Levi's test, he felt that the defense of the newborn scales was almost equivalent to a grade C second circle defensive spell. When the proficiency of the golden snake breathing technique was higher, the defense of the newborn scales would also increase continuously. Levi estimated that when the golden snake breathing technique approached level 13, the newborn scales should be almost at the level of a grade A second circle defensive spell. In that case, Levi would be the same as a second circle wizard. He would have a long-lasting defensive field, and he would not need to consume spell power. He would only need to consume stamina. He had almost adapted to the changes after level 12 of the golden snake breathing technique. Levi looked at his remaining breathing technique. The 3 breathing techniques, Red Lotus, Blood Beast, and Black Whale, were also heading towards level 12. Among them, Red Lotus and Black Whale had transcendent secret medicine, so their cultivation speed was much faster than that of the Blood Beast. The Silver Mountain Dragon's breathing technique was almost at the maximum of level 11. The Saint Ape's breathing technique followed closely behind. Next, I can prepare to return to the human world and meet Anderson and the Black Knights. I can also capture a few primary blood clan members and think of a way to get them back, Levi muttered inwardly. Now, he already had the defense of a second circle. Coupled with his 3 forms and the power of the golden revolving slash, his attack power was also at the level of a second circle. He believed that he had almost the combat power of a second circle cultivator. Putting aside the giant ape on the Yellow Earth continent, it was suspected to be an ancient mutant and was very powerful. Levi felt that he had to advance to the second circle wizard realm to be confident in subduing it. The sea dragon crocodiles in Area 9 and Area 8 were the same. As for the cultivation of wizards, Levi's current spiritual power was only 40 points. Although it was considered very high among senior first circle wizards, it was still not the maximum. Over the years, he did not learn any new first ring spells. Instead, he planned to leave the remaining spiritual force to the rune language and the second circle spell model he planned to build. In short, Levi should be able to become a second circle wizard before he turned 50, which was the year 1040 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Levi planned to take a look at the Pan's Labyrinth in a few days. After cultivating for a few more days and consolidating his realm as a Bloodthirst Knight, Levi discovered that after entering the Bloodthirst realm, the effects of the Golden Snake secret medicine he had previously refined had decreased significantly. However, he could still barely cultivate. Chapter 484, I'll be the leader of the Knights. 3. At his current speed, it would take him almost 10 years to advance to level 13. According to Levi's estimation, the level 13 breathing technique should be the corresponding third circle realm of a wizard. This speed was neither fast nor slow. It was barely acceptable. If he had the level 2 Golden Snake secret medicine, he might be able to advance to level 13 in 7 to 8 years. Next, I'll hurry up and upgrade the wizard to the second environmental realm. After mastering some second ring spells, I'll subdue the sea dragon crocodile and use the level 2 secret medicine as soon as possible. Levi did not forget about the Grey Tower even though his strength had increased tremendously. He left the Blackfire Island and went back to teach. At the same time, he wanted to know more about the Tower Master. Grey Tower. The atmosphere in the tower now seemed to be different from before the Great Expedition. In the age of war, everyone had a lot of pressure in their hearts. This pressure turned into motivation, making the wizards work harder in their cultivation. Teacher, is there still no news from the Tower Master? Levi asked when he saw Marlene watering the flowers. There's nothing else. This fellow really makes me worry. Could he have been drafted away? Marlene sighed. Only Levi and Marlene knew that the Tower Master had left. They were worried that there was a mole in the tower who would leak the news. Whale Song Island had been dormant for a long time. Levi estimated that Whale Song Island's foundation should have almost recovered. In the following autumn of chaos, this ambitious organization might do something. This was what Levi was worried about. Teacher, I plan to leave the wizard world for a period of time, Levi said. Are you returning to the human world? Marlene was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that you still have something to worry about in the human world? It's not suitable for wizards to cultivate there. It's fine if you're an apprentice, but if an official wizard or above stays in the human world for too long, their cultivation might decline instead of advancing. It's not unreasonable for Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, to choose the realm of the unbelievers as the home of wizards. Forget it. Since you've already made your decision, you must have your own considerations. I won't persuade you anymore. I heard that the human world is quite chaotic now. If you insist on going, then be careful. Try not to use your spells in the human world and don't expose your identity as a wizard. The Seven Gods and the Wizard Council have always been at odds. Although the Church of the Seven Nations is extremely weak now, they're still alive. Remember not to get into conflict with the Church. Marlene reminded him. Teacher, I know. I'm just going to the human world to do something. I might be back soon. Levi naturally knew that wizards were not popular in the human world. Ever since a long time ago, Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, led the legendary wizards and a few of the seven gods to carry out a true war of gods. The relationship between the seven gods and the wizards had not been very good. According to the Wizard General Education course, after that battle, the Heavenly Father of the Seven Gods asked the Church of Holy Light to fabricate fake myths in the human world to confuse people and discredit wizards. He said that wizards were the product of the remains of saints and were exiled to the realm of the unbelievers because they were punished by the gods. In fact, wizards entered the realm of the unbelievers voluntarily because after the battle between the gods and wizards, the power of the elements in the human world kept thinning and flowing away, entering the so-called Doomsday Era. Only physical cultivators like knights who did not need the power of elements or seals cultivators like the four great families who combined their bloodlines and spells could barely cultivate in the human world. However, wizards knew that elemental power would not disappear for no reason. In the end, the wizards discovered sub-dimensional portals that were attached to and independent of the human world. This place was larger than the human world, and the elemental power inside was richer. Moreover, it was difficult for the power of the gods in the astral world to infiltrate this place. It was simply a paradise for wizards. This was the realm of the unbelievers, which was also the origin of the wizard world. Currently, the relationship between the 7 gods and the wizard civilization was very delicate. The 7 gods were very powerful, and their believers were spread across many multidimensional planes. However, the 7 gods could not leave the astral world. They could only interfere with the multidimensional plane in the form of saint incarnations or send their angels to travel the human world. This formed a subtle tacit balance with the wizard civilization. The 7 gods would not enter the sub-dimensional portal to interfere with the wizards, and the wizards would not go to the human world to interfere with the beliefs of the gods. Everyone was fine, and it was still the same until now. However, Levi's main purpose in going to the human world this time was to capture the Blood Clan members. He did not intend to have a conflict with the church for the time being. Just like that, Levi took a long leave from the tower. The pharmacist course was taught by a high-level pharmacy apprentice he had brought out. For the next period of time, he might not come to the Grey Tower often. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Levi returned to the Blackfire Island to continue his cultivation. Before long, Levi's Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique had reached its limit. Levi. Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique, level 11, maximum, special effect, Silver Dragon Spine, solid state. This Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique was obtained from the Earl of Silver Mountain. Now that Levi had cultivated it to the limit, it could be considered as fulfilling the Earl of Silver Mountain's dream of cultivating the ancestral breathing technique to the legendary realm. After the Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique became legendary, the special effects it gave birth to were similar to the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique. They were both dragon spines, which was transcendent endurance. The Silver Dragon Spine was only of a higher level. In essence, it was no different from the Dragon Spine. The legendary organ born after the Silver Mountain Dragon's breathing technique was Levi's tendon. Chapter 485, I'll be the leader of the knights. 4. In Levi's body, the meridians that were like mercury were attached to his limbs and bones. He called them silver tendons. Levi had yet to fully understand the effects of the silver tendon. From the results of his preliminary experiment, the silver tendon had slightly increased Levi's flexibility, explosive power, endurance, and other attributes. Other than that, Levi did not discover any other uses of the silver tendon. He had a feeling that this tendon's effect was not limited to this. He might have to slowly unearth its potential. After reaching the maximum of the Silver Mountain Dragon's breathing technique, Levi used the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique and the Shallow Endurance breathing technique as materials to break the Silver Mountain Dragon's limit. After breaking through the limit, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique left Levi a slightly ugly hump as a legacy. Like the blood sac, it became the tears of the era. To be honest, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique was indeed a little ugly, so Levi heaved a sigh of relief. If he used the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique as his main focus for endurance, his looks would decrease by at least 50%. As a result, Levi had gathered his legendary defense, strength, endurance, speed, and physique. He only had one legendary perception left. Perception-type breathing techniques were rare, and it was even rarer for someone to reach the legendary realm directly. Therefore, Levi left it to fate. With his current top perception and top-notch vision, together with the Black Snake's message, it was barely enough. Needless to say, Levi was a wizard, and wizards could use their mental power and detection spells to perform perception. 3 months after the Silver Mountain Dragon's breathing technique broke the limit, Levi finally figured out the use of the silver tendon. During a sparring session with the corpse digger, Levi discovered that as he fought intensely, the muscles in his body stretched and contracted. The dense silver tendons in his body began to release light blue electric currents under friction like high-voltage wires leaking electricity. Levi was shocked by this discovery. Had he become a Canadian electric eel from another world? The silver tendon's function was to generate electricity. Levi concluded that the current silver tendon could only release electricity during high-intensity battles or exercises. The intensity of the electric current was about the same as a first circle thunder spell. Levi was overjoyed by this discovery. He created a new move based on the ability of the silver tendon. Lightning strike. The key to lightning strike was to release as much electricity as possible from the silver tendon through high-speed attacks. While causing physical attacks, it could also cause the effect of spell attacks, enough to electrocute or paralyze enemies. Unfortunately, such a powerful move, Levi could not find a suitable opponent to fight with. Because the corpse digger was immune to ordinary electric current attacks, Levi's other pets were too weak. For a moment, Levi felt that his life was as lonely as snow. He did not waste any more time and began to prepare for his trip to the human world. Of course, before heading to the human world, he had to make a trip to the Lost Pan's Labyrinth. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Grass. Year 2 of the Great Expedition. After more than a year of intensive recruitment work, the 10 battle groups were all ready. Under the lead of the legendary wizards, the grand expedition of the 5 realms began. As the 5 rebellious federations were quite far from the wizard world, this expedition alone would take a lot of time. Even the most advanced spatial teleportation technology in the wizard world could only be used in this plane or nearby planes. To carry out an expedition across many planes, one still needed to use the Sky City of a legendary wizard to travel at high speed in the Land of Darkness. Sky City was the most advanced war fortress developed by the legendary wizards of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. It was one of the few means of transportation that could safely cross the Land of Darkness. So far, such a Sky City could only be popularized among legendary wizards. In addition, only high-level wizards and above could cross the Land of Darkness with their primordial souls, but they would face all kinds of unknown dangers in the Land of Darkness. The 5 legendary wizards who led the team this time were the Dragon Flame God Lager of the Burning Faction, Deep Blue Sage Luther of the Ocean Faction, Frost Witch Gulwig of the Frost Faction, Thousand Mountains Immortal Alexander of the Earth Faction, and Mist Sky Guardian Marvin of the Storm School of Thought. These 5 legendary wizards, who were shining like stars, were currently riding their respective Sky City under the gaze of the entire wizard world. They used the legendary spells solidified on Sky City to temporarily tear apart the thick crystal wall wrapped around the sub-dimensional portal and drove towards the boundless darkness. As Sky City slowly disappeared into the pitch-black rift, the crystal wall slowly closed. The great expedition has begun. Charge! Only the wizards are immortal, only the truth lasts forever. Sky City, which was filled with the crystallization of the wizard civilization, slowly disappeared. At this moment, even he could not help but feel excited. He wished he could immediately set foot in Sky City and follow that legendary wizard's footsteps to conquer the 5 worlds. This is the greatness of the wizard civilization. It's not the shine of an individual, but the charm of a group. We rose from humble beginnings to warm ourselves up. Generations of wizards stood on the shoulders of our predecessors in pursuit of the unattainable truth and reproduced a brilliant wizard civilization. As mortals, we touched the authority of God and did transcendent actions. Chapter 486, I'll be the leader of the knights. 5. We've experienced the baptism of civilization war after civilization war. We've fought against the gods as equals. We've fought bloody battles with the abyss for 1,000 years. We won't fall, nor will we admit defeat. Because we are wizards. Grand Council Chairman, Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund, 2 years of the Great Expedition, speech before the war. Edmund's speech was like the legendary spell he created, Eternal Blazing Sun, burning the blood of every wizard. In the boundless land of darkness, countless stars shone. These stars were like stars that emitted light in the darkness. These were plains. Most of them were chaotic lands that were unsuitable for life and the birth of civilizations. Only a few were civilization plains. Sky City of the Dark Blue Sage quietly made its way to the destination of this expedition. On this battle fortress called Dark Blue City, the 9th and 10th battle groups led by the Dark Blue Sage were curiously looking at this scene that they had never seen before. Among so many wizards, 2 balls were particularly eye-catching. A big ball and a small ball. It was the Tower Master and his wife Stella. Have you told them about your participation in the expedition, the small ball? Stella asked. Yes, they will probably receive the news after a while. Then, they will scold me, an old bastard, for being inhumane. They will secretly run away with my wife and abandon the Grey Tower, Herman said. You're indeed not human. I'm not human either. We're both balls. Herman, can't your aesthetic taste be a little higher? Stella said helplessly. My aesthetic taste is very advanced. According to the research of wizards, spherical shapes are the most reasonable and perfect shapes in the universe, so planes are basically spherical. The sun and stars in the land of darkness are also spherical, Herman argued. Stella snorted and rolled to the edge of Sky City, staring into the endless darkness in silence. Herman rolled over and said, I've thought a lot over the years when I was preparing to resurrect you. Since I have already embarked on the path of no return for alchemy, I might as well go further. The two of us will take this opportunity to go there and sharpen ourselves in battle to pursue a higher profundity of alchemy. What if we die in the myriad machine plane? Then we transform into alchemy remains and bury ourselves deep in the earth. We'll sit together and watch the sea change. Endless sea, great tower. What? Herman. You old bastard. It was rare for Marlene to curse. She did it very gently. She read the letter from the messenger. My dear Marlene, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I have already resurrected my beloved wife, Stella, a few days ago. When you see this letter, the two of us, oh no, the two alchemy balls, should have already set off for Sky City in the myriad machine plane. For many years in my life, I have been working hard for the wizard tower that my teacher Salmon passed down to me. I still remember your uneasy and nervous freckled face the first time you came to the tower. I also remember Marco, the unsmiling little boy, and Mr. Tim, the little guy who could get along with anyone. During this period, some wizards came and left. I didn't ask them to stay. Only you guys accompanied me for a long time on this remote island in Area 9. I've said so much just to tell you. I'll pass on the position of Tower Master to you, little Marlene. Are you happy? Are you surprised? There are so many outstanding wizards in the tower now. With Levi, a young man that I can't see through at all, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, don't be afraid and face them bravely. Of course, if you encounter danger that you can't deal with after I leave, please don't stand on ceremony. Don't hesitate to seek help from Area 9's Star Supervisor, Modi. Modi is a friend of my teacher, Salmon. He will help. Herman, 2 years of the Great Expedition. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Flowers. Blackfire Island. Levi looked at the letter from Ms. Marlene with a sad face. The Tower Master. He wanted to curse but stopped. He was a heartless man who had abandoned his territory and people. He did not seem to have the right to say anything about the Tower Master. It was only right for him to pursue the life he wanted. No matter what, the Tower Master had successfully revived Stella. Levi was truly happy for him. The myriad machine plane, the origin of the School of Alchemy. Perhaps the Tower Master, an alchemy genius, will have his own place here. I should be worried about myself. Levi tidied up the Blackfire Island. He had prepared secret medicine in advance that was enough for him to use for about a year. This caused the transcendent creatures on the Blackfire Island to be emptied by Levi. When these guys had almost recovered, Levi left these transcendent creatures to guard the Blackfire Island. He took the living dead, Saint Scorpions, Ace, and Tyrant, and left the Blackfire Island on Leviathan. He was going to the Star Sea and using the sub-dimensional portal to go to the human world. After leaving the human world for nearly 20 years, he went from a low-level apprentice wizard to a senior first circle wizard. He even broke through the legendary shackles that had troubled so many legendary knights. Now, he, Levi, the nameless of the wizard world, had returned. Of course, before going to the human world, Levi planned to take a look at the Lost Pan's Labyrinth. Chapter 487, I'll be the leader of the knights. 6. Half a month later. Levi arrived at a dangerous sea area. This was the location of the Lost Pan's Labyrinth. According to the map, Levi activated his perception to search for traces of the ancient ruins. In the dangerous sea region, the number of sea beasts was obviously much higher than outside. When Levi arrived at the area on the map, he realized that there was clearly an island there, but after arriving, there was not even a trace of the island. Could it be that the island sank? Levi looked down at the bottomless sea, like the mouth of a giant beast that could swallow everything. With his current perception, he could sense that there was no danger in the deep sea. There were only some first circle sea beasts. Let's go down and take a look. Leviathan hid in Leviathan's mouth and let Leviathan swim toward the deep sea. 300 meters, 3,000 meters. Levi could not help but marvel at the depth of this place. 10,000 feet, there was still no bottom. Sensing that there was no danger ahead, spider sensing did not give any warning. Levi continued to dive down. Unknowingly, he had arrived at a depth of about 50,000 feet. The water pressure here was so great that even the transcendent creature Leviathan was not used to it. Generally speaking, Leviathan liked to stay at a depth of about 10,000 feet. Although it could still go down, it rarely did so. In the deep sea, because no one was looking, all kinds of ugly transcendent creatures swam past Leviathan. Levi used perception to investigate the surrounding situation. In such a deep lightless sea, top-notch vision was basically useless. After careful exploration, Levi discovered that there was a row of underwater stone arrays with an 8-pointed star array pattern on the seabed plane 10,000 feet below. What's this? Levi didn't dare to get close and used perception from afar. He tried to walk down, but the hairs on his arms began to stand up. No, it's dangerous down here. We can't go down. Levi shook his head and decisively left the deep sea area. After returning to the surface of the sea and seeing the sky again, the uneasy feeling slowly disappeared. Obviously, it was impossible for the huge rock to grow so regularly and show such a complicated 8-pointed star pattern. He had used a powerful force to forcefully arrange the huge rock into some kind of array. Levi was now close to becoming a first circle array wizard. From his perspective, this array seemed to be some kind of ceiling array. Forget it, I'm not curious anymore. This should be the Lost Pan's labyrinth, but it's not something my current realm can touch. Levi sighed and left the sea area without hesitation. Not long after Levi left, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the 8-pointed star stone formation. A dark red light emerged from the crack. One could see the blood-colored flesh wall and the dense white bone spikes attached to it. Pan. A deep voice echoed in the deep sea. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1037, month of flowers. Leviathan arrived at an island that bordered Area 9 and the Inner Sea region. This was Base Island, also known as Kiang Island. There was a faster and safer means of transportation to the Inner Sea region. The Inner Sea region was vast and boundless, and danger lurked everywhere. With Levi's cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to cross it safely. Therefore, he decided to spend some money and take the official high-level transportation. As soon as they arrived, Levi saw a huge ship soaring into the sky and quickly leaving the island. We didn't make it. We can only wait for the next one. Chapter 488, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 1. Base Island. This island was Area 9's most important transportation port. Many sea and air routes passed through this place. Levi had already used the Thousand Faces technique to transform into the handsome face of White Wolf Gerald, with a look that revealed some vicissitudes of life. He wore a black windbreaker-style robe and hunting boots as he walked through the port of Base City in a low-key manner. He arrived at the ticket counter of the Witchcraft airship. The so-called wizard airships were airships made using wizard technology. It could be seen as a super low-end version of Sky City. So far, there were not many organizations in the Endless Sea that had mastered this technology. Similar to ordinary wizard ships, wizard airships were mainly developed by the Seven Waters Steeple. However, wizard airships were several times more expensive. Generally speaking, only mid-level and high-level wizard organizations would buy private airships for their members to use. Compared to the cost of purchasing a wizard airship, the daily maintenance and fuel costs were the highest. After all, this thing was the same as alchemical creatures. It consumed a lot of ether stones. For small wizard organizations, it was not cost-effective. The Seven Waters Steeple had also become one of the top 5 high-level wizard organizations in the Endless Sea because of the wizard airships and wizard ships. At the ticket office, the witch, who was wearing a blue robe, was busy. "My beautiful lady, may I know when will be the next flight to the Star Sea?" Levi asked. "Greetings, sir. The next ship is in 3 days, the witch said sweetly. Her service attitude was very good. "Okay, I'll get an economy class ticket." After buying a ticket, Levi found a small inn along the coast of Bath and stayed there. As expected of the transportation hub of Area 9. Based on a rough perception, there are more than 20 official wizards in Base City, and there's even a second circle wizard. Levi set up a simple alarm array in his residence. Then, he calmed down and took out the Book of Starforge runes while waiting. He planned to learn the Strength rune language first. The Strength rune language was probably the simplest and most practical rune language in the Book of Starforge runes. Levi looked at the rune structure on the book. His spiritual force had already reached 37 points, which was much higher than when he first obtained the book. Therefore, he did not look as groggy as before. He tried his best to condense the structure of the Strength rune language in his mind with his mental strength. At the same time, he tried to sense the distant, deep, and mysterious power of stars. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. A bowl-like outline of a rune appeared in Levi's mind. Is this the embryonic form of the rune language of strength? It doesn't seem very difficult, Levi murmured in his heart. But I'm still a long way from constructing the model structure for the runes. It'll take some polishing. No rush. I'll take my time. Levi was overjoyed. He was already very satisfied with this speed. In any case, the path of weapon making was just as he had thought at the beginning. He just had to leave it to fate. On the third day, the wizard airship heading to Star Sea finally arrived at the port. The 100-meter-long ship slowly landed on the sea. At the same time, someone on Base Island shouted through a wizard tool, "The wizard airship Q648 has arrived. Please board the airship within 15 minutes. Levi walked out of his strength rune state. I can also take some time to build it when I return to the human world. Levi came to the boarding gate and looked at the white and blue airships. One by one, the wizards or apprentice wizards began to board the ship in an orderly manner. He also noticed that the second circle wizard was a very beautiful witch. Her curly hair was like a black waterfall, and she was wearing a robe decorated with violet flowers. It was very impressive. Under everyone's gaze, she gracefully flew into the first-class cabin of the airship. Levi did not know what was so good about the first-class cabin. In any case, the ticket price was 300 ether stones. In Levi's opinion, it was not worth it. When the door of the witch's first-class cabin was closed, Levi's top perception seemed to hear some wizards discussing the witch in the economy class. Did you see that? That's a big shot from the Star Sea, the Violet Witch. She's returning to our god-forsaken outer ring to pay respects to her ancestors. Like me, the Violet Witch was born in a very ordinary gathering place of mortals in Area 9. Later, because of her talent in dual elemental powers, she was discovered by an intermediate wizard lord who passed by. Then, she went straight to the Star Sea and became the maid of Lord Wizard. This is fate. She's about the same age as me now, but she's already a second circle wizard. I'm still an ordinary first circle wizard. A wizard with a weathered face said enviously. Such a talented second circle wizard as a maid. What a grand show. I wonder where the intermediate wizard came from. A colleague beside him asked. I think she's a genius witch who rose to prominence in the Star Sea in recent years. I don't know her exact name, but she's a senior member of the Star Tower and is only one step away from becoming a high-level primordial soul wizard. Then he's really a big shot. A high-level wizard. This is a realm that I can't even imagine in my dreams. Chapter 489, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 2. Levi closed his eyes and pondered. The wizard airship under him slowly rose into the air. The waves parted, and Base Island gradually became smaller. Although Levi, who had blood wings, was already used to flying, this was his first time riding an aircraft from another world. In the end, the wizard airship flew to a height of 10,000 meters and kept accelerating. Its speed became faster and faster, even faster than the escape techniques of low-level wizards. From afar, layers of air enveloped the wizard airship. Then, the invisible array solidified on the wizard airship began to take effect. In the end, the wizard airship in the sky completely disappeared. This way, it could avoid being attacked by most transcendent creatures flying at high altitudes. 7 days later, the airship was only a quarter of the way there. The inner sea region was much larger than the outer sea region. If the endless sea was treated as a huge basin of water, the outer ring might be the sea area bordering the crystal wall at the edge. Even with the speed of the wizard airship that surpassed the escape techniques of low-level wizards, traveling day and night, crossing the inner sea region, and heading to the Star Sea would take a full month. If Levi were to fly or swim there by himself, it might take him half a year. Not only was it a waste of time, but the powerful sea beasts in the inner sea region were also safety hazards. During the journey, Levi had no choice but to upgrade to a first-class cabin. The economy class was really too noisy. Although the passengers were all wizards, it felt no different from when he took the green car back then. When he changed to first class, it was immediately different. Each of the first-class cabins was a small private room. There were soundproofing and perception isolation arrays in the private room, as well as some safety arrays. This way, Levi could cultivate in peace. Otherwise, a month's worth of journey would be wasted. However, Levi still set up an alarm array himself. It was safer this way. After that, Levi continued to construct the strength runes that he had yet to complete. As for the rest of the time, he would cultivate the Saint Abe breathing technique and strive to cultivate it to the limit as soon as possible. Then, he would fuse it with the giant breathing technique and mutate it to see what breathing technique he could create. In this way, the journey of half a month was safely completed. The wizard airship was very stable and safe. Unlike Azure ship, he did not encounter attacks from dark wizards from time to time. The construction of Levi's strength rune was very smooth. He felt that there might be a chance of success before he got off the ship. The Saint Ape breathing technique was getting closer and closer to the maximum of level 11. However, on the third week of the trip, he still encountered a little accident. In the captain's cabin of the wizard airship, the captain looked at the boundless wind wall formed by the black hurricane that suddenly appeared in front of him and immediately started broadcasting. Encountering a great hurricane, it is a rank 5 great hurricane, the airship needs to change its route urgently. After the captain finished speaking, the airship turned to the right and swam around the wind wall. If it was a level 4 wind disaster, the wizard airship could forcefully break through. However, the wind disaster in front of him was level 5 and could instantly destroy the spell defense of a first circle wizard. A second circle wizard could not stay inside for too long. Moreover, great hurricanes were not static, they could change levels at the last minute. Therefore, generally speaking, unless they were in a hurry, wizard airships would not forcefully pass through the great hurricane area. From the window, Levi looked at the thick wind wall that pierced through the sky and the sea. Level 5 great hurricane, is this the natural disaster of the wizard world? This was also the first time Levi had encountered a wind disaster in the endless sea. He was also incomparably shocked. The width of this wind wall stretched as far as the eye could see, as if it pierced through the entire endless sea. In the first-class cabin next to Levi, the Violet Witch looked solemn. On the surface, she was here to pay respects to her ancestors, but in fact, she had a mission. With a thought, an ancient sea map appeared in her hand. If Levi saw it, he would be surprised. The style and material of the map were basically the same as his own. The only difference was the map on it. The sea map obtained by the Violet Witch was obviously not a sea map of Area 9, but a different sea area. However, there was also a location marked somewhere in the sea. The Lost Pan's Labyrinth. The Violet Witch looked at the great hurricane in front of her and had a bad feeling. She had obtained the map from a collector in Area 9. According to her master, this sea map was not only a map, but also a key to enter a certain place. It was the place marked Lost Pan's Labyrinth. Through some clues that had long been buried in the yellow sand, the owner of the Violet Witch knew that this was the relic of an ancient high-level wizard organization. This ancient wizard organization was called the Dreamland Steeple. It was said that this was the first wizard organization to study dreams. However, because they were studying dreams, they seemed to have violated some taboos. In the end, everyone in the wizard organization disappeared overnight. From high-level wizards to apprentice wizards, none of them were spared. According to the information her master had obtained from the few School of Dreams wizards, the Dreamland Steeple might have unintentionally summoned some kind of monster while researching the School of Dreams knowledge, or perhaps it was connected to an unknown plane, causing this disaster. Chapter 490, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 3. The world had changed. The Dreamland Steeple had long disappeared. No one knew its whereabouts. The appearance of this ancient sea map unveiled an old matter that had been sealed for a long time. Not only the owner of the Violet Witch, but many wizards were also looking for the map. Among them were some dark wizards. The treasures and wizard inheritance contained in the ruins of an uninhabited ancient high-level wizard organization were immeasurable. Not to mention that this wizard organization might have an entrance to a plane that the wizards had not discovered. This was the reason why many wizards went crazy. Every new plane that could be reached was an undeveloped blue sea. It was enough to set off a magnificent discovery activity in the wizard world. Whoever was able to enter it first and obtain a place there would be able to obtain the initiative. As for the possible dangers, opportunities were bound to be accompanied by danger. These wizards were already mentally prepared. In the endless wind wall, a black iron curtain revolved and coiled, blocking these terrifying great hurricanes outside. In the surrounding curtain, figures with strange appearances and bare upper bodies stood in the air. These figures had all kinds of wings on their backs, and their bodies were solidified with profound and complicated spell runes. Their beast-like strong bodies contained explosive power. In front of these people, a 5-meter-tall wizard covered in black scales with dragon wings on his back was coldly looking at the void in front of him. His eyes were like the compound eyes of a fly, flickering with light. Lord Blackwings, did those people discover us? Impossible. With my third circle wizard tool, the black iron curtain, those people definitely didn't sense our existence. They simply don't want to pass through the wind disaster belt. The eye of the dragonfly black scale giant had a ferocious expression. From time to time, it would spit out its thick and barbed tongue, looking very abnormal. The violet witch is on the wizard airship. Brothers, keep your spirits up. She is one of the flower witch's 24 flowers. Her strength cannot be underestimated. All right, boss. As long as we use the black iron curtain to guide this wizard airship into this great hurricane, with the ability of us boiling beast blood wizards, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with this mob. A wizard with transparent cicada wings and a beetle shell said. They were the wizards of boiling beast blood. The leader of the boiling beast blood, the 100 beast berserk witch, was once a capable disciple of the life school of Thought's monster lady. However, she colluded with Black Sun Adam and came to the Endless Sea to become a dark wizard. Therefore, the entire boiling beast blood focused on the bloodline modification wizards in the life school of thought. These wizards looked neither human nor ghost. They looked rather shabby. However, this organization was based on wildness and violence, so it was different from the aesthetic standards of ordinary wizards. Instead, they regarded the appearance of this mixture of various transcendent creature organs as beautiful. The more transcendent creature organs you installed, the better you looked and the stronger you were. For example, it was said that all kinds of powerful transcendent creatures had replaced the leader of the 100 beast berserk witch. It was simply an ultimate suture monster. Therefore, the wizards of the boiling beast blood could always be controlled by the beast in their bodies and kill for fun. Now, boiling beast blood had joined forces with another evil force, the Black Sun Steeple. These two high-level wizard organizations were the two largest evil strength forces in the Endless Sea. The black iron curtain quickly followed behind the wizard airship, carrying many wizards with boiling beast blood, waiting for the right time to attack. On the wizard airship, Levi looked at the completely condensed bowl pattern in his mind. On the bowl's body, starlight flickered and connected, like a constellation. Strength rune completed. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Strength rune, level 1, 1/1000. Special effect, Horned Bull Constellation Power, Level 1. Horned Bull Constellation Power, Level 1. The rune language communicates with the Horned Bull Constellation. The power of stars increases your strength. The current effect is 10%. This special effect can be upgraded. Awesome! Levi could not help but exclaim. A Level 1 strength rune language could increase one's strength by 10%. Moreover, from the special effects, there was no restriction that it was only used for wizard tool. Levi looked at the bowl pattern in his mind and thought deeply. What will happen if I solidify the rune language on my body? This thought suddenly flashed through Levi's mind. He already had legendary power. If he increased it by another 10%, it would be equivalent to the peak strength enhancement of Favored by the Night. It could take effect at any time. Combined with Red Lotus, 9 Swords, and Giant Whale, he was simply invincible. Strength could destroy all techniques, and a palm could shatter the stars. However, this was not mentioned in the Book of Starforge Runes. Therefore, Levi did not dare to try this for the time being. He decided to wait until he had the time to solidify the tyrant's body to see the effect. When the solidification of the tyrant was successful, he would use other living creatures to experiment. If possible, the rune language was very promising. This discovery completely changed Levi's mindset of cultivating the rune language. I'm going to cultivate it. Levi was tireless. After meditating and taking pills to recover his spiritual force, he continued to condense the power of stars. Chapter 491, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 4. Strength Rune Language Proficiency +1. Night fell. The wizard airship finally reached the right edge of the endless wind wall, and a calm belt appeared in front of them. The captain was overjoyed and flew the wizard airship with all his might. In the first-class cabin, the favored by the night's special effect began to take effect. Levi opened his eyes and felt his body's attributes getting stronger and stronger. He touched his arm, and his hair stood on end. This faint sense of danger has already lasted for a day, it is getting stronger and stronger now. We have clearly left the Great Hurricane safely, why is there still danger? Levi looked at the Great Hurricane. His golden snake's message or top perception did not detect any changes. Under the faint starlight, Levi carefully observed the distance. His top-notch vision scanned everything. In the end, Levi finally noticed a flickering shadow. What is inside the Great Hurricane? What gives me a sense of danger is not the Great Hurricane, but the unknown existence inside. Levi immediately became alert. Dark golden newborn scales slowly appeared under Levi's clothes. He subconsciously used his snake tongue to perception, but he did not sense any aura. It's not that simple. Levi muttered to himself. He came out of the first-class cabin and looked around. It seemed that other than him, including the captain, no one else noticed the danger hidden in the Great Hurricane. Just as he was about to go back, the Violet Witch tied her hair and came out of her private room. Levi's gaze met with the other parties before he left. He could feel the vast spiritual force in the other party's deep eyes. This was much stronger than Marlene, who was also a second circle wizard. It's not just the second circle. It's very likely that she's a second circle senior, Levi muttered to himself. It seemed that the Violet Witch had also noticed something wrong. Captain, I suggest that we continue to walk for a while and not get close to the edge of the Great Hurricane, the Violet Witch said to the captain and said what Levi wanted to say. This is even better. Having a second circle wizard to remind me is much more useful than me, Levi muttered to himself. Why? The captain asked. Just listen to me. I'm a staff member of the Star Tower. As she spoke, the Violet Witch took out her identification card and showed it to the captain. The captain hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a long detour. The strength of a second circle wizard, coupled with the identity of a staff member of the Star Tower, should not lie to him. Some wizards were a little dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. In that case, their flight would be even more delayed. But who would dare to disobey a second circle wizard? Levi did not return to the private room. He was waiting at a remote cabin door of the wizard airship. If there was really any danger, he would jump off the ship and leave without hesitation. In any case, with his ability, it was not a problem for him to fly into the sky or enter the sea. And in the Great Hurricane, the expression of the black-winged wizard, who was hiding in the wind belt at the edge using a wizard tool, changed. What's going on? Did someone discover our ambush? It can't be. This black iron curtain is a powerful wizard tool that the organization just rewarded you with. This wizard airship is too fast. We can't wait any longer. Everyone, prepare your defenses. I will activate the black iron curtain to its maximum speed. Black Wings made a prompt decision. As the spell surged into the black iron curtain was like a sharp sword that suddenly stretched straight and broke through the wind belt. Behind the black iron curtain, wizards grabbed the curtain tightly. The black iron curtain quickly tore through the air. Soon, the black iron curtain brought a group of boiling beast blood wizards and sped up, finally catching up to the wizard airship. Boss Black Wings' expression was cold as the corners of his mouth curled up. He spread his wings and turned into a black whirlwind, landing directly above the wizard airship. He took out a black heart that flickered with all kinds of alchemy runes. This was a powerful one-time attack tool created by combining the knowledge of the Life School of Thought and the School of Alchemy. Explosion Heart. Boom. LNE art was an explosion. Under the attack power that surpassed the second ring spell, the protective shield of the wizard airship began to flicker. This wizard airship was of the lowest level and could only withstand spell attacks below the second circle. Soon, the protective shield shattered. The remaining shockwave blasted a huge hole in the wizard airship, and strong winds surged into the cabin. All of this happened in a split second. A wizard who was close to the hole was caught off guard because he did not activate his defense. He was sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion and swept out of the hole by the strong wind. The wizard, Black Wings, grabbed the wizard who flew out and laughed sinisterly. Then, he crushed the defensive spell that had just lit up, and this unlucky fellow's blood splattered in the sky. Black Wings jumped into the cabin, and one spell attack after another poured down on his body. The light of spells shone through the big hole, illuminating the night sky. The spell runes on the black-winged wizard's body flickered, and the black scale closed. These first ring spell attacks were all blocked. Enemy attack. It's a dark wizard. The passengers in the cabins looked flustered. All kinds of magic wands were pointed at Black Wings. Black Wings revealed a cruel smile. Little lambs, you still want to resist. Black Wings. It's you. The Violet Witch appeared in the cabin, surrounded by a second circle protective force field. The Violet Witch of the 24 flowers under the Flower Witch is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. I wonder how beautiful the owner of the 24 flowers is. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Chapter 492, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 5. With a sweep of his wings, violent winds formed in the cabin and destroyed the wizard airship. The wizard guards of the wizard airship hurriedly ran over and hid beside the Violet Witch to attack Black Wings. The Violet Witch was their only hope to fight against this dark wizard. Lord, we killed the dark wizard together. That's right. We have more people. More and more wizards gathered around the Purple Witch. At the same time, more boiling beast blood wizards also arrived inside the wizard airship. The Violet Witch frowned. From the corner of her eye, she saw the silver-haired wizard, whom she had just met in the first-class cabin, kicking the door of the cabin with his foot. It seemed that he was trying to escape in the chaos. She sighed in her heart. There were always some people who were afraid of death and did not know how to unite in the face of danger. Instead, they wanted to escape alone. This was the reason why single-handed ferocious beasts could hunt the cows and sheep all over the mountains. However, the Violet Witch did not want to morally kidnap others, so she did not say anything. She had already cast her second ring spell and was engaged in a fierce battle with the black-winged wizard. Boom! The spell battle began in the wizard airship. On the other side, Levi's final kick was imbued with the power of the golden revolving slash. The cabin door that could withstand the second circle wizard's attack for a moment was kicked open by him. He quickly jumped out of the cabin and spread his blood wings. This is an emergency escape. The Star Tower won't ask me for compensation, right? I can't afford it. Levi thought to himself. At this moment, a black iron curtain suddenly whistled towards him. His expression changed. Dark golden scales possession. Slap. Levi was sent flying by the black iron curtain. Then, his expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What level is this wizard tool? What a powerful force! Black Wings, who was fighting the Violet Witch on the other side, sneered. When the beast blood goes out, not even a blade of grass will grow. No one can leave this place alive. He was the one who controlled the third circle wizard tool to catch up with Levi while fighting the Violet Witch. Levi looked at the shattered golden scales and his lacerated body. His heart was calm. As the blood ember floated past, these injuries recovered in an instant. The black iron curtain-like wizard tool twisted together and turned into something like a long whip, whipping Levi continuously in midair. Whip! 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 Sonic booms rang out incessantly. Levi was sent flying again and again like a spinning top. He resisted the storm of attacks from the third circle wizard tool and felt extremely aggrieved. I just broke through the legendary shackles. How could I be wronged? Being suppressed by a wizard tool is simply a great humiliation. You've let down my honorable identity as the leader of the Twilight Knights. After another slap, Levi was sent flying. He rolled in mid-air. At the same time, the dark golden scales on his body overlapped continuously, layer by layer, producing the sound of metal colliding. His robe exploded and turned into nothingness in the scarlet flames. Lava flowed through the cracks of the dark golden scales, emitting a scorching red light. The incomparably thick whale back was also enlarging. The silver dragon spine in its body shone with a mysterious luster, and its silver tendons were taut, flowing with lightning. More and more inhuman forms began to appear as Levi rolled. Levi's body continued to grow until he finally became a 5-meter-tall flame demon giant. Levi spread his blood wings, and a blood-colored light flashed across the sky. The 7-meter-tall phantom of the 9 Swords Azura appeared behind Levi. The current Azura phantom was not only more realistic than the scales of the ancient general, but it also emitted a dark golden light. This was also the change born after the level 12 golden snake breathing technique, the 9 Swords Azura. Levi's figure shone brightly under the night sky. He did not want to waste any more time with this third circle wizard tool. His gaze was cold. After being whipped by the third circle wizard tool again, he used the momentum to escape into the clouds. Levi took a deep breath and fell from the sky. With the help of gravity and the blood wings, he accelerated faster and faster. A blood-colored phantom tore through the night sky like a meteor. The wizard Black Wings, who was fighting with the Violet Witch, suddenly changed his expression and quickly retreated. Seeing this, the Violet Witch's water curtain exploded from the surface of the sea, forming a water prison that temporarily trapped the wizard Black Wings. She also frowned slightly. A fiery meteor with a dark golden light rushed over. Boom! This figure was so fast that the other wizards who were fighting did not see what was happening. The surface of the sea exploded with a bang, and water splashed into the air. Levi stepped on the wizard Black Wings' shoulder with his ostrich feet and stepped into the sea. His expression was ferocious as he looked at the black-winged giant below. The 9 Swords Azura buzzed and spun wildly, tearing apart the other party's flesh wings. Are you new to boiling beast blood? Why are you dealing with me? I'm Lord Black Wings. The wizard Black Wings thought that Levi was a new bloodline modification wizard. Levi said nothing. Under the favored by the knight's giant whale form and 9 swords form, his strength erupted, and he punched the wizard Black Wings' black scale, making a metallic sound. On the other side, the tyrant corpse digger was also released by Levi. It was burning with flames as it swung its huge axe at the wizard Black Wings. Chapter 493, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 6. The Violet Witch also came to the bottom of the sea. Streams of water turned into chains and bound the wizard Black Wings. The streams of water transformed into swordfishes that bombarded Black Wings, who was entangled by Levi, like guided missiles. She was a senior first circle wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. Spell control was her forte. On the other side, Black Wings was extremely aggrieved. He hurriedly controlled the black iron curtain to rush to the bottom of the sea. The curtain twisted into a ribbon and sent Levi flying. Then, it wrapped around the wizard Black Wings and was about to escape. Black Wings was panicking now. With his third circle wizard tool, he could deal with a Violet Witch without any problem. However, with the addition of this bloodline modified monster like him and the powerful alchemy creature covered in barbs, how could he defeat it? Seeing that the wizard Black Wings wanted to run away, the Violet Witch would not let him succeed. 1 second ring spell after another swept towards him. The more Levi fought, the more violent he became. Terrifying electric currents flashed on the silver tendons, and all of them poured into Black Wings' body along with Levi's attacks. Black Wings was a second circle bloodline modification wizard, and his body was solidified with powerful passive defensive spells. He was not afraid of electric shocks of this level, but such frequent electric shocks still made him feel extremely refreshed, affecting his movements. The Blood Clan touch wrapped around Black Wings' feet and kept eating his black scale. Not only that, but Levi also activated his dragon's intimidation ability. He could tell at a glance that the supernatural organs transplanted by the bloodline modification of the wizard in front of him were basically from mixed blood dragons. Therefore, Levi thought of a golden snake special effect that he rarely used, Dragon's Intimidation. It had to be known that Dragon's Intimidation was an ability that could only be born from sub-dragons. Behind Levi, the phantom of a golden snake with wings on its back and a horn on its forehead could be vaguely seen coiling around the 9 Swords Azura as it looked at the wizard Black Wings with indifferent golden eyes. Boom! A terrifying dragon's might swept out. Many weak sea beasts nearby were affected by the dragon's might and fainted. This was Levi's dragon's might. It came from the phantom of a golden snake that seemed to have emerged from a legend. After the dragon's might, Black Wings felt that several modified prostheses on his body actually began to tremble involuntarily. The biological prostheses installed by bloodline modification wizards could not be perfectly integrated with the supernatural organs born from the knight's breathing technique. Therefore, the wizard Black Wings clearly knew that this kind of dragon's might attack would not be affected by his second circle wizard's spiritual force and willpower. However, his dragon wings and scales were trembling uncontrollably. He immediately felt his body become extremely heavy and had the urge to prostrate himself. This was the suppression of the bloodline level since ancient times. This monster in front of me actually has such a high-level dragon clan bloodline in his body. Black Wings was shocked. The third circle wizard tool consumed a lot of spiritual force and spell power. After such a long battle, Black Wings could no longer hold on. He was terrified and only wanted to leave the seabed. However, the seabed was the domain of the ocean school of thought. In the battle below, he was firmly suppressed by all kinds of sea spells cast by the Violet Witch. The other monster kept using its huge strength to attack him again and again. Boom, boom, boom. Levi grabbed Black Wings' left foot, and the corpse digger grabbed Black Wings' right foot. Blood chi soared into the sky. Machinery roared. Rohvo unstoppable forces erupted. Black Wings was forcefully dragged into the endless abyss. The Violet Witch was also shocked. This guy in front of her was too powerful. Savage, violent, ugly. But no matter what, this person seemed to be on her side, which made the Violet Witch feel much more at ease. She would use her control spells to assist from the side and attack with second ring spells from time to time. With the help of a second circle senior wizard, Levi and the tyrant became more and more energetic as they fought. They pressed Black Wings firmly against the cliff of the abyss at the bottom of the sea. Lightning strike and tyrant's giant axe rained down on the other party. The cliffs cracked layer by layer, and countless rocks fell into the abyss, as if there was an earthquake at the bottom of the sea. The wizard Black Wings' third circle wizard tool floated quietly at the side without moving. This was because Black Wings' head had been shattered by the corpse digger's giant axe in the chaotic fist. He had died long ago. There was naturally no one controlling the third circle wizard tool. He had never been good at fighting in the deep sea. Now that he was at the bottom of the sea, he was completely suppressed by Levi and the Violet Witch. Until Black Wings was smashed into meat paste by Levi and the corpse digger. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the rock wall in front of him calmly. The tyrant beside him was still chopping meat with his axe. Stop fighting, he's dead. Levi casually grabbed a lucky fish that passed by this place and tore it apart. He roasted it with his flame body and swallowed it on the spot. All the inhuman forms disappeared and he returned to his silver-haired wizard form. He leaned on the corpse digger's right arm and burped. Violet looked at all of this in a daze. As a second circle wizard, what kind of scene had she not seen? She had never seen such a scene before. He threw Black Wings' meat paste into the bug house and let the Saint Scorpions share it. Levi kept his head separately and prepared to exchange it for the bounty in the future. He didn't take the powerful black curtain like wizard tool. The Violet Witch did not act rashly. The two of them looked at each other again. Levi was the first to break the awkward silence. Is this a wizard tool? Chapter 494, First Breakthrough, Boiling Beast Blood, Golden Snake Disturbing the Sea. 7. This is a precious third circle wizard tool. You can take it. However, you have to give me Black Wings' head. As for the things in the storage bag, we'll split them 70-30. I'll take 70% and you take 30%. The witch looked at Levi and said firmly. Levi threw the eye of the dragonfly head out. This person's aesthetic sense is really bad, Levi muttered. He was naturally very willing to exchange the head of a second circle dark wizard for a powerful third circle wizard tool. After all, without the witch's control, it was impossible for Levi and the tyrant to defeat the dark wizard who had a third circle wizard tool, let alone kill him so easily. As for the things in the storage bag, it was reasonable. After all, the most precious thing had already been distributed to Levi. He could not be too greedy. The Violet Witch put away Black Wings' head, while Levi put away Tyrant and the third circle wizard tool. The two of them did not speak any more. After dividing the ether stone and other things in the wizard Black Wings' storage bag, they returned to the sea. Levi looked around. The items in the storage bag added up to the value of a third circle wizard tool. Coupled with the head of the dark wizard, both of them did not suffer a loss. If he hadn't displayed his second circle combat strength, the other party might not have discussed distribution with him. On the surface of the sea, The group of passengers and the guards of the wizard airship were still pecking at the noobs of boiling beast blood. When the boiling beast blood mages discovered the head of the black-winged leader in Violet's hand, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, and were finally killed by everyone. Levi also killed a small fry that ran to him in a panic. After throwing the corpse into the bug house, he returned to the wizard airship with a huge hole. One after another, the other surviving passengers boarded the ship. Some of them looked happy and seemed to have gained a lot, while others were still in shock. The captain also sat in his seat. The captain, who was deliberately protected by everyone, was not injured. "Can the airship still fly?" Violet asked. "Lord Violet, this airship can still fly for a distance. I've already contacted the headquarters. A new airship will come to pick us up in a few days." The captain examined it and said helplessly. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to his first-class cabin and began to count his gains. First, it was the third circle wizard tool. This wizard tool was very powerful, and Levi was beaten until he was dizzy and had no temper. This wizard tool was the same as Nezah's armillary sash. It could fly, whip people, and defend. This was the strongest wizard tool Levi had seen so far. However, it was the same as the longsword-shaped wizard tool he had obtained on the Yellow Earth continent. Levi had to go to a specialized wizard tool appraiser to learn how to use this wizard tool, so he temporarily put it away. Moreover, as a first circle wizard, he could not use a third circle weapon. Apart from that, Levi still received 15,000 ether stones, many precious materials, and a few supernatural organs sealed in bottles and jars. This allowed Levi's ether stone reserves to break through the 30,000 mark. There were also some bloodline modification spell books from the Life School of Thought. Levi planned to study them when he had time and see if he could inspire himself to practice the breathing technique. In the end, Levi took out a blood-colored crystal ball. He had obtained it from the minion just now. The crystal looked like Klein crystal. After Levi's research on the Life School of Thought's general education books in the small fries storage bag, he learned that this crystal was called the rolling crystal. The rolling crystal was a special wizard tool crystal invented by the monster lady Rolling to assist in the cultivation of the wizards of the Life School of Thought. This was similar to the Klein crystal. Klein was also a famous legendary wizard in the Wizard Council. It was he who developed the Klein crystal to help the wizard test his mental power and spell power. As for the rolling crystal, it was a tool used to detect bloodlines. It was mainly used to let the wizards of the Life School of Thought have a clear understanding of the bloodline composition of the monsters they had modified or those bloodline modification wizards. At the thought of this, Levi erased the original owner's mark and dripped a drop of blood on the crystal. Immediately, lines of blood-colored characters appeared in the void. Unknown Dragon Clan Bloodline 5%, Red Lotus Dragon Bloodline 4%. Unknown Blood Clan Bloodline 2%, Swimming Dark Whale Bloodline 3%. Silver Mountain Dragon Bloodline 1%, Ostrich Mountain Bird Bloodline 0.9%. Frost Giant Bloodline 0.93%, Undying Bird Bloodline 0.9%, Human Bloodline. Chapter 495, Saint Ape Fusion Giant, Levi's fourth form. 1. Levi looked at these numbers and pondered. Unknown Dragon Clan Bloodline of 5%. This should be the bloodline of the Golden Snake. Red Lotus Dragon is undoubtedly Red Lotus, what's going on with the Unknown Blood Clan bloodline? Levi was puzzled. Then, he began to look through the information again. In the end, he found a manual for the use of the rolling crystal that had been thrown in the corner. Note 1, all bloodline data of this product is stored in the product terminal. According to the Pan Plane Wizard Council's Wizard Tool Privacy Protection Act, all bloodline testing will be automatically calculated by the crystal. Note 2, the bloodline data stored in this product is limited to the bloodline type database established by Rolling Laboratory when making this product. There are countless bloodlines in the multidimensional plane. For bloodline data that is not in the bloodline type database, this product cannot be listed. I hope you can understand. If you need the most comprehensive bloodline test crystal ball, please buy the new model in time. Note 3, the percentage number after the bloodline of this product is only the percentage of the similarity between the bloodline you currently have and the closest original bloodline. For example, 10% of the Ash Dragon bloodline means that a certain bloodline in your body has a 10% similarity to the 9th circle transcendent creature, the Ash Dragon. It's not a percentage of the bloodline content. Therefore, the sum of the percentage of all the bloodlines is not 100%. Finally, bloodline modification is dangerous. Be it conducting experiments on bloodline modification creatures or performing bloodline modification on yourself, remember to abide by the law of irreversibility of bloodline modification. After reading the introduction of the manual, some of Levi's doubts were resolved. At first, he thought that these percentages were the percentages of a certain bloodline in his body. However, when he was surprised to find that his human bloodline was still 100%, he realized that something was wrong. The percentage of these mixed bloodlines had long exceeded 100%. Fortunately, I should probably still be human. Levi comforted himself in his heart. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that there was nothing wrong with the rolling crystal. In short, since it had been tested for such a long time, just like the Klein crystal, there shouldn't be any quality or safety problems with the crystal. After searching for a while, Levi learned what the law of irreversibility of bloodline modification was. In short, once one embarked on the path of bloodline modification, there was no turning back. The more impure the bloodline contained in the body, the higher the level of the bloodline, and the greater the risk of bloodline modification. Levi looked at the dense bloodline list in front of him and fell into deep thought. In the end, he silently put away the rolling crystal. It was irreversible. I'm on the path of a knight. It's different from their bloodline modification. This law of bloodline modification might not be applicable to me, who has the proficiency panel. Levi muttered to himself. The wizard airship continued forward. Ring. A button beside Levi rang. Someone had rang the doorbell. Who is it? Levi asked. I'm Violet, a second circle witch. A familiar voice came from the button. What is it? Levi asked. I want to talk to you, said the Violet Witch. After some thought, Levi packed his things and opened the door. The Violet Witch stood at Levi's door with a dignified face and a faint smile on her lips. Come in and have a seat, Levi said. The spider sensing did not react. This person should not have any hostility towards him. Moreover, after the battle just now, Levi knew from some details that this person's character should be quite good. My name is Violet. May I know your name? Asked the Violet Witch. Levi. Sir Levi, you must be a legendary knight, right? The Violet Witch thought for a while and said. Yes, it seems that you have some knowledge about knights, Levi said. Of course. My master is also a legendary knight. I see many temperaments like hers in you. Moreover, my master seems to be like you. When she uses the power of a knight, he becomes inhuman. To be honest, if I hadn't seen my master transform, I would most likely think of you as a bloodline modification wizard, Violet said. Your master is the flower witch Elena? Levi asked. When he was kicking down the door, he heard Black Wings say that Violet was one of the 24 flowers, the flower witch, and so on. At that time, he was only focused on escaping and did not pay much attention to it. Now he remembered that Emperor Mew had told him before that the flower knight's identity after entering the wizard world seemed to be the flower witch. I guess you know something about my master, too, Violet said. Of course. Your master is a famous legendary knight in the human world. She represents the most beautiful flower knight in the world. Our best wishes for a man are may your future wife be as beautiful as the flower knight, Levi suddenly said with emotion as he recalled the human world. Haha, my master has never talked to me about this. Indeed, there's no woman more beautiful than my master in this world. Although one can change their appearance in the wizard world, that kind of beautiful temperament is impossible to imitate. Violet said. There seemed to be admiration in her eyes. Chapter 496, Saint Abe Fusion Giant, Levi's fourth form. 2. He wondered if Elena was a lesbian. The male knights in the human world would cry and be heartbroken. Sir Levi, are you going to the Star Tower? My master is currently working in the Star Tower and is also the leader of a fifth circle wizard organization. I can bring you to meet her when you have time. She seems to be looking for a legendary knight like her. I think she will definitely be interested in you, Sir Levi, Violet said with a smile. Although Levi wanted to include the Flower Knight in the Twilight Knights, he knew that with his current strength, he could not handle the Flower Knight. Therefore, he had no intention of meeting the Flower Knight now. That was a 5th circle wizard, an existence that was only one step away from becoming a 6th circle high-level wizard. He was also worried that his background would be seen through by such an expert, regardless of whether such an expert had any ill intentions. Therefore, he said, I have something urgent to do in the human world this time, so I won't visit Lord Elena. When I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit her personally. The Violet Witch was slightly disappointed. Then she smiled and said, well, don't worry. My master has a good personality. Most of the 24 flowers are common girls that my master took in the gathering place of mortals. I'm sure you know her reputation in the human world. Levi nodded in agreement. So far, Levi had come into contact with and understood all kinds of wonderful qualities of the legendary knights in the human world. This was also why they were praised by people. The courage of the Snowflake Knight, the chivalry of the Blood Knight, the beauty of the Flower Knight. In the end, Levi got a postcard from the Violet Witch with the name and address of her organization. 5th Circle Wizard Organization, Sword Flower Oath Tower. That's a nice name. Levi muttered to himself. In the following days, Levi continued to cultivate on the airship. They successfully changed flights and successfully arrived at the Star Sea. Levi stood by the window and looked at the scattered islands on the sea in front of him, as well as the steeple that seemed to pierce through the world in the center of his vision. Levi looked up. He couldn't see the top of the steeple. It went straight into the clouds, as if it was about to touch the edge of the world. The wizard civilization is indeed amazing. After arriving at the station, everyone got off the airship. Violet and Levi greeted each other. Sir Levi, you are welcome to Sword Flower anytime. Goodbye, Miss Violet. Levi waved his hand. Although this trip was short, it was quite interesting. He actually met the maid of the important Flower Witch. Brother Panel, please take care of the Flower Knight as soon as possible. Currently, the Twilight Knights were in dire need of legendary female knights. There were too few legendary female knights in this world. Levi had only heard of the Goddess Knight and the Flower Knight. The Goddess Knight seemed to have died, and he still had no clues about her. Therefore, the only legendary female knight Levi could conquer was the Flower Knight. Now that he knew the Flower Knight's maid, it was a good start. Looking at the prosperous Star Sea, Levi felt the rich power of the water element. No wonder everyone wants to come here to cultivate. Just the elemental power alone is countless times stronger than the outer circle area. The herbs and various wizard resources here are naturally not comparable to the outer sea region. Those who cultivate here are all superior. He did not even dare to release his perception. Low-level wizards could not be said to be everywhere here, but they were almost there. From time to time, powerful auras as powerful as the Tower Masters flew across the sky. Although low-level wizards had depreciated, intermediate wizards above the 3rd circle still had a high status. Levi looked like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Before leaving the human world, he wanted to buy some things. Among them, the most important was the spirit binding ring. If he wanted to capture a blood clan alive, such a thing should be useful. Although the spirit binding ring was rarely sold in the realm of Azure Cloud, this was the most prosperous Star Sea, so it should be possible to buy it. In the end, Levi asked for directions and found the Celestial Circle shop closest to him. As soon as Levi stepped into the shop, he was attracted by the revolving window. The display windows were like a long spiraling dragon that spread throughout the steeple. One by one, the wizard tools that looked very high-end and classy were displayed. The price made Levi tremble in fear. The 3rd circle wizard tool, Madlich Hat, is priced at 40,000 wizard tools. The 4th circle wizard tool, Mini Meow Meow House, is priced at 200,000 ether stones. The treasure of the shop is the 5th circle wizard tool, Gargamel's Book of Seals, and it's priced at 5 million ether stones. There's actually a 5th circle wizard tool. As expected of the Celestial Circle shop in the Star Sea. 5 million ether stones. I don't eat or drink. Even if I rob dark wizards every day, I'll have to save up for 1 to 200 years. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as loans in this alternate world. In the Celestial Circle shop in Area 9, where Levi was, even 2nd circle wizard tools were not sold. This was the huge difference between the Outer Sea region and the Star Sea. Chapter 497, Saint Abe Fusion Giant, Levi is 4th form. 3. He took a look. There were no sixth circle wizard tool or above in these display windows. It was said that wizard tools above the sixth circle were basically not sold on the market because they were too rare. Even if there were, no one would sell them. Wizard tools of this level were usually in the hands of a few high-level primordial soul wizards. Only primordial soul wizards could refine and use them. Therefore, from the sixth circle onwards, it was generally not called a wizard tool, but a soul artifact. Soul artifacts were basically bound to the primordial soul of a primordial soul wizard. Even if other wizards accidentally obtained it, they could not use it unless they could kill that primordial soul wizard and remove this binding. This mini Meow Meow house is really not bad. This is a medium-sized spatial wizard tool that can store living creatures. It's equivalent to a bug house. If I had this wizard tool, I could store all the transcendent creatures on my island. This treasure of the shop, the Gargamel's Book of Seals, is even more abnormal. There are a total of 5 pages. The first page can seal a first circle creature, the second page can seal a second circle creature, and the fifth page can actually seal a fifth circle creature. With this thing, why would I need the spirit binding ring? A book can solve my current predicament. Levi's eyes were filled with envy. These 2 wizard tools were the kind he really needed. However, he could not afford it at all. When he had the money to afford it, there was a high chance that he would not need it again. This was the greatest pain in the world. In the end, Levi found the spirit binding ring that he needed. The first circle one cost 8,488 ether stones, while the second circle one cost 23,333 ether stones. The price of the second circle spirit binding ring was about the same as the worst third circle wizard tool. It's ridiculously expensive. Levi was speechless. He could afford a second circle one. He had more than 30,000 ether stones on him now. In the end, Levi chose a first circle spirit binding ring. After paying the fees painfully, he left the place. He had also bought the wizard tool that was used to capture the Blood Clan alive. Levi did not waste any more time and went straight to a teleportation portal in a sub-dimensional portal. Here, 2 unattractive-looking wizards were on duty. Levi did not dare to be negligent. To be sent to guard an important place like the sub-dimensional portal, he must be at least a third circle wizard. "Lords, I'm going to the human world," Levi said respectfully. "Give me your membership card to verify your identity," a third circle wizard said. Then, he took the membership card from Levi. After confirming that Levi was not a fleeing dark wizard, he said, "Before you teleport, there are some things to take note of. Take a look for yourself." Levi nodded and checked the things to take note of. He realized that the closest teleportation location to him was the East Pole Empire in the human world. That place was still thousands of miles away from the Emerald Kingdom. Forget it. With my current speed, it won't take me long to rush from the East Pole Empire to the Emerald Kingdom. After paying, the wizard opened the sub-dimensional portal, and the door that was emitting white light lit up. Levi was slightly excited. He took a deep breath and stepped into the portal. "I, Levi, am back. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Flowing Fire. In the easternmost part of the continent. East Pole Empire. In an uninhabited catacomb on an uninhabited deserted island in the eastern sea region of the empire. Some ancient murals could be vaguely seen on the stone walls of the catacombs. It seemed to be drawings of a holy angel emitting white light descending from Heaven's Gate. Suddenly, on the mural, in the middle of Heaven's Gate, a portrait of a silver-haired man appeared. The eyes of the portrait spun. Then, the man on the mural slowly fell off and landed on the ground, turning into a 3-dimensional person. Interesting. This mural is actually the location of the sub-dimensional portal between the human world and the realm of Azure Cloud. Levi stretched his muscles and bones. There was nothing wrong with his body, and all the things on him were still there. "Since you've come out, don't stay here any longer. Leave quickly." Suddenly, an old voice came from the stone wall beside him. A person's face protruded from the stone wall and looked at Levi, giving him a fright. It was an old man with age spots all over his face. He looked old. With his perception, he had no idea that there was a person hiding in the stone wall. It was obvious that this person was also an intermediate wizard. "Are you the guardian of the teleportation gate? If I want to return to the wizard world, should I look for you?" Levi asked. "That's right. After the old face finished speaking, he hid in the stone wall again, as if he was unwilling to say another word. "Thank you." After saying that, Levi quickly left the place. As expected, there are still some existences of the wizard world hidden in the human world. However, they are very low-key. There's a high chance that they only stay here because of special missions. After all, for official wizards, there's no way to cultivate in the human world. It's a barren land. After he left the island, he did not use the blood wings to fly. Once he was in the human world, he had to be careful and could not relax. Levi used the most primitive swimming method to swim in one direction. Not long after, Levi encountered a fishing boat. There's a fishing boat, which means that it's not far from the mainland. It should be the East Pole Empire. Levi swam quickly across the seabed. 3 days later, Flying Dragon City. Levi's figure appeared. After asking around, this was a small seaside city located along the coast of the East Pole Empire. Chapter 498, Saint Abe Fusion Giant, Levi's Fourth Form, 4. He came to the city and searched, but he did not find the Shining Tavern. This made him slightly disappointed. However, when he was strolling around Flying Dragon City to buy maps, he inadvertently heard that there seemed to be evil spirits or blood clans stirring up trouble in the capital of the East Pole Empire recently. Several nobles had already been killed, and it was now a hot topic in the city. Levi was immediately interested. One of his goals in coming to the human world was to capture a blood clan alive and bring them back. If he could meet the primary blood clan in the East Pole Empire, it would save him the effort of taking the initiative to search. With that thought in mind, Levi hurried towards the Myriad Dragon City. He was not in a hurry to return to Flower City. He had never been to the Empire in the easternmost part before. He could take this opportunity to experience the culture of this foreign land and see if he could get some breathing techniques back. Dragon Plains. Myriad Dragon City. The first city of the East Pole Empire. Because of the dragon worship in this country, all the cities were named after the dragons in various myths and legends. Levi did not know if these dragons really existed or if they were just making it up. In any case, he did not find a city named Red Lotus Dragon on the map. In the distance, the majestic city was crawling on the ground. The city walls were filled with strange ferocious dragon statues or murals. Levi easily infiltrated the Myriad Dragon City with 1,000 faces. He went straight to the Shining Tavern. He ordered a cup of Lion King's spirit. He now looked like Dinos, a handsome young man with blonde hair. Dinos had never been to the human world, so no one knew him. He looked like an ordinary Grand Knight, even though he was already an overlord in the human world. The owner of the tavern was a young-looking beauty. "Miss, I'm a wandering ranger. I heard that there have been evil beings causing trouble in the city recently," Levi asked. The owner glanced at Levi and could not help but take another look at his handsome face. "That's right. It's been a month, and the business of this tavern is getting worse. Many knights have temporarily left this place to take refuge. They'll come back after the church deals with the evil creature," the boss sighed. Currently, there were only a few people in the Shining Tavern. It seemed that the evil beings had indeed affected the business of the Shining Tavern. "Don't tell me you're asking about this to get rid of evil beings in exchange for a bounty? King of 10,000 dragons, on account of your good looks, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. A few Grand Knights have already been killed in the Myriad Dragon City. The evil creature this time is abnormally powerful. So far, those who have seen the evil creature Knave Almaya. I'm just asking around. I cherish my life very much." Levi took a sip of wine and chuckled. "By the way, has Master Golden Warhammer released any new works recently?" Levi asked again. The owner smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. The work of Master Golden Warhammer, even if it's just a knight's sword, has already been sold for hundreds of gold coins. A set of armor is even worth thousands of gold coins. After all, the work of Master Golden Warhammer is getting fewer and fewer. Master will also grow old and won't be able to ironsmith." Levi sighed. "Looks like I won't be able to buy Master's works in my life." He sat in the Shining Tavern again and listened to the conversation of the others. There was indeed something dirty causing trouble in the city recently, but he did not know if it was an evil spirit, a vampire, or some other monster. Levi found a small hotel and stayed there. He looked at the Dragon God Church in the middle of the city and the members of the Holy Dragon Knights who patrolled the streets from time to time. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. He used his top perception to check the myriad dragon city, but he did not find any clues that were suspected to be Blood Clan. He decided to cultivate the Saint Ape breathing technique while waiting for the Blood Clan to arrive. With his current perception, he could detect any Blood Clan who stepped into his perception range. Just like that, a week passed quickly. The bad news was that Levi did not get the Blood Clan he wanted. The good news was that Levi had cultivated the Saint Ape breathing technique to its limit. Levi. Saint Ape breathing technique, level 11, maximum, special effect, long arm, solid state. Levi stretched out his palm. His palm was as wide as a cattail leaf fan and covered in golden fur. It contained an incomparably violent power. He took advantage of the night and came to the wilderness far away from the city. There was no one around. He gently slapped the ground with his palms, and the surface of his palms lit up with a golden light. Boom! The ground trembled and cracks spread out. What great strength! Moreover, that golden light seems to have the effect of vibrating. It's similar to my golden cross slash. These palms were the legendary organs born from the Saint Ape breathing technique. Levi called it the Holy Palm. The biggest feature of this legendary organ was that it greatly increased the strength of Levi's palm. Apart from that, there was also the golden light. As for the long arm special effect, it increased the strength of both arms, similar to the frost arm. However, his long arms could also lengthen Levi's arms, making him look like a gibbon. In terms of looks, he was completely outshone by Frost Arm. All in all, the Saint Ape breathing technique was not as powerful as Levi had imagined. It could only be said to be average. When Emperor Mu said that the Saint Ape breathing technique was on par with the Red Lotus breathing technique, he was clearly bragging and flattering his family. Chapter 499, Saint Ape Fusion Giant, Levi's Fourth Form, 5. Of course, it might also be because the other special effects had not been activated yet and could not fully show the strength of the Saint Ape. So far, the Red Lotus breathing technique was the most powerful among the power breathing techniques that Levi had obtained. There was no doubt about it. Next, I'll let the Saint Ape fuse with the giant and see what can mutate. Levi found a safe place and added some cushion breathing techniques before fusing the two breathing techniques. At Levi's heart, the golden Saint Ape pounded its chest and stomped its feet. It began a fist-to-fist battle with the towering ice blue frost giant. These two were humanoid transcendent creatures. Their fighting was similar to human combat. Their every move seemed to have some patterns. With the previous experience of the Black Snake and Golden Horn mutating, the fusion this time was very smooth. 2 days later, the fusion was successful. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. King Kong breathing technique, level 11, 1/300,000. Special effect, Heavenly Cold Arms, Solid State, Frost Heart, King Kong's Wrath. Heavenly Cold Arms, an ability born from the fusion of the characteristics of the Saint Ape and the Frost Giant. The King Kong power is injected into your arms, giving you terrifying strength comparable to King Kong. Your arms can be lengthened to twice the length of your body. Your palms can obtain a trace of strength from the earth, slightly increasing your endurance and explosive power. You can also release extraordinary frost power through your palms. This special effect can increase the effect as your breathing technique levels up. Inside Levi's body, the power of the King Kong seed was infused into his arms. His arms began to thicken and lengthen strangely. In the end, he could use his arms to support himself off the ground and his feet off the ground. His exaggerated long arms were covered in layers of frost, and under the frost were firm muscles that were like rocks. Wisps of cold air emanated from Levi's heavenly cold arms, freezing the ground around him. The world was in summer, and Levi was in winter. Boom, boom, boom. Levi ran through the wilderness with his arms. His speed was even faster than his legs. He was like an ape as he galloped through the wilderness. He spread his arms and destroyed all the trees in his path. Everything in his way was crushed by Levi. Finally, Levi stopped and lay on the ground, panting slightly. This heavenly cold arms is a little ugly, but it's really powerful. I feel like I can kill a second circle wizard with a single slap. Moreover, I can actually obtain strength from the earth. This seems to be the ability of an earth element Saint Ape. In addition to the heavenly cold arms, the King Kong breathing technique also had a special effect that was newly born after the mutation. King Kong's wrath, your strength will increase as your anger increases. When your anger reaches 100%, your strength will also double. However, it's not good to enter the state of King Kong's wrath for too long. Otherwise, I will lose my mind and completely lose my rationality. This special effect can't be increased. Rage points? So, the angrier I am, the stronger I'll be? Interesting. Levi tried his best to recall what had angered him, but he realized that there was nothing at all. He recalled the days when he had been bullied by the Duke of Montenegro, but he did not feel angry at all. He had long felt relieved that he had taken revenge and wiped out the entire Montenegro mountain. It's over. I've become a robot. I don't have any emotions. Levi realized that he did not seem to be very angry anymore. The things that he had once hated seemed to be unable to anger him as time passed. What should I do to make me angry? No one has provoked me now, so I can't get angry. Levi was extremely vexed. Suddenly, he had an idea. Then, he began to think about some things in his previous life. In the end, he thought of the damn house price. House prices are so damn expensive. Memories surfaced in his mind, memories of his previous life before he transmigrated. Levi's cold arm hammered his chest, echoing through the forest like a war drum, startling countless birds. If it weren't for this lousy house, why would I have to work so hard and write novels every day in my previous life? Without any entertainment time, I would have to be urged to update every day. I would be scolded by the haters who read books. Damn it! Levi was furious. The sound of war drums named wrath grew louder and louder. The blood of anger in his chest was burning. It was not just his arms. Frost-colored hair began to grow all over Levi's body, turning him into an ominous blue-haired old monster. Levi's rage points were at 30%. Under such anger, Levi was like an enraged ape. Terrifying power spread throughout his body. He leaped high into the air and smashed his fists down, as if he wanted to crush everything in front of him. Die! Boom! The place where Levi's fists landed was filled with cracks. It was 100 feet wide. The deep pit collapsed, and the trees were reduced to dust by the shock wave. The cold frost blood flowed and the coldness surged into Levi's mind, forcing him to stop the anger that he had yet to vent. His blue hair faded and he returned to normal. He looked at everything that he had destroyed. Another form that greatly increases strength. It can be called my fourth form. First form, 9 swords form, second form, red lotus form, third form. Giant whale form, fourth form, King Kong form. In addition, the favored by the night could only take effect at night. Levi's strength had once again been greatly enhanced. Furthermore, the frost blood seems to have the hidden effect of a tranquilizer. In this way, it forms a perfect combination with King Kong's wrath. Levi left the wilderness and headed towards Myriad Dragon City. Chapter 500, Mortal Body, Crushing the Blood Clan. 1. After returning to the hotel, Levi took out the rolling crystal to see if there were any changes to his bloodline. Unknown mythical creature bloodline 1%. As expected, because King Kong was mutated from the fusion of the Saint Ape and the Giant, it's not recorded in the crystal's database. At least the golden snake can still be identified to be a dragon clan creature. This can only be given as a general mythical creature. According to the Life School of Thought's classification of transcendent creatures, all transcendent creatures can be divided into first circle to ninth circle. The ninth circle is also known as the legendary creature, which is about the same level as the Grand Wizard. Above the ninth circle are the mythical creature and the legendary wizard. Therefore, in theory, the theoretical upper limit of the King Kong bloodline should be the level of a mythical creature. Of course, it might also be higher than a mythical creature. After all, a mythical creature is only at the highest level in the knowledge of wizards. It's an upper limit set by wizards. Levi put away the crystal. The King Kong breathing technique broke through the limit and advanced towards level 12, his 4 great strength breathing technique systems. Red Lotus, Black Whale, King Kong, and Ostrich Mountain had already taken shape. However, the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique was still at the maximum of level 11, and Levi had yet to break it. He planned to wait a little longer and see if he could encounter a perfect grade breathing technique enhanced by strength in his legs. Then, he would imitate the giant and the saint ape and give birth to a new mutated breathing technique. All in all, mutated breathing techniques seemed to be relatively powerful. The next day, Levi wandered aimlessly through the streets like a street walker. He was very curious. With his perception range, if there were Blood Clan or other monsters in Myriad Dragon City, it should be impossible for them to escape his perception. Up until now, Levi had not sensed any monster's aura. In such a situation, there were only two possibilities. The monsters were either not in the city at all. Either that or the monster was in the center of Myriad Dragon City, a place that he had never investigated. Levi looked at the location of the Church of the Dragon God. Fearing the power of the church, Levi would deliberately avoid the church when he used perception. In his opinion, most monsters were courting death by hiding in the church. However, he could not rule out the possibility that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The Blood Clan have the ability to change their appearance at will. They might really be hiding in the church, Levi muttered to himself. He planned to focus on the church's surroundings and see if he could find any clues. 6 days later, in the middle of the night, Levi was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. A suspicious person has appeared. Over the past few days, he had been keeping a close eye on the church. He finally found some clues. He observed that someone would leave the church in the middle of the night every once in a while and leave the city alone. And this person was the head priest of Myriad Dragon City's Dragon God Church, Bancroft. Strange, I can't sense any aura of the Blood Clan. Levi had also come into contact with the Blood Clan. His Golden Snake's message also contained the aura of the Blood Clan. Although the auras of every Blood Clan were slightly different, Levi's senses should be able to detect it. Unless this head priest was not a member of the Blood Clan, or he had an extremely high-end technique to conceal his aura. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He was about to go out and follow the head priest. At this moment, another figure sneaked out of the church. Levi stopped what he was doing. This figure was burly and looked like a knight. Levi had seen this knight before. He was the leader of the Holy Dragon Knights stationed in Myriad Dragon City. He was an expert on the same level as the White Horse Knight and was only one step away from becoming a legendary knight. He seemed to be called Hog. He was almost the strongest person in Myriad Dragon City and even the East Pole Empire on the surface. His status was similar to the Fist of the Empire. This captain often led the Holy Dragon Knights to patrol the city, so Levi was more familiar with him. According to Levi's information, Hog had a good reputation among the people. He was a very prestigious expert. One was the head priest, and the other was the leader of the knights. They both snuck out of the church in the middle of the night and headed out of the city. This behavior was very suspicious. After waiting for a while, no one else appeared. Levi's figure disappeared into the night. Outside Myriad Dragon City, the head priest's figure advanced in the night. His pace became faster and faster, and soon, he disappeared into the black forest ahead. Soon, the night hog appeared at the edge of the forest. His gaze was calm and his expression was firm. He had always been ordered to investigate the truth behind the evil beings in Myriad Dragon City. However, after experiencing countless hardships and gathering all the clues he had gathered, he realized that these clues actually pointed to a person he had never suspected. The head priest of the Myriad Dragon City's Dragon God Church, Lord Bancroft. The headquarters of the Church of the Dragon God was not in Myriad Dragon City but in the tall Dragon King Mountain. However, Bancroft's position as head priest was one of the top among all the head priests in the Church of the Dragon God. Such a head priest, who was respected by his believers and knights, was a big shot who could talk and laugh with the Lord of the East Pole Empire in the palace. He was actually the mastermind behind the recent evil deeds in the Myriad Dragon City. This was something Hog couldn't accept. However, after his repeated investigations. Chapter 501, Mortal Body, Crushing the Blood Clan. 2. He knew that perhaps that was the truth. He thought for a moment and secretly sent a signal to the knights to gather. In the end, he decided to follow them and take a look. The black forest was boundless and eerie. After walking for a long time, the head priest came to a dark cave. The dense bushes covered this place, and some bats flew in and out from time to time. The head priest looked nervous and stepped in. The cave entrance didn't look big, but it was very deep. The deeper they went, the more cramped the space became. Along the way, there were white bones everywhere. The head priest walked for a long time before arriving at an underground karst cave filled with stalactites. He raised his head. The stone wall was densely packed with black bats. These bats' eyes emitted a green light that was extremely terrifying. In an underground blood pool in the karst cave, the corpses of some animals and even all kinds of human corpses could be seen everywhere. There were lords and children soaking in the blood. A bloody aura filled this space. In the blood pool, there were two blood-colored monsters floating motionlessly. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. "You're here, head priest Bancroft, my old friend. Did you bring me any delicious desserts?" A hoarse voice echoed in the cave. The head priest looked around, but there was no one. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his entire body was trembling involuntarily. "Lord Yasid, I've already fulfilled our agreement. While you're awake, you've also enjoyed the delicious blood food provided by me. I think it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Don't forget, you swore on the Blood River will," the head priest said boldly. "My friend, have you thought it through?" A tall and thin blood-red figure appeared behind the head priest. His long nails gently caressed the back of the head priest. The head priest felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head abruptly and saw the flesh monster that looked like a skinned corpse looking at him with a faint smile. "I've thought it through. I want to become a blood clan." The head priest swallowed his saliva and said firmly. "Are you prepared to betray the king of 10,000 dragons you believe in?" Yasid sneered. "Other than power and money, believing in the king of 10,000 dragons has not brought me any substantial benefits. In this era, without strength, the first two are all fabrications. I'm willing to become a member of the Blood Clan and join the Blood River Will's camp," the head priest said. Clearly, he had already thought it through. "It's not that easy to join the Blood Clan. Your test hasn't ended yet. In the next month, I want 10 delicious young children to eat. It's best if they're virgins under the age of 14. This is the best delicacy in the world." Yasid's voice echoed in the head priest's ears. This primary Blood Clan member licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. "What? 10 virgins? Yasid, although our contract says that I will provide you with blood and food, you are going too far. Although I, Bancroft, am not a good person, I can't do such a heartless thing." The head priest's face twitched, and he could not help but question. After he unintentionally came into contact with this legendary immortal blood clan powerhouse, he had a strong desire for the power of the Blood Clan. Thus, he made a deal with this primary Blood Clan Yasid Luzenba. He was in charge of secretly providing blood food for Yasid, and Yasid offered his first embrace to him. In order to prevent the other party from turning hostile, the head priest even used the mysticism knowledge he had to make Yasid swear an oath to the Blood River will. As far as he knew, any blood clan could not casually swear an oath to the Blood River will. Once they made a blood oath, they had to complete it. Every primary blood clan only had one chance to be embraced. Those who were embraced would become the first-generation secondary blood clan. The first-generation secondary blood clan could also turn an ordinary person into a second-generation secondary blood clan. The head priest's idea was to first become the first-generation secondary blood clan, then he would turn his bloodline descendants into the second-generation secondary blood clan. This way, his family could become a transcendent family. Of course, such a dragon could not last more than 4 generations. Unless the origin of the primary blood clan was extremely powerful, ordinary primary blood clan were limited to 4 generations. But no matter what, wouldn't it be much better to become a blood clan family than a traditional knight family? What era was it now, and he was still cultivating the traditional breathing technique. He did not need to cultivate the breathing technique to obtain power comparable to that of a Grand Knight. He could easily live for hundreds of years and regenerate his flesh and blood. The price he had to pay was that he hated sunlight and needed to suck human blood. Compared to the benefits of becoming a blood clan, this price was negligible. As the head priest of the church, he had absorbed the blood and sweat of the believers and citizens of Myriad Dragon City over the years. It was much more than the amount of human blood he had absorbed as a member of the Blood Clan. From the beginning to the end, the head priest did not think of himself as a person of high morals. Who would be a head priest if they had high morals? Therefore, he had already considered becoming a Blood Clan. "My old friend, this is the last time. As long as you complete this test, I can transform you into the Blood Clan that you dream of. You will have an unimaginable lifespan. I've already sworn on the Blood River will. Would I lie to you? Yasid revealed a terrifying smile and said softly. Chapter 502, Mortal Body, Crushing the Blood Clan. 3. The head priest struggled internally before saying coldly, All right, Yasid, this is the last time. If you go back on your word again, or if you want to harm me, the backup plan I left behind will immediately leak the location of this Blood Clan nest to the Church of the Dragon God's headquarters. At that time, this nest will be completely flattened by the reincarnated saint of the headquarters with the sealing sacred objects. You don't want to watch your compatriots who are still sleeping in the blood pool die in their sleep. Yasid did not get angry when he heard the threat in the head priest's words. He was a dignified member of the primary blood clan, so why would he care? About the threat of the bread? Humans were just the bread of the blood clan and had been since ancient times. All right, my friend, it's time for you to leave. There seems to be some bread coming to visit you. The corners of Yasid's mouth curled up as he looked meaningfully at the entrance of the cave with a bloodthirsty expression. The head priest turned around. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that at the exit in the distance, teams of knights in holy dragon armor appeared one after another and surrounded the blood clan nest. These knights were all tall and strong. The weakest one was a mid-level knight, and there were several grand knights among them. Everyone looked at their head priest Bancroft in disbelief. This head priest, who they thought was approachable, was actually secretly colluding with the blood clan. The Nighthawk was surrounded by black gas. His body seemed to be made of burning ashes. The charcoal and blazing flames intertwined, emitting a scorching aura. There was also a flame burning in his eyes. It was a flame called anger. Head priest, you have betrayed the Dragon King. Those who disobey the Dragon King should be punished by the Holy Dragon. Hogg shook his head and sighed. Hogg. The head priest's expression changed. Then, he continued, you shouldn't have come, because not only did you kill yourself, but you also killed these young men from the Holy Dragon Knights. You're no match for Yasid. Behind the head priest, the blood-colored figure, Yasid, drooled crazily. There's so much powerful blood food. Although it's a little old, the taste is rich. It's not bad. Since you took the initiative to come to me, I, Yasid, won't be polite. The Nighthawk said calmly, I might die, but before I die, I'll be satisfied if I can get rid of the traitors and find the nest of the blood clan of Myriad Dragon City. Holy Dragon Knights! Hear my roar! Charge with me! Hogg pointed his longsword at the sky and spat out a pillar of scorching smoke. He was like an apocalyptic dragon that was about to breathe. An ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. Yasid's figure suddenly sped up. Like a blood-colored ghost, he directly rushed into the middle of the knights. The knights' battle formation was instantly broken. In front of the absolute suppression of the primary blood clan. Other than the Grand Knights, the so-called Holy Dragon Knights were nothing. In Hogg's eyes, there was only the head priest who was preparing to slip away in the chaos. He rushed directly to the head priest. Although the head priest was also a Grand Knight, he was already old and his strength was long gone. Under Hogg's terrorist attack, this head priest was instantly defeated and had his head taken by Hogg. The head priest racked his brains but ultimately failed to become a blood clan. Then, Hogg charged towards Yasid. Yasid's body exploded, turning into a thick mist of blood that scurried around the cave. All the knights who were touched by the blood mist soon turned into dried corpses. Courageous buns are also buns. There's no difference. Amidst the blood mist, Yasid's mocking laughter could be heard. Hogg's black gas-entwined sword. He charged forward without any regard for his own safety. He watched as the knights fell one by one. Not long after, he was the only one left in the entire cave. Hogg had underestimated the terror of the blood clan. Even his Grand Knight comrades were so weak in front of the primary blood clan. He fell into deep self-blame. He was the one who caused the deaths of these loyal knights. Even if the monster is killed, it will also die. Grey destruction // He was not afraid at all. The powerful sword skill passed down from his ancestors erupted, and the cross-shaped sword light that emitted a grey light streaked across the void, dispersing the blood mist. Yasid's muffled groan came from the blood mist. Hogg used the black gas to cause considerable damage to the blood mist. Yasid's figure appeared. There was actually a wound wrapped in black gas on his chest. Countless ashes were attached to the wound to prevent it from healing. Hogg panted heavily as he looked at the terrifying blood clan. Even if he used his full strength, he could only cause such an insignificant wound. Hogg couldn't help but feel sad. Was there still hope for mankind? He had almost reached the peak of the path of a knight. Even if he was a legendary knight, he was confident that he could exchange more than 10 moves with the other party without losing. But even so, he could not kill the other party. Could it be that this monster was really immortal? As a human, you can actually hurt me. Ha ha ha, I, Yasid, am willing to call you the strongest mortal below a legendary knight. However, even legendary knights were no match for me. I'm not someone those secondary blood clan can compare to. No matter how strong humans are, if they don't become wizards, they will still be mortals. Yasid's figure condensed, and the phantom of the blood river appeared behind him. The terrifying true body of the primary blood clan was completely revealed, and a 4-meter-tall deformed flesh monster appeared. Its body was hunched, and it was drooling. Chapter 503, Mortal Body, Crushing the Blood Clan. 4. The monster laughed wildly and turned into a blood light. The huge blood claw sent the nighthog flying. The armor deformed and tore, and a deep claw mark appeared on the knight's chest. Countless ashes danced around him, quickly healing his injuries. Interesting. Not a bad self-healing ability, said Yasid with a smile. His terrifying claw attacks became more and more ferocious. The speed of the nighthog was far inferior to Yasid's. There was no way for him to dodge. He was sent flying by the sharp claws again and again, and the wounds on his body increased. His self-healing ability could no longer keep up with the speed of the wounds. Too weak, too weak. Yasid attacked Hogg frantically. Hogg was like a kite with a broken string. He was continuously struck by Yasid in the air, and in the end, he landed on the stone wall of the cave with a bang. Clan are only so-so. Hogg weakly leaned against the stone wall, revealing a relieved smile. His bones were broken and he was bleeding profusely. He was on the verge of death and was seriously injured. Stubborn little bun. Yasid looked calm on the surface, but he was also slightly shocked on the inside. This human's willpower and physique were much stronger than he had imagined. If he was given more time, he might become a legendary knight. It's over. Yasid increased his speed, his arm transforming into a bloody blade that wanted to tear Hogg into pieces. There was a thud. Yasid seemed to have bumped into something hard. He was sent flying and landed on the ground. He looked ahead and saw a burly figure standing in front of the Hog Knight. This was a well-proportioned middle-aged man with silver hair and a beard. He had a kind of majestic and masculine beauty. He didn't seem to have done anything. He just stood there and blocked his terrifying attack. If he's the strongest mortal, then what about me? Levi asked with a smile. Who are you? This is impossible. Yasid's face was crazy as he rushed forward again. His attacks rained down on the silver-haired middle-aged man like a storm. The sharp claws and the blood saber seemed to have cut into the steel body. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Levi did not move and allowed the primary blood clan to hit him 100 times. Yasid panted as he looked at the human in front of him. The human's clothes had been torn apart, revealing his body that was covered in dark golden scales. Yasid's attacks only left light scratches on the dark golden scales. Then, these scratches quickly healed. In other words, he had not broken through this person's defense at all. How was this possible? He was a noble primary blood clan. How could there be a human who could block his attack? Even a legendary knight couldn't resist his attack. And from the looks of it, this person's methods were not those of a wizard. You're not human. What kind of monster are you? Yasid asked in horror. This person was definitely not human, but some powerful monster that exceeded his understanding. It might be a lizardman or a dragon descendant. He felt fear. The last time he had such a feeling was 100 years ago. He had unintentionally provoked a wizard hidden in the human world. However, the man in front of him did not look like a wizard at all, and he did not use any spells. He used his physical body to block the attack of a primary blood clan. Damn it, you're the monster. Your entire family are monsters. I'm a human. Levi broke through his defenses and flew into a rage. His figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a bloody light. He hated people calling him a monster the most. I, Levi, am a pure human with 100% human blood. Before Yosid could react, Levi's large hand had already grabbed his neck tightly. The violent black gas completely imprisoned him. Yosid was restrained by Levi's huge force and could not move. As a bloodthirst knight, it was naturally easy for him to deal with a primary blood clan of the lowest level. He took out the spirit binding ring and chanted an incantation. An illusory circle appeared in the spirit binding ring. Then, it landed between Yosid's eyebrows and wrapped around his soul. Not long after, Yosid stopped struggling. Levi put him down. Yosid lowered his head and bowed to Levi. This was a sign that the spirit binding ring had succeeded in forcefully forming a contract. Levi made Yosid stay at the bug house. He was elated. He did not expect to contract a primary blood clan so easily. The primary blood clan who were once extremely terrifying to me, now it seems that their strength is only so-so. Levi sighed. With the passage of time, other than the hidden power of the church, he was basically invincible in the world. Levi looked at the corpses on the ground and could not help but sigh. Although he could save these people in advance, he did not have a good impression of the church. Therefore, he chose to attack last. The reason why he saved the Nighthawk was naturally because of the other party's breathing technique and sword skill. While Levi was secretly watching the battle, he realized that this Nighthawk must have cultivated some powerful physique breathing technique similar to the undying bird breathing technique. Not only did it have self-healing abilities, but it could also prevent others from self-healing. This breathing technique was really heaven-defying. This breathing technique fusion should belong to Levi. Thus, he saved Hog. Hog was shocked. His mind was filled with the scene of Yosid being subdued by that man. Chapter 504, Mortal Body, Crushing the Blood Clan. 5. As the most powerful man in the East Pole Empire and the man closest to a legendary knight, he knew how powerful Yosid was. Even legendary knights might not be his match. However, Yosid was unable to fight back in front of this middle-aged silver-haired man. This gap seemed to be even greater than the gap between him and Yosid. After all, he could at least break through Yosid's defense. Levi came over and looked at Hog's injuries. Then, he went straight to the point and said, "I don't like to beat around the bush. I saved you because I have a motive. Give me your breathing technique inheritance diagram and sword skill, and I can save you." This was the confidence brought about by strength. There was no need to beat around the bush. He could just ask for it. Hog was stunned. Clearly, he hadn't expected this man in front of him to be so simple and crude. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "My inheritance diagram is in my family. Why do you want my family's breathing technique inheritance diagram? All right, upon the king of 10,000 dragons, I, Hog, agree to your conditions." Hog collapsed to the ground and swore to the heavens. "I don't have faith. I don't believe in swearing. This is a contract slate. Don't have any thoughts of resisting. This way, I'll extract a portion of your spiritual force and make it into a mark. Then, we'll form a contract. If you violate the terms of the contract, your soul will dissipate and you'll die." He took out a contract slate. Although it was used to regulate the contract between wizards, it could also work on mortals. However, although mortals also had spiritual force, they clearly did not know how to condense spiritual force imprints themselves. Therefore, it required the cooperation of mortals to allow Levi to extract his spiritual force to form a mark. After thinking for a while, Hog nodded and said, "It seems that I don't have a choice now." Just like that, Levi successfully signed an unequal contract with Hog. On this contract, there was only Hog's obligation, and Levi did not have any obligation. "As long as you don't violate the contract and honestly hand over what I want, nothing will happen to you." Levi fed Hog the healing potion he had refined and said, "I'll stay in the Myriad Dragon City for a few days. Remember to look for me with the inheritance diagram and sword skills. If you try to play any tricks through the church, you'll regret it." Night Hog, the #1 genius of the Inferno Dragon family in 100 years. Hog nodded. Levi's powerful strength and the confidence in his words made Hog understand. The mysterious man in front of him had extraordinary strength. He should be a peerless expert who hid in the mortal world and had the strength to fear the church. After consuming Levi's sacred blood potion and relying on his powerful physique, Hog's injuries were almost healed in no time. He stood up and said goodbye to Levi before turning around and disappearing into the night. Levi continued to explore the cave. In the depths of the cave, Levi saw a blood pool. In the blood pool, two terrifying-looking primary blood clan were sleeping. The intense battle just now did not wake them up. Levi decided to go all out. He threw the two sleeping primary blood clan into the bug house and let the Saint Scorpions watch over them. If they woke up and caused trouble, Levi could just kill them again. After confirming that there was nothing of value in the nest, Levi burned all the corpses on the ground and left the wilderness. 3 days later. In the shining tavern of Myriad Dragon City. In the small private room. Nighthawk looked at the mysterious man in front of him. He was a man of his word. He had obtained the breathing technique inheritance diagram and the sword skill book of the Grey Destruction Cross/ from his family. Right now, he was the family head of the Hog family, so he was in charge. That's right. You have the character and potential to become a legendary knight. If you're tired of life in the church, you can contact me at the Shining Tavern. Follow me and you'll see a wider world. Remember, give me a reply within half a year. Levi extended an invitation to Nighthawk. Other than believing in the King of 10,000 Dragons, this knight had no shortcomings. In short, Levi admired him more. If he became a legendary knight, he might be able to use it. Moreover, after his investigations and observations in Myriad Dragon City. Although this Nighthawk was a little old-fashioned, he was a good person. He was upright, but he was too rash. Thank you for your appreciation, Senior. I will seriously consider what you said. The Nighthawk said with a solemn expression. He did not expect that a peerless expert like this would actually invite him. What kind of honor was this? After experiencing this incident, he realized that without strength, faith was meaningless. If he wanted to avenge his comrades, at the very least, he had to become a legendary knight to have the ability to fight against the Blood Clan. In the end, Hog excitedly left the tavern. Levi opened the Inferno Dragon family's inheritance diagram and sword skill book. Inferno Dragon breathing technique and Grey Destruction Cross/. A legendary physique breathing technique and a powerful sword skill created by the legendary knight of the Inferno Dragon family. This trip to Myriad Dragon City is worth it. Chapter 505, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 1. From these two breathing techniques, it could be seen that the Inferno Dragon family that Hog belonged to was once a family of knights who had given birth to legendary knights. However, the East Pole Empire was too far away from the Emerald Kingdom. This legendary knight named Ash Knight was too unfamiliar to Levi. Levi also remembered that the instruction manual for his rolling crystal had mentioned a legendary ninth circle creature, the Ash Dragon. If I'm not wrong, the Infernal Dragon mentioned in the Infernal Dragon breathing technique should be related to the Infernal Dragon. Either the two are the same kind or the Infernal Dragon is a superior existence of the Infernal Dragon. As the Infernal Dragon breathing technique was on the same level as the Red Lotus breathing technique, the Infernal Dragon itself should not be much weaker than the Red Lotus Dragon. The next day. Not long after obtaining the Inferno Dragon breathing technique and the Grey Destruction Cross/, Levi successfully imitated them. After that, Levi spent a day mastering the Inferno Dragon breathing technique and the Grey Destruction Cross/. Levi. Inferno Dragon breathing technique, level 1, 23/1000. Grey Destruction Cross/, level 1, 12/1000. Special effect, high speed. Power, level 1. After confirming that emulate could be cultivated, Levi returned the sole copy of the breathing technique and sword arts inheritance book to Nighthawk. Although he could use his strength to take away the original copy and make the Nighthawk angry but not dare to say anything, that would definitely not sit well with him, and there was no need. In any case, the techniques could also be cultivated using emulate. Perhaps Levi could gradually release some clues and rent the breathing techniques of the major families at a high price. After Levi succeeded in emulating, he would return them. Of course, such a thing had to be done in secret, and it could only be done at different times. Different brokers would do it in his place and contact him individually. Otherwise, some observant people would definitely suspect why someone was secretly collecting fake copies of the breathing technique inheritance diagrams of the various large families. The reason given by the collector of the breathing techniques might not be enough to convince them. In that case, Levi would not have to worry about the breathing technique inheritance diagram anymore. The secret medicine needed for the Inferno Dragon breathing technique was similar to other Dragon Clan breathing techniques. The ambergris was its main ingredient. In this mortal world, only earthly dragon beasts could produce ambergris. He couldn't help but mourn for the earthly dragon beast. Perhaps in the mortal world, the earthly dragon beast wasn't the only beast with the dragon clan's bloodline. However, during the long process, the other wild beasts were all killed by the knight's secret medicine. Only the powerful earthly dragon beasts that could give birth to several children survived until now. Most of the ambergris used to make the secret medicine came from Leviathan and the crimson fire dragon lizard. According to his research, an existence like the Inferno dragon should have fire element affinity. Therefore, Levi finally chose to use the ambergris produced by the crimson fire dragon lizard to make secret medicine for cultivation. With his current realm, he might not even need 2 years to cultivate the Inferno dragon breathing technique from 0 to the maximum of level 11. At that time, wouldn't it be wonderful to mutate and fuse the Inferno dragon breathing technique and the Undying bird breathing technique? Now, there's only the most difficult breathing technique left. Levi sighed. As for the other Grey Destruction Cross Slash, this sword skill was similar to the Golden Cross Slash. The Golden Cross Slash progressed step by step from Vibration Force to Ripple Force and Revolving Force. In short, the Golden Cross Slash was a wide-ranging sword technique that sought to maximize the user's strength. As for the Grey Destruction Cross Slash, there was only one technique for exerting strength, and it was called High Speed Power. This was a sword technique that pursued the speed of sword skills. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. When the user could cultivate the power of high speed to the limit and cultivate the Grey Destruction Cross Slash to the maximum, then, the power of high speed could transform into the indestructible Grey Destruction power that could destroy everything. What was Grey Destruction? In an instant, countless cross slashes were slashed out, enveloping the target and completely annihilating it, turning it into dust. Even a tiny speck of dust in the air would be cut into countless pieces by the impenetrable high-speed cross. In theory, if he was fast enough, he could slash out enough cross slashes. The Grey Destruction Cross Slash could become a true atomic slash. Of course, even the creator of the Grey Destruction Cross Slash was far from reaching that realm. It was just a guess. What a powerful sword skill! It's not inferior to the Golden Cross Slash at all. It has an extremely high growth limit. Similar to the Revolving Force, the latter was theoretically powerful enough. The Revolving Force could penetrate an entire world. If the former had a terrifying speed, the Grey Destruction power could destroy and turn everything into dust. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Wheatfield. Levi embarked on the journey home. Nighthawk could not leave the Church of the Dragon God for the time being. The relationship between his family and the church was complicated, and it was not easy to leave just because he wanted to. Furthermore, Nighthawk had a strong belief in the King of 10,000 Dragons. Although Levi did not have faith, he respected the beliefs of others. In this era, faith was innocent. In the days that followed, the Nighthawk accepted an investigation from the headquarters of the Church of the Dragon God. Hogg told the emissary from the headquarters about the Blood Clan who had wreaked havoc in Myriad Dragon City and the results of his investigation. Due to the contract he had signed with Levi, he had changed his words to avoid exposing Levi's identity. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Hogg did not know Levi's true identity and appearance. Chapter 506, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 2. In the end, in Hogg's words, this matter became a collusion between the head priest and a few secondary Blood Clan members. They were killed by the members of the Holy Dragon Knights led by Hogg at the cost of their lives. Regardless of whether the church believed it or not, there were no other clues at the crime scene. The power of Hogg's family in the church was not small, so this matter passed. Of course, family scandals could not be made public. The church only silently changed a head priest, and this matter did not leak out. Otherwise, it would definitely not be beneficial for the Church of the Dragon God to maintain its rule if the majority of the believers knew what the head priest had done. Chaos among the Blood Clan in various regions was becoming more and more frequent, and the Church of the Dragon God didn't have time to waste on a closed case. As long as they confirmed that the Blood Clan nest was destroyed, the church would be at ease. On Dragon King Mountain, a half-naked teenager was sitting cross-legged on the majestic dome of the temple at the peak of the mountain. His body was strong and well-proportioned. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and his bronze skin emitted a metallic luster. His eyes seemed to be made of gold, and there was an inextinguishable golden flame burning in them. His name was Dragon. He was the reincarnated Dragon King saint of this generation. In the current Church of the Dragon God, other than the 4 Dragon King apostles who had been cultivating in seclusion on the Dragon King mountain for hundreds of years, dragons who were only in their teens were already the strongest. This was the power of a reincarnated saint. His power came from the king of 10,000 dragons in the astral world. As long as he grew, he could continuously become stronger and finally reach the limit of strength that this human body could reach. He would help the Church of the Dragon God tide through this calamity and complete his mission perfectly. The Blood Clan nest outside Myriad Dragon City isn't an ordinary secondary Blood Clan nest at all. It's a true primary Blood Clan nest. No matter what, Hog is no match for the primary Blood Clan. Someone else killed the primary Blood Clan. However, who could it be? A legendary knight hidden in this world? Or a random wild wizard passing by? Dragon muttered to himself. He didn't blame Hog. Although he knew that Hog wasn't telling the truth, Hog's loyalty was clear to all. His faith was incomparably firm. He was just curious. There were not many existences in this world who could kill the primary Blood Clan. Forget it. As long as it doesn't hinder me, why should I be so conflicted? Gods who lived in the astral world were not omnipotent, and they had no way of knowing everything in the human world. Most of the time, the god of the astral world needed an agent from the lower realm, which was the prayer of the church, to know what was happening in the human world. A wizard named Sauron once said, "The so-called god is just a wizard who has more knowledge and is closest to the truth." Therefore, most wizards did not believe in God. Instead, they believed in the knowledge that wizards created themselves. Without thinking about these trivial matters, the dragon continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He was bathed in the mountain wind and morning dew. With the world as his blanket, he was not strong enough. Now, he still needed the protection of the 4 Dragon King apostles. When he truly became a saint, he would rule the world again. He would fight openly and secretly with the 6 old opponents who had competed or cooperated with him for countless years. He would fight to the end with the transcendent existences who swarmed over and converged here. He was a dragon. No matter how the world described dragons, there was one adjective that could not be avoided. Powerful. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Wheatfield. Levi rushed back to the Emerald Kingdom. Along the way, he traveled to several countries and collected some breathing techniques. Unfortunately, good things like the Inferno Dragon breathing technique or the Grey Destruction Cross / were never seen again. Of course, it was not completely fruitless. Levi had at least obtained a shallow grade breathing technique. Moreover, he had cultivated this breathing technique to the limit during the journey. This perception breathing technique was called the Rain Toad breathing technique. The special effect was also a simple vibration perception, far inferior to the human-faced owl. Therefore, Levi used the Rain Toad breathing technique as a material to break the limit. He fused the human-faced owl breathing technique and the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique and mutated them. After breaking the limit, he cultivated them to the limit. Levi. Heavenly Owl breathing technique, level 8, maximum. Special effects, transcendent perception, spider sensing, favored by the night, heavenly wind heart. The Heavenly Owl breathing technique was mutated from the human-faced owl breathing technique and the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique. Therefore, the Heavenly Eagle's top-notch vision was also integrated with the human-faced owl's top perception. At this point, Levi's transcendent perception was finally born. Transcendent perception. You have extraordinary vision, hearing, and perception of vibrations on the surface of your body. You can investigate everything in the range of your perception through multiple dimensions and layers of perception. Basically, the perception effect after this mutation was similar to what Levi had guessed. From the initial vibration perception to the integration of hearing and vision perception, it became the current transcendent perception. Levi's perception was increasing exponentially. Of course, what surprised Levi the most was the other special effect. Heavenly Wind Heart. The Heavenly Owl is the son of the sky and the wind. You have a portion of Heavenly Owl's talent for wind element affinity. Your speed of cultivating wind element related spells and meditation arts has increased significantly. This special effect cannot be upgraded. The effect of this Heavenly Wind Heart should mainly come from the Heavenly Eagle behind the Heavenly Eagle breathing technique. In this world, most eagle-type transcendent creatures are favored by the sky and the wind. They are mainly wind element affinity. After fusing and mutating with the human-faced owl breathing technique, I accidentally activated this characteristic. Chapter 507, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 3. In that case, I should be able to cultivate the Storm faction's spells and meditation arts in the future. Among the 4 elements earth, fire, wind, and water, I've already given birth to Earth Pulse, Dance of the Fire God, and the Heavenly Wind Heart. Now, I only have the talent of water element affinity. This is really a pleasant surprise. I originally wanted to find clues in the inheritance of Duncan or the Van Helsing family, but I don't need them now. This also gave Levi an inspiration. Perhaps he did not have to risk his life to go to Heavenly Mountain to search for the Van Helsing family's inheritance. As long as he cultivated some breathing techniques that might be related to this element, it was also possible to give birth to dual elements. For example, the Frost Giant breathing technique gave birth to the Frost Heart special effect, allowing Levi to have the Frost element affinity. This trip to the human world was worth it. Not only did I solve the problem of breaking through the legendary physique, but I also cultivated transcendent perception and accidentally obtained a wind element affinity. Levi was overjoyed. The ticket to the sub-dimensional portal was not wasted. As for the Storm faction's meditation art and spells, Levi had them in his storage bag. He planned to return to the wizard world and cultivate along the way. For some reason, with the appearance of the Heavenly Wind Heart, Levi had a vague feeling. If he could gather the special effects of the 4 elements and learn the meditation arts of the 4 traditional factions, earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 elements that constituted the ether power, would all be gathered in Levi's body. What would happen then? Levi had also heard that in ancient times, there were other wizards who cultivated the 4 major factions and advanced together. However, other than mastering more spells and being more comprehensive, there was nothing special. Whether it was the upper limit of spiritual force or the upper limit of spell power, they were no different from ordinary wizards. Therefore, as time passed, no wizards did this anymore because it was a complete waste of time. A wizard who could learn the 4 meditation arts, earth, fire, wind, and water, at the same time, must be a wizard with the talent of the children of chaos. Their cultivation was much slower than the children of the elements, to begin with, and they had to take care of the 4 major factions at the same time. Since ancient times, only a few children of chaos had become official wizards, let alone have great achievements. Levi only did this because he had the proficiency panel. His intuition told him that Brother Pan might give him a big surprise. Levi finally arrived at Flower City on a peaceful afternoon. He enveloped the entire city with transcendent perception, excluding the church, of course. Although there shouldn't be any strong people in the church of Flower City. However, now that the saints of the major churches had basically arrived, Levi felt that it was better to be safe. He did not know how strong the saints were, but as the spokesperson of the astral world, they should not be too bad. Everything is normal. Other than Andrew, there are no blood clan, no evil spirits, nothing. I don't know where that old man Anderson went. Levi arrived at Black Snake Castle. Andrew was practicing the blood beast breathing technique. This was also one of Levi's missions. On one hand, cultivating this could slightly increase Andrew's strength. On the other hand, Levi wanted to see if the blood clan would have any special effects when cultivating the blood beast breathing technique. Previously, Anderson had cultivated the blood beast breathing technique, and he had quickly cultivated it to its limit. After that, there was no more activity. Therefore, Levi wanted Andrew to give it a try and increase the number of experimental subjects. Blood beasts could be considered blood clan in essence, but they were only high-level existences. In the primary blood clan system, there was also a classification similar to the Abyss's upper, middle, and lower 9 levels. Level 9 was the highest, and level 1 was the lowest. For example, the 3 primary blood clan members that Levi had just captured were all low-level level 1 blood clan. They only had the strength of first circle wizards. Levi estimated that the blood beast was at least a level 6 upper-level blood clan, comparable to a primordial soul wizard. Above this 9-level system was the source of all the blood clan, the supreme blood river will. If Andrew could use the blood beast breathing technique to break through the bloodline shackles of his secondary blood clan, it would be a good thing for Levi. Andrew was very strong, barely half a legendary knight. However, in this era where the dark wave was becoming more and more intense, such strength would one day not be able to keep up with the times. At that time, he might not be able to keep his base in the human world. He did not disturb Andrew's cultivation. He changed his appearance and wandered around Flower City as an ordinary person. After leaving the human world for 20 years, when he looked back, the changes didn't seem to be that great. According to the wizard's research on the multidimensional plane, the development of mortal civilization in any plane ruled by the gods was basically very slow. This was because the gods needed some fixed believers, and the religion was essentially a manifestation of ignorance. If the strength of mortals developed too quickly, be it on the path of wizards or in other technological directions, one day, the mortals who advanced at high speed would gradually abandon their faith in the gods and believe in the knowledge and technology in their hands. Some of the braver ones might even try to slay gods. It was said that the reason why the gods were more afraid of legendary wizards was because Sauron had once developed a legendary spell that specialized in targeting gods. Chapter 508, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 4. Therefore, to the high and mighty gods, mortals should be ignorant, singing praises of God's virtue, mastering knowledge, and mastering God-slaying art without any objections. In the end, the result was that the kingdoms of the Seven Kingdoms continent changed again and again. Just like chives. The dynasties changed. But the technology did not develop much. Perhaps it was the same now. 1,000 years ago, it was still the same. Of course, Levi did not care about this. As long as they did not provoke him, the gods could do whatever they wanted. In Black Snake Castle, the three brothers, who were already in their later years, were sleeping. After sensing the familiar aura on Levi's body, the three brothers stood up and looked around, letting out excited cries. "Long time no see, little ones." Levi appeared in front of them and said emotionally. The giant bear of the Northern Territory did not have a long lifespan, and it was very difficult for it to live for more than 50 years. The three brothers were already in their later years, and their blood essence power was no longer at its peak. With Andrew guarding them, they no longer needed to fight in all directions. With no worries about food and clothing, it was not impossible for them to live longer than 50 years in their natural state. Although Levi wanted to help the three brothers find some ways to evolve, he didn't seem to have any other choice other than the life school of thought's bloodline modification path. "You're back, Master." Andrew came to Levi's side. He was alarmed by the three brothers' voices and thought that a powerful enemy had unknowingly invaded the castle. Unexpectedly, it was Levi. Is Harris dead?" Levi suddenly asked. He looked at the sky where a few snow eagles were soaring. "Yes, Harris naturally died of old age a few years after Master left. However, we found him a partner previously, so he died without regrets." "These young snow eagles are already Harris's grandsons," Andrew said. "How are Hapes and Henders?" Levi asked. "They're fine. Let me bring you to take a look at them," Andrew said. "Okay." Levi followed Andrew and found Hapes and Henders in a hidden valley in the territory. The more Levi looked at Hapes, the more he felt that this fellow looked very similar to the giant ape on the Yellow Earth continent. He was thinking that if he could not tame the giant ape, he would study the knowledge of the life school of thought and see if he could use the giant ape to evolve Hapes. That way, he could also solve the problem of Levi's secret medicine. After visiting his old friends, Levi and Andrew returned to the castle. "Where's Anderson?" Levi asked. "Anderson and the Black Knight have headed to the Secret Alliance's headquarters." "Secret Alliance?" Levi was confused. Andrew then gave Levi a rough introduction of the Blood Clan in the human world. Ever since the last plane convergence, many Blood Clan members remained in the human world. The Blood Clan in the human world were divided into two factions due to their different ideals: Secret Alliance and Demonic Feast Alliance. The Secret Alliance was relatively peaceful and low-key. They basically lived in seclusion. The blood they sucked was mainly from the blood-bread tree. Of course, they would occasionally suck the blood of humans who invaded their territory. Although they also liked to drink human blood, this was not the Blood River dimension after all, but the human world ruled by the seven gods. Therefore, they knew that the situation was better than the situation. They knew how to keep a low profile and be Blood Clan. Under normal circumstances, they would not take the initiative to cause trouble. The Blood Clan of the Secret Alliance were mainly secondary Blood Clan members like Anderson. There were also some primary Blood Clan who could restrain their desires. The Demonic Feast Alliance was the exact opposite. This faction believed that the Blood clan were born noble and that humans were born to be food for blood. Its members were mainly primary Blood clan and secondary Blood clan who had completely abandoned the bottom line of humans. Basically, most of the Blood clan who caused trouble were from the demonic Feast Alliance. This faction was led by the two most powerful Blood clan clans, Luzenba and the Felma City. As far as Andrew knew, the ancestors of these two Blood clan families in the human world had the strength of a low-level level 2 Blood clan. However, the ancestors were asleep most of the time. The Blood clan could reduce the consumption of their lifespan by sleeping. It was similar to the hibernation technique in science fiction works. Of course, during their slumber, while their lifespan was depleted, the strength of the Blood clan would stagnate or even decrease. As for Anderson, he had gone to the Secret Alliance because he wanted to use the power of the Secret Alliance to exert pressure on the demonic Feast Alliance. He wanted to stop those busybodies who might bring calamity to the Blood clan. I see. After Levi heard this, he said, then let Anderson give it a try. Levi's heart was as calm as an ancient well. Anderson would most likely fail. In Levi's opinion, the Blood clan like the Secret Cultivation Alliance had kept a low profile because they were isolated in the human world. Now that the Blood River Plain was gradually approaching, they would have more support from their own clansmen. These low-key Blood clan might not be able to hold it in anymore. Regardless, Anderson's idea was good. After all, other than this method, he had no other choice. With his and the Black Knight's strength, they were too weak to change the overall situation. Levi, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered. As he waited for Anderson and company to return, he returned to his secret room and released Yasid from the bug house. Chapter 509, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 5. He looked inside the bug house. The two Blood clan members were still sleeping. Ace was guarding the side to prevent these two fellows from causing trouble after waking up in the bug house. Yasid appeared and stood there in a daze. What's your name? Levi asked. Yasid Luzenba. What's with those two Blood clan members? Their true soul was injured in the battle with the church, but they can't cultivate their true soul in the human world. They can only wait for the next plane convergence by sleeping. Didn't you say that the true souls of the Blood clan would return to the Blood River Plain to be reborn after death? Levi asked with a frown. It's true that you can be reborn, but after being reborn, your memories of your previous life are gone. What's the difference between this and death? Yasid said. Levi understood. He suddenly realized that if that was the case, the Blood River was close to another famous river. That was the underworld source river of the underworld. Levi then asked a lot of questions about the Blood clan. It was inevitable for him to interact with the Blood clan in the human world. Only by knowing his enemy and himself could he win 100 battles. Then, Levi sharpened his blade and began to draw blood from Yasid's body. His blood beast breathing technique had long been unable to endure the thirst. He wanted to see how effective the secret medicine refined by the primary Blood clan was. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1037, Month of Harvest. After returning to Flower City, he began to consciously ask his servants to collect information about the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. He wanted to make a compilation roster. Then, according to this roster, he would choose some nobles with relatively passable reputation and quality. Andrew would secretly send people to gradually interact with these nobles. Then, he would rent their ancestral breathing technique with gold coins or other items that the nobles were interested in. After Levi finished using Emulate, he would return it to them. Generally speaking, anyone who could become a great noble in the human world should have an excellent breathing technique. If he could collect all these breathing techniques, Levi would not have to worry about breaking through the breathing technique limit in the future. Of course, his plan was to interact less with people in the early stages to test the effect. If possible, he would gradually interact with more nobles in the future. Now was the best time for Levi to collect the breathing techniques. Due to the disaster of the Blue Frost and the chaos of the Blood clan, countless nobles in the mortal world were in a constant state of panic. Many nobles had already fallen into dire straits or even gone bankrupt. What Levi did not lack was money. He believed that many nobles would be tempted if they could get a lot of gold coins just by renting their breathing techniques out for a period of time. Most importantly, Levi had the ability to do all this. He did not provoke the church on his own accord. He only secretly collected some breathing techniques. There should be no party that could stop him. Just like that, another 2 months passed. Through this method, Levi successfully obtained 2 excellent quality breathing techniques. After successfully copying using emulate, Levi returned the breathing techniques. Even though these breathing techniques were third-rate and second-rate power breathing techniques. But this was undoubtedly a good start. The price Levi had to pay was the gold coins that he had no use for now. After that, Levi asked Andrew to stop. He planned to stop for a while and observe the reactions of the various factions. If the commotion was too big, it would be easy for the church to spread the news among the nobles. He was worried that the saints of the church would suspect something and start investigating him. Damn the church! If not for them, with my strength, why would I be so restrained in the human world? When will the Dark Wave army arrive? I can't wait for the world to be in chaos. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Only people like Levi would be able to benefit more from the new era if the old order was affected. Of course, Levi did not stop cultivating his breathing technique. He planned on staying for a few more months. After meeting Anderson and company, he would return to the wizard world. There was no way to cultivate the meditation art in the human world. Furthermore, with the church around, they would be timid in everything they did. It was very unpleasant. After he returned to the wizard world, he asked Andrew to send him the new breathing technique that he had rented. After Levi completed the emulate, he would send it back. Just like that, it formed a good cycle. 2 months later, the month of winter arrived. It had been almost half a year since Levi returned to the human world. In the past 6 months, Levi had collected many breathing techniques, including precious physiques and endurance. Unfortunately, he did not have any perception-type techniques yet. His own breathing technique cultivation had also made great progress. Levi cultivated the Inferno Dragon breathing technique to level 8 in half a year and gave birth to the Transcendent Physique. As for the Grey Destruction Cross/, it had cultivated to level 4. The former high-speed power of level 1 had become the high-speed power of level 4. In the training ground, Levi held Frostmourne in his hand. The Grey Destruction Cross/ was activated. In a breath's time, Levi had already slashed out 124 cross-shaped sword lights. These sword lights formed a terrifying sword light storm that slashed the huge rocks in front of them into powder and turned them into quicksand. With a single sword strike, everything was obliterated. Although Levi could easily smash such a huge rock, it was impossible to turn it into quicksand with his strength. Without a superb sword skill like the Grey Destruction Cross/, it was impossible. This is only a level 4 high-speed power, but I can already slash out more than 100 times in one breath. Doesn't that mean that I can slash out 1,000 times in one breath in levels 5 and 6? Chapter 510, Transcendent Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart. 6. Levi put away Frostmourne. This Grey Destruction Cross/ could only be used with an authentic longsword. Nothing else could do. This was different from the Golden Cross/. Therefore, Levi used pure luminant gold to create a new version of Frostmourne for himself. This sword could be exchanged for the territories of several great nobles. After the training, Levi saw Andrew rushing over. "What's wrong?" Levi saw Andrew's rare anxious expression. "Master, I just heard from a blood clan that there was a rebellion in the Secret Alliance. Anderson and the Black Knights who were lobbying over there were also attacked by the rebels. The situation is unknown. It should be the Demonic Feast Alliance's doing. If anything happens to Anderson, prepare to suffer my master's wrath." Andrew said fiercely. Nothing must happen to his chess friend Anderson. "Where is the Secret Alliance?" Levi asked. He had yet to complete the creation of the Twilight Knights, so he could not die. As the leader of the Twilight Knights, he naturally had to take a look at the situation. He had originally planned to tell Anderson and the others how to break through the shackles of Legendary when they returned, and then prepare to return to the wizard world. "I'll bring you there. Elder Anderson once brought me there. I remember the way," Andrew said. He nodded and mentioned Andrew. "Just point the way." Andrew's face turned red when he was held by his master. He felt a little uneasy. Then, Levi found a deserted place. He spread his blood wings and flew into the sky. There were no transcendent flying creatures in the human world. Now that it was a special situation, Levi naturally came as fast as he could. With his current speed, it shouldn't take long for him to fly there. Gaia Kingdom. It was located in the westernmost part of the Seven Kingdoms continent. Its religion was the Mother of Earth of the Church of Earth. In a vast mountain range in the Gaia Kingdom, there was a group of castles hidden at the bottom of a huge sinkhole. This was the base of the Secret Alliance. William Castle. In the entire Secret Alliance, the most powerful blood clan family was the William family. Presently, in William Castle, a handsome silver-haired young noble in a tuxedo was sitting on his blood-red throne. Blood Flame Skin was the mastermind behind this rebellion, and he was also the son of the former leader of the Secret Alliance. On the giant cross in front of him, a burly 5-meter-tall blood clan covered in silver fur was nailed to the cross by blood forbidden all. This was the old leader of the Secret Alliance, Silver Flame Anjuin. Unfilial son! Let go of me! Anjuin roared. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the blood forbidden all. The blood imprisonment all was a priceless blood artifact of the blood clan. It was forged from the blood of a middle-level level 3 blood clan member. Enemies nailed to death by the blood imprisonment all were extremely difficult to break free from, especially low-level blood clan members. Thus, even though Anjuin was a level 2 blood clan member, he was still unable to move. This was the magic treasure that the Demonic Feast Alliance had bestowed upon Skin to help him seize power. Anjuin would never have thought that his good son would use such a vicious blood weapon to ambush him and usurp his position as the leader. I'm not your son. You're just the vessel that gave birth to me. Strictly speaking, we are both sons of the Blood River. You're at most my brother. Skin sneered, completely disregarding the relationship between father and son. To a certain extent, Schwein was right. All the primary blood clan, even if they could mate, reproduce, and establish a family, were essentially born from the Blood River. These interconnected blood clan members were just carriers for the Blood River to give birth to descendants. Of course, even so, this kind of reproductive relationship could still give birth to some feelings of kinship, love, and so on. For the sake of power, the filial son, Thirsk, had been hiding until now. When the time was right, he launched a rebellion and won in one go. Similarly sealed by the blood imprisonment all was the Blood Knight Anderson, who had revealed his true form as a blood clan. As for the Black Emite traveling with him, he wasn't here. Anjuin looked at the blood clan member who followed him and then at his side. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. His authority had long been taken over without him realizing it. Now, it was the lowly and inferior secondary blood clan, the Blood Knight, who was on his side. How ridiculous! Kill me, Anjuin said, relieved. Dream on. I won't let you return to the Blood River so easily. Father, why don't you recognize the situation? Now that the Blood River is approaching, the era that belongs to the Blood Clan is coming. All of this need a little fire to speed up the arrival of this great era. You are this fire. Next, we will awaken all the Blood Clan in the mortal world and hold a grand blood sacrifice in the mortal city. And you will become the protagonist of this blood sacrifice. Your body will become a vessel for the Blood River will to descend to the mortal world in advance. As for the other stubborn people like you, they will also become vessels for the other high-level Blood Clan to descend. From now on, we no longer need to live in the darkness, because we will become the masters of this world. Humans are the bread we grow. This world will become our bread production base. You're too naive. Even if you can resist the gods who can't descend to the mortal world and destroy the church and the saints, the power of the Blood Clan is definitely not enough to contend with that hidden wizard. Those terrifying fellows would definitely not allow the human world to be ruled by the Blood Clan. They would appear on this land and use terrifying spells to destroy us. They might even take this opportunity to invade the Blood River Plain and turn us into a colony of wizards. That would be the true end of the Blood Clan, he shouted angrily. He knew very well how terrifying wizards were. Although the human world was weak, it was the core part of this plane. The most terrifying place in this plane was not the churches that preached in the human world. Instead, they were wizards who were hiding in the core and studying knowledge and truth in the sub-dimensional portal all day long.